simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 114. New materials are automatically delivered to your door. Chu Yang vs. Tornado. Please read more. As Chu Yang gave the order, before Fubuki could react, Sonic quietly appeared in front of her. A pair of strange eyes appeared in Fubuki's sight. Illusion activated. Fubuki was horrified and tried to use her telekinesis to prop up a protective shield for defense. She just raised her hand and made a casting motion, but her eyes became dull. Not bad. Chu Yang nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. The fact that he could master illusion in just 1 month was enough to prove that Sonic's talent was indeed good. But he also had very obvious weaknesses. In order to make someone with strong mental power like Fubuki fall into illusion, with Sonic's current illusion attainments, he had to stay in the state of casting the spell at all times. If someone attacked him at this time, he would have no way to defend himself. In short, his illusion could only play a supporting role in the battle. After controlling Fubuki, Chu Yang asked Dr. Kinus to take out a syringe as thick as his arm and draw a large tube of blood from her. Fubuki's originally rosy cheeks quickly turned pale, and her limbs were weak. Under Sonic's control, she barely stood up, shaky. After drawing blood, the armored gorilla who was in charge of assisting, took the syringe from Dr. Kinus, and prepared to take it to the laboratory for preservation. As he left, he was still muttering, "What a ruthless person, such a tube of blood must have drained the person to death." Dr. Kinus grinned at Chu Yang, smiling like a gentleman. "You are sick. You use the syringe to drain the monster to drain her. Do you want to kill her?" Chu Yang cursed. Dr. Kinus' smile froze, and he was visibly embarrassed. He replied weakly, "You didn't call for a stop just now." Chu Yang said as a matter of course, "You drew the blood. What does it have to do with me?" Kinus. "Forget it. No more jokes. You don't have any sense of humor." Chu Yang shook his head helplessly, and then asked Sonic to remove the illusion. Fubuki, whose consciousness was in chaos, gradually woke up, and then she felt extremely weak, as if she had a few thousand pounds of weight on her body. Her eyelids were so heavy that she could hardly lift them, but she still raised her head with great effort and asked, "What did you do to me?" Chu Yang said, "You fell down by yourself. No one touched you. Don't try to cheat me. We are in a society ruled by law now." Fubuki wanted to curse, but she was so weak that she couldn't even speak clearly. She glared at Chu Yang with all her strength, and then fainted after her eyelids fluttered. Sonic and Dr. Genis looked at each other in bewilderment. Chu Yang smacked his lips. "It's just a blood draw, but she's really angry. Find her a room and study the telekinesis suppression equipment by the way." Genis nodded immediately. "Okay, sir." At the same time, the driver who was waiting outside the building realized that something was wrong after not seeing Fubuki come out for a long time, so he quickly called the Hero Association headquarters. "Hello, could you please help me contact the second-ranked S-class hero, Tornado of Terror? I know she's very busy, but this matter is very important." "She's not at the headquarters?" "Then please send other heroes to support her. Her sister is in trouble." After hanging up the call for help, the driver drove away in a panic, not daring to stay. About 2 hours later, 3 figures appeared here. The third hero of A-class, Iai Tetsu. The fourth hero of A-class, Kyu Wutachi, Human Demon Kametachi. The fifth hero of A-class, Samurai Drill. Since Chu Yang is now the first in A-class, Sweetheart Mask has been squeezed to the second place, and the rankings of these 3 people have automatically dropped by 1. The 3 of them are apprentices of the 4th hero of S-class, Atomic Samurai. Coincidentally, the 3 brothers were on a mission in a nearby city and just received this rescue mission. Isn't it too much of an exaggeration to send the 3 of us out at the same time to rescue a B-class hero? Hell's Fubuki is the first in B-class, but his true strength is definitely A-class. Don't take it lightly. What's there to brag about a hero who can only sit at the top of B-class by forming gangs and factions? We don't know who the enemy is, but from the driver's description, the other party doesn't seem to be a weirdo. The three people kept approaching the House of Evolution while talking until they crossed most of the forest and saw the building standing in the dark. To build a building in such a desolate place, either you are a fool or there is something fishy. Kyu Wulachi looked at the building in front of him with disdain. Be careful. Iai Tetsu solemnly warned the two. Walk to the front of the team first and entered the building carefully. Kyu Wulachi and Samurai Drill followed closely behind. The three searched the empty building carefully and found no signs of human activity. The building is empty. There are traces of fierce fighting on the first floor and outside, but they are not left today. From the debris around, we can see that the strength of the two fighting parties should be at the ghost level, or even higher. This place is very wrong. Do you want to contact the headquarters? Hey, aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others? We are 3 top 5 heroes in air level. Kyu Wutachi and Samurai Drill quarreled because of their disagreement. The situation is unclear now, and you still have the mood to quarrel. Have you forgotten the teacher's usual teachings? Iai Tetsu scolded the two with a sullen face. Kyu Wutachi and Samurai Drill immediately shut up. The current situation is indeed not suitable for continuing to argue. Don't rush to notify the headquarters. Continue to explore. At least find the trace of Miss Fubuki and figure out the matter first. No matter how strong the opponent is, it won't leave all three of us at the same time. The two also agreed with Iai Tetsu's opinion, so they searched separately, trying to find some clues. The reason why Fubuki was able to accurately find the entrance to the basement is because she has a strong telekinesis and Sonic is leading the way in front. The samurai trio obviously did not have such conditions. However, their actions did alarm Dr. Kinnus and Chu Yang, who were doing experiments. Chu Yang had no choice but to call Sonic over and scold him again, asking him to deal with the 3 uninvited guests on the ground. As a ninja, you are full of loopholes and disappointing. The profession of tour guide is more suitable for you. Chu Yang's criticism completely stimulated Sonic, whose eyes were red and murderous. At this time, Dr. Kinnus checked the identities of the 3 people through the computer and immediately advised, Mr. Sonic, don't be impulsive. The 3 of them are all top 5 heroes in Class A. Their teacher is still an S-Class hero. We have already offended an S-Class tornado. If we offend another S-Class hero, I'm afraid. Sonic was worried about causing trouble for Chu Yang, so he looked at Chu Yang silently. What are you looking at? Catch them all and do experiments. Found it. There is a door here. Iai Tetsu accidentally kicked the raised floor and found the entrance hidden under his feet. Kyu Wutadeo and Samurai Drill rushed over after hearing the news. The 3 of them showed joy on their faces, standing at the entrance, discussing how to go down. Kyu Wutadeo was impatient. Seeing that the entrance was right in front of him, he couldn't wait at all, so he bent down and directly opened the door of the basement. A gust of wind blew. A faint murderous intent came from the darkness. Iai immediately drew out the samurai sword to block in front of him. Kyu Wutadeo and Samurai Drill were still in a daze. The cold blade suddenly appeared in front of them. The cold light suddenly lit up. Get out of the way. Iai stepped forward and blocked the sneak attack for the two at the critical moment. At the moment when the 2 samurai swords collided, Iai saw the enemy's appearance with the faint light of the fire. It was a young and handsome face, not a weirdo. Stop, we are not bad people. Iai hadn't finished speaking when the enemy in front of him suddenly disappeared. His pupils suddenly shrank, and the hair on his back stood up. The vanished katana was right at the back of his armor, ready to pierce his heart at any moment. Lost, just a face-to-face, and he was beaten without any chance to fight back. Iai Tetsu's face was livid. It was not until they saw Iai Tetsu being held up by a knife that Kyu Wutachi and Samurai Drill realized and pulled out their katana. Iai Tetsu groaned in pain, and the katana at his back easily broke through his armor and pierced into his flesh. Kyu Wutachi and Samurai Drill froze in place, not daring to make the next move. Sonic looked at them coldly. If you just run into someone else's territory, you must be prepared to pay the price. Iai Tetsu endured the pain on his vest and explained in a deep voice, we are here to find someone. You should know where she is. Oh, that idiot woman. Sonic said indifferently, she doesn't know the rules like you, so I gave her a little punishment. Kyu Wutachi seemed to remember something and shouted, "I've read your information. You are the second to last hero in Class C, Flash Ninja Sonic, right?" "Yes, I'm the famous Flash Ninja." Sonic's mouth corners rose unconsciously, and he even deliberately emphasized the word ninja. Samurai Drill asked in confusion, "We are all heroes of the Hero Association. Why are you doing this?" "Huh?" Sonic sneered disdainfully. "What are we? Don't compare me with you guys, okay? Who said that heroes should love each other?" Samurai Drill was choked and couldn't answer. He stared at Sonic angrily and held the handle of the knife tightly. "You rude bastard." On the verge of life and death, Iai Tetsu was still calm. He took a deep breath and said, "Miss Fubuki came here with no ill intentions. She just wanted to recruit you. We also have no ill intentions. We just want to take her back. Can you put down your weapon? Let's have a good chat." Sonic really put the knife back. Iai Tetsu showed a surprised expression, and then he felt a pain in the back of his head, which made his eyes go black. In the unbelievable eyes of Kyu Wutachi and Samurai Drill, Sonic hit Iai Tetsu's head with the handle of the knife. Boom. Iai Tetsu fell straight to the ground. Sonic turned around and hooked his finger at the stunned two people. "You despicable bastard." Kyu Wutachi rushed over with rage. In his opinion, Sonic's victory over Iai Tetsu was entirely due to sneak attacks. In a head-on battle, the second to last guy in C-class could not be his opponent. "Your movements have too many flaws. I would be very disappointed if you are only at this level as a hero in the top 5 of A-class." Sonic put his two fingers together, made a seal with one hand, and whispered, "Shadow clone technique." 3 Sonic appeared in the same place, forming a corner to surround Kyu Wutachi. Kyu Wutachi panicked and looked around, trying to find the real Sonic. He didn't know that these 3 Sonic were all entities and there was no flaw at all. Sonic didn't move, letting the other 2 shadow clones go forward to fight Kyu Wutachi, and he faced the Samurai Drill. The one who left is the real one, and the 2 in front are fake. Kyu Wutachi turned around happily and wanted to chase Sonic, but the next second, the samurai sword in the shadow clone's hand pierced his shoulder directly. Damn. Kyu Wutachi turned back in horror. How could this be real? Seeing Kyu Wutachi injured, Samurai Drill subconsciously ignored Sonic in front of him and rushed over. His thoughts were similar to Kyu Wutachi's. Since that was the real body, the one in front of him must be fake. At the moment when the 2 passed by, Samurai Drill heard a sneer in his ear. "How stupid. Haven't you seen similar abilities after fighting monsters for so many years?" Samurai Drill was shocked. Sonic punched him in the abdomen, and in an instant, his internal organs felt as if they were torn apart. Samurai Drill curled up and slowly fell to the ground. Kyu Wutachi, who was surrounded and beaten by 2 shadow clones, gritted his teeth and persisted for a long time, but eventually fainted due to excessive blood loss. Now that all 3 are taken care of, Master should be able to calm down, right? Sonic and the 2 shadow clones carried Iai Tetsu and others and disappeared at the entrance of the basement. The next morning, the headquarters of the Hero Association was in chaos. The directors and consultants in the conference room kept arguing. 4 heroes are missing, including Hell's Blizzard, Iai Tetsu, Okametachi, and Samurai Drill, and 3 of them are in the top 5 of Class A. If this news gets out, the reputation of the Hero Association will be greatly reduced. What's more serious is that these people have very close relationships with S-Class heroes. The 4th hero in Class S, the apprentice of Atomic Samurai. The 2nd hero in Class S, the younger sister of Tornado. Let's not talk about Atomic Samurai for now. Tornado is the SIGN board of the Hero Association. When the whereabouts of the chief hero Blast are unknown, she is the strongest trump card of the Hero Association. Most of the dragon level monsters that have appeared in the news were dealt with by Tornado. The consequences of offending Tornado can be imagined. To put it more seriously, the Hero Association may lose half of its territory. What's going on with this House of Evolution? Didn't we send people over to wipe it out last time? How come there are accomplices? This accomplice seems to be the hero sent last time. What do you mean? The report says that the hero Yang, who has been stationed in City D for a long time, seems to have used the House of Evolution as a new base. Miss Fubuki seemed to have gone there to recruit him, but ended up disappearing. A hero kidnapped a hero? This is the biggest joke I've heard this year. Don't let the news get out for now. Hurry up and send someone over to negotiate and see what he's up to. All air level heroes have been wiped out. I'm afraid only sending S level heroes can succeed. S level heroes have their own missions, and some are even unwilling to leave their cities. It's hard to recruit them, unless it's a particularly critical incident. Bang! The door of the conference room was violently knocked open. A little girl in a green dress walked in with a cold face. No need to bother others. I'll go there myself. The House of Evolution. Dr. Kinnis was holding a pile of information, his face full of helplessness. Sir, there is nothing special about the bloodline factors of the three warriors, and they are not worth studying. Let's let them go. Those people have big appetites, almost catching up with the armored gorilla, and the food reserves are decreasing sharply. The more he talked, the more Dr. Kinnis felt that he was losing money. Chu Yang seemed not to hear what he said, looking down at the experimental data, lost in thought. The three warriors are obviously much stronger than ordinary people. Why don't their genetic data change significantly? On the contrary, Fubuki, who has superpowers, has genes that behave like a weirdo. The warriors gained their power through their own practice. Are Fubuki and Tornado superpowers more like mutations? Only through a similar mutation can the gene's performance be different from that of ordinary people, and it is also heritable. Monsterization can change the upper limit of the race's limiter in disguise. It indirectly proves that the upper limit of the limiter of a creature is set. Who is it? Is it the god? It shouldn't be. If it is that strong, it shouldn't be so afraid of Blast and Saitama. The god is more like a monster that broke the limiter. Because of some defects, it can't become unlimitedly strong like Saitama. It is also possible that it is an alien species. The appearance of monsters is like some kind of infection. If it develops in this style, the world of One Punch Man will become the world view of Kfalhu. Chu Yang sighed. His brain was tired, and there was too little information in his hands. All speculation seemed like nonsense. Sir, what I just said. Dr. Kinnis smiled awkwardly. Oh, let them go. There's no need to keep Fubuki. Her superpowers have been analyzed. Chu Yang stood up and prepared to release them with Dr. Kinnis. Can the materials provided by the Underground King be used to make a set of armor? Chu Yang suddenly asked while walking on the road. It can be, but the strength is not as high as expected. It is more than enough to deal with A-level heroes or ghost-level monsters, and it will be a bit difficult to deal with higher levels. Even if rare metals are added, it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand the attacks of S-level heroes and dragon-level monsters. To achieve the combat power you preset, I'm afraid you still need dragon-level monsters as materials. With the complete design drawings, Dr. Kinnis only spent one night to make an entry-level Iron Man armor. By the way, the artificial intelligence system I gave you must also be developed simultaneously. Those armors are not created for you alone. Chu Yang reminded Dr. Kinnis seriously that he wanted to build an iron army that was enough to guard all the research results in the laboratory. He didn't want to go out one day and have his whole house robbed when he came back. Secondly, it would be too slow for Sonic to collect experimental materials alone. With a strong force, everything would be more convenient. The three warriors and Fubuki were locked in separate small rooms. There was also a device to suppress telekinesis in Fubuki's room. Fubuki, who had been drained of a large tube of blood, did not have the energy to escape, even if she was locked in an ordinary room. Chu Yang opened the door and saw Fubuki holding a large bag of red dates, eating them happily. Seeing Chu Yang, Fubuki's face, which had finally had a trace of blood, suddenly turned pale. What do you want to do again? Fubuki's lips trembled like a frightened deer. After all, we didn't do anything strange to you, okay? Don't make a fuss, okay? I'm here to remind you that you can leave. Chu Yang didn't even walk into the room and say a word to Fubuki and walked straight to the next room. Fubuki watched him leave in a daze. Dr. Kinnis was more gentlemanly. Before leaving, he whispered to him, Miss Fubuki, if you don't leave now, the master may change his mind. Fubuki shuddered suddenly, stood up and walked out. After leaving the room, she said coldly, you not only rejected my recruitment, but also treated me like this. The next time we meet, you will be unlucky. Dr. Kinnus looked unhappy. If the adults heard what I said just now, you probably won't be able to leave. Fubuki's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, and hurriedly lowered her head to escape outside. The remaining 3 warriors were similar, and they didn't forget to talk nonsense before leaving. However, they didn't have as good luck as Fubuki. They were beaten by Chu Yang directly, and walked out of the door of the evolution house with bruises on their faces. As soon as the 3 walked out, they saw a figure beside Fubuki. The same hair color, the same clothes, and similar faces. The only difference was the figure. One was tall and plump, and the other looked like an elementary school student. The second S-level hero, Tornado of Hell. Iai Tetsu looked at the newcomer in shock. Except for the chief hero Blast who rarely appeared, she was the strongest hero on earth. Higher ranking than the teacher. Kyu Wulachi and Samurai Drill swallowed their saliva. Their mouths were very dry. Did you escape from the House of Evolution? Tornado slowly flew over the heads of the crowd. His eyes were cold and scary. No, we were released. Iai Tetsu stammered in response. What did the people inside do to you? Tornado glanced at Fubuki. The relationship between the two was not good, and Fubuki did not talk about anything that happened inside. I just got beaten up and had some blood drawn. Okay, don't say the rest. I'm not interested in listening to it. After Tornado finished speaking, she jumped up and flew over the entire building. She waved her fingers and her telekinesis quickly covered the building. The whole building shook violently. Even the ground was shaking. Iai Tetsu and others were shaken to the ground and couldn't stand at all. The next second, in their horrified eyes, the building of the House of Evolution rose from the ground, as if it was pulled out of the ground by someone. What a terrifying power. The 3 looked at Tornado in the sky with pale faces, and arose spontaneously. Such great power would only make people feel insignificant from the bottom of their hearts. Fubuki looked at this scene with a bad taste. The 2 sisters have the same ability, but Tornado crushes Fubuki everywhere. Deep in her heart, she has complicated feelings for Tornado. Tornado looked down with a cold face. If you don't want to be affected, leave quickly. You are level 1s. Iai Tetsu's face changed, and he immediately took his 2 brothers to run out of the forest, but Fubuki had already left before them. Tornado waved at the ground, and the building that had been floating in the sky suddenly fell down. Under the blessing of telekinesis, it fell to the ground like a meteorite. Fubuki and others stood in the distance and stared blankly at the scene of destruction. At the moment, when the building was less than 1 meter from the ground, it suddenly froze in place. A lazy voice sounded. Why do people always want to touch my building? Chu Yang was speechless. The last time Genis came, he wanted to flatten this building. It was so hard to protect it. This time, they pulled up the building. Are you sick? Why do you always pick on my building? The main body of the evolution house is right below the building. Without the building, what's the difference between a person without clothes? It's really his mother. Chu Yang spitted, looking at the tornado in the air. His expression became unfriendly. The same huge magic power covered the entire building, competing with Tornado's telekinesis for control of the building. Magic vs telekinesis. Chu Yang's magic power was affected by the wood release and mutated, and the growth was almost unlimited. With the increasing number of clones in various worlds, the magic power has now reached a very terrifying level under the sharing and blessing. He doesn't even need to use all his strength to easily keep the building in place. On the other hand, Tornado gradually felt a huge pressure. Little guy, it's a bit rude to tear down someone else's building when you first meet. Stop talking nonsense. Tornado roared and continued to increase the output of telekinesis. She hated being called little guy the most in her life. He is angry out of shame. Chu Yang laughed and began to increase his magic power. The confrontation between the two supernatural powers changed the color of the sky and the earth. A dark cloud gathered above everyone's head, thunder sounded, and the whole space was shaking violently. Don't be ridiculous, isn't this guy an A-level hero? Why does he look so strong? Fubuki lost control of her emotions. In her heart, Tornado was the strongest hero, but now she was at a disadvantage. Iai Tetsu and others were also watching this scene in horror. I heard that the man named Yang became an A-level hero because he eliminated a monster rated as a demon. but the teacher has seen that demon level monster on TV and said that its destructive power is definitely dragon level. Kyu Wutachi gradually recalled more information. He was the only one among the 4 people present who had learned about Chu Yang in detail. To be able to eliminate a dragon level alone, isn't that the combat power that only S level heroes have? Samurai Drill felt a stomachash. If he had known earlier, he would not have waded into this muddy water. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the building. If the 2 forces continued to pull, it would probably collapse directly. Chu Yang noticed this, so he forced the building back to the ground and used a huge amount of magic power to squeeze out Tornado's telekinesis. After the telekinesis dissipated, Tornado gasped and sweated profusely. She was a little dazed by the unprecedented fatigue. Among all the people present, no one was more shocked than her. You provoked me first. How could the arrogant Tornado admit defeat? Her figure rose again, and a storm rolled up around her. The powerful telekinesis almost turned into a substance visible to the naked eye. There were dense sounds of breaking through the air from the clouds. Under the traction of telekinesis, huge meteorites flew from outer space, each of which was wrapped in flames, and turned into a huge fireball, falling towards the location of the evolutionary space. The meteorite rain is really spectacular, Chu Yang exclaimed, admiring the wonders in front of him. It's over. Everything around will be destroyed. Fubuki gritted her teeth and trembled, with beads of sweat falling from her forehead. With such a large number of meteorites hitting, not to mention you, the House of Evolution, even the entire mountain range and forest will completely disappear from the map. No ordinary people should appear in such a remote place. Tetsu became more and more afraid as he spoke, and his voice became smaller and smaller. In this situation, even they could not take care of themselves. Then, the 4 people saw Chu Yang flying high in the sky at the same time, climbing to a height almost the same as Tornado. Tornado stared at Chu Yang and asked, "Are you also a superpower?" Chu Yang shook his head. "I have many professions, but this is really not one of them." Tornado felt that he was teasing her, and her expression became more and more ugly. "The scenery is spectacular, but that's it. I don't have time to build a second laboratory." Chu Yang raised his hands, and the falling meteorites froze at the same time. This time, he not only used magic, but also added the earth escape technique of super light and heavy rock. The meteorites floated quietly in the air, and could not continue to fall even 1 centimeter. For the first time in her life, Tornado felt the powerlessness of Fubuki. This man, who had never met before, restrained his ability in almost all aspects. "Don't think I will give up just like this." Tornado roared and burst out all his telekinesis, sweeping around like a tsunami. "You are also annoying." Chu Yang snorted coldly, and did not use magic to fight against this wave of telekinesis, but released all his domineering aura at once. The endless golden wave swallowed up the green telekinesis emitted by Tornado in an instant. The domineering aura that ordinary people cannot see. But in the eyes of Tornado and Fubuki, the domineering aura is real. The 2 sisters saw the golden ocean that covered the sky and the earth at the same time. The indescribable vastness and terrifying pressure made them feel suffocated out of thin air. When the body was submerged by the domineering aura, Tornado's spirit and soul suffered an unprecedented impact. She is currently the person who has persisted the longest under Chu Yang's domineering aura. It was not until 10 seconds later that Tornado completely lost consciousness and fell from a high altitude. Fubuki collapsed on the ground, staring at the sky absent-mindedly, muttering, "My sister actually lost." Chu Yang used the super light and heavy rock technique to hold Tornado down slowly, put her on the ground, and then habitually took out the needle and stabbed her hard. "Look at her malnourished appearance. It's better to draw less." Chu Yang shook his head helplessly while drawing blood, and smiled. "Alas, I'm still too kind." Dr. Kines, who was standing in the monitoring room, twitched his mouth. Fubuki, who was worried about her sister's safety, ran over with her head held high. Seeing Chu Yang drawing blood, her body trembled unconsciously. The same was true for the 3 people of Tetsu. They could only watch quietly as Chu Yang drew a full tube of blood, their scalps numb. After drawing blood, Chu Yang performed the floating technique on Tornado's body, and she slowly flew in front of Fubuki, and was held in Fubuki's arms. If you dare to come again next time, I will have to conduct more in-depth research. By then, don't blame me if you lose arms and legs." Chu Yang stared at them with a smile. The hair stood on end. The four of them turned around and ran without saying a word. Tears welled up in their eyes as they fled. It was too scary. TSK. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at the building that had become dilapidated under the impact of magic and telekinesis. He could only shake his head helplessly. It needed to be rebuilt, no matter how you looked at it. Why not build one imitating the Avengers base? Anyway, we will have to store a lot of Iron Man armor in the future. Security must also be upgraded, otherwise anyone can come in casually. We sent Tornado back this time. Will Blast come next time? Why do I feel like I'm going further and further down the road of being a villain? Tornado, the second ranked S-level hero, was carried back. He has been in a coma. The entire Hero Association headquarters, from the directors to the heads of various departments, almost everyone who has a high enough level has received the news. That was the trembling Tornado, the strongest person besides the chief hero Blast. In the end, he was defeated in an unsuspected way. The Hero Association fell into unprecedented chaos. There was no need to even convene a special meeting, as a large group of people were guarding the door of the conference room. How come even Tornado got into trouble? If this gets out, the reputation of the Hero Association will plummet to the bottom. What exactly is the origin of the House of Evolution? You're asking the wrong question. The hero who knocked Tornado unconscious is the key, right? Hurry up and find his information. The secretaries hurriedly ran around in the corridor, and it took a while for them to put Chu Yang's registration information on the conference table. The rating column was written as A-level. The conference room suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at each other. He has only been a hero for a few months. It's not a selection. He became a hero through recommendation. Who is his recommender? The directors whispered to each other, showing puzzled expressions. They didn't remember that their people had recommended this hero. A person in the corner raised his hand tremblingly. I'm his recommender and also his liaison specialist. Foster was about to cry. He hoped that Chu Yang would one day become a top-ranked hero, so that his status and treatment at the headquarters would also improve. But he never thought that Chu Yang made his name in this way. Since you are his commissioner, you should know. Tell us who this hero who defeated Tornado is. The directors focused their attention on Foster. Foster's heart was about to jump out of his throat. He could only bite the bullet and walk out of the crowd, and began to vividly describe the process of Chu Yang joining the Hero Association. After a preliminary understanding, one of the directors asked, Foster, in your opinion, is the hero Yang hostile to us? Foster shook his head and said, I have never seen him take the initiative to cause trouble to anyone. Under normal circumstances, as long as you don't mess with him, he won't mess with you. Yang is a very disciplined person. The directors fell into deep thought. In fact, it was Fubuki who entered someone else's territory without saying hello at the beginning, and then Tornado came to the door and made a big fuss. They had no legitimate reason from beginning to end. On the contrary, Chu Yang felt more like self-defense. It is also possible that it was a little too much. Ahem, let's do this. Foster, you will represent the Hero Association to negotiate with Yang and express our apologies. That's right. That's the way it should be. Not only should we apologize, but we should also raise his ranking. How can a hero who can defeat Tornado be only A-level? This is too disrespectful. Everyone, please be patient. It's better to talk to him in person about this matter. If he is not satisfied with the new ranking, it will be a trouble. Foster looked at the directors who had changed their attitude 180 degrees, and he couldn't help but get excited. From the attitude of the directors, Foster could feel that they seemed to be planning to make Chu Yang a new face. A hero who is more powerful than Tornado, and can even keep pace with Blast. If successful, the influence of the Hero Association will rise to another level. Then there will be a lot of investment and advertising. A little hype can make a lot of money. As the saying goes, if one person succeeds, everyone will rise to heaven. If Chu Yang really becomes a hero ranked in the top of S level, then he, Foster, can at least become a supervisor. Just imagining the days ahead, Foster couldn't stop laughing. Foster left the meeting room and prepared to find Chu Yang. The moment he closed the door, he heard the laughter in the room and suddenly felt very strange. No one in the meeting room cared about Tornado's injury. Everyone was just happy that a new cash cow had appeared. A chill surged in Foster's heart. Learning from previous experience, Foster called Chu Yang before going to the evolution house. When he arrived, someone was already waiting for him at the door. It's a bit inappropriate to say that he was a person. A gorilla in armor. Weird. Foster's eyes were dull and his mouth was open. Come with me, the master is waiting for you downstairs. The armored gorilla scratched his head. He had guessed the other party's reaction long ago. Following Chu Yang, he would experience more such embarrassing moments in the future. Foster followed the armored gorilla into the underground laboratory. Chu Yang was sitting in a room full of strange instruments waiting for him. Foster coughed dryly and walked up to Chu Yang to greet him. Not long after, the armored gorilla came over with coffee. This scene is very similar to the first time we met. Chu Yang took the coffee from it, turned around and handed it to Foster, teasing, "Are you here to give me a contract again?" Chu Yang was as kind as ever, which made Foster feel relieved. He laughed. "That's about right." Then he stated his purpose and repeated the content of today's meeting. "You know, I never care about the ranking, and I don't even care about the hero profession. I don't care whether the ranking rises or falls, as long as you are happy." Chu Yang became a hero and lived in D-City just to be able to contact Saitama. Now that he has obtained Saitama's blood sample, the hero profession is becoming less and less important to him. You can make any request, and the headquarters will try their best to meet it. Foster smiled and rubbed his hands. He was most afraid of Chu Yang's indifferent attitude. You know, when they first met, Chu Yang decisively rejected the professional contract of the Hero Association because he was dissatisfied with the conditions. Conditions? Chu Yang pondered for a while, then laughed playfully. "My conditions may be very harsh. Are you sure you want to listen?" Foster's heart stomped, but he still forced a smile and said, "Just ask." Chu Yang said, "First of all, I want absolute autonomy in executing the mission. It means that I can do it if I'm happy, and not do it if I'm not happy." Foster breathed a sigh of relief and did not think that this request was excessive. There were many signs that other S-class heroes would not listen. Foster nodded and said, "No problem." Secondly, Chu Yang's expression became serious. "I need a large number of monster corpses for a search, especially the corpses of ghost level or dragon level monsters." Foster was stunned for a moment and explained in a panic, "Monster corpses, especially dragon level monster corpses, are important assets of the Hero Association. I have never seen them used for transactions." Chu Yang stared at him without saying anything. "Please wait." Foster got up, took out his mobile phone, and walked to the corner. After dialing the number, he said something anxiously. After a moment, he came back with a face full of regret and shook his head at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's calm face showed no emotion. "In that case, I reject this contract." Chapter 115 Internal Strife Among the Tools. A New World. Please read more. Foster didn't say it clearly, but Chu Yang guessed what the top leaders of the Hero Association were thinking. If they wanted to use him as a tool to make money, how could they not pay the corresponding price? Chu Yang could do something like getting something for free, but if others wanted to get something for free from him, that was not allowed. There were only two choices before the group of directors. Either they agreed to Chu Yang's conditions and everyone worked together happily, or they concealed the fact that Tornado had been defeated and pretended that nothing had happened. They chose the latter, which was difficult. It took a lot of energy to control the news in the headquarters and prevent it from leaking out. This group of people is so greedy. No wonder the Hero Association is going downhill next. After sending Foster away, Chu Yang refocused his attention on research. Seeking the truth about the limiter was more important than anything else. Foster, who was sent out by the armored gorilla, had a droopy face, as if his father had died. How happy he was before coming here, how uncomfortable he was now. The dream of getting promoted and getting rich was shattered in an instant, leaving only the debris of reality. Looking at the other party's back as he left, the armored gorilla also felt a little emotional. Chu Yang's rejection of the new contract from the Hero Association means that it will be difficult for the relationship between the two sides to return to the previous one. It may not be obvious in the short term. As time goes on, all kinds of dirty things will happen one after another. Back at the House of Evolution, the armored gorilla saw Chu Yang and Dr. Kinnis tinkering with a brand new battle armor in the hall. To be precise, it should be half a battle armor, only the lower body. Who would wear a half-piece battle armor? The armored gorilla had a question mark on his face. Gorilla, you're here just in time. Go to the medical room and bring Mosquito Girl out. She should be almost healed. The armored gorilla suddenly realized. Mosquito Girl, who was hit by Saitama's punch, did not die, but her lower body was blown up. When the armored gorilla brought her back from City Z, she was already dying, and she had been rescuing her in the medical room during this period. The dying Mosquito Girl was Chu Yang's second experimental material after Sonic successfully transplanted the bloodline factor. At the same time, she was also Chu Yang's second tool person who had high hopes. Since the negotiations with the Hero Association have failed, we will have to collect the bodies of monsters by ourselves in the future, and it is urgent to increase manpower. The Iron Man Corps will be useless before there are stronger materials. At most, they can guard the house and improve the security level. Mosquito Girl's characteristic is blood-sucking. Before the official transplant of the bloodline factor, Chu Yang fed her with his own blood. With just a few drops, Mosquito Girl has undergone earth-shaking changes, and all her injuries are almost healed. Even the overall body has undergone earth-shaking changes. She is becoming more and more like a human. Her figure is smaller than before, closer to the size of a human woman. Her appearance is much softer. She has changed from a queen to the image of a girl next door. But her legs failed to grow. So Chu Yang decided to transform her into a cyborg-like genus. With stronger vitality, the genetic surgery of the bloodline factor can have a higher tolerance rate. The armored gorilla pushed Mosquito Girl to the hall in a wheelchair, and her expression looked very nervous. Since accepting Chu Yang's blood, Mosquito Girl knows how terrible the man in front of her is. That vast vitality is definitely not something a human can possess. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a god. First, carry out the transformation surgery. After you adapt, we will carry out the next round of transplant surgery. Chu Yang's voice was not loud, but when it fell into the ears of the Mosquito Girl, every word seemed to fall on the tip of her heart, shaking her whole body. Follow the orders of the adults. In front of Chu Yang, the Mosquito Girl felt very suffocated, similar to the feeling of blood suppression. She lowered her head throughout the whole process, and did not dare to look at Chu Yang at all. Then Dr. Kinnis took her to complete the transformation surgery. Screams suddenly broke out in the operating room. It felt more like being dismembered. Chu Yang turned around and asked the armored gorilla, "Does Kinnis have a medical license?" The armored gorilla shook his head regretfully. This means that the Mosquito Girl will have to endure very horrific torture. Fortunately, the monster has a strong vitality and is not as fragile as humans. It doesn't matter if the operation process is a little violent. The most important thing is the effect. Half a day passed. The screams gradually weakened. I don't know if the transformation was successful or the Mosquito Girl fell into a coma completely. You can't even make it through the first level, right? Chu Yang was afraid that his investment would go down the drain. Fortunately, after just a short wait, Dr. Genus appeared in front of him with a brand new Mosquito Girl. The half-body armor made of the tough skin of the Underground King and high-strength alloy fits perfectly on the lower body of the Mosquito Girl, and the extended exoskeleton protects the vital parts of the whole body. Chu Yang and his team had already tested the armor's defense, and it was impossible to break the defense below the dragon level. In terms of offense, the improved armor is more inclined to laser weapons, and its power is almost the same as that of Genesis' incineration cannon. After all, it is only a half-body armor and cannot carry too many weapons. Chu Yang's original intention was just to raise the mobility of the Mosquito Girl to a high level so that she would not be too easy to be killed by someone at close range. Mechanized transformation is just foreplay, and the real focus is the subsequent bloodline factor transplantation. Send her to the laboratory. Chu Yang walked in front of the Mosquito Girl and patted her shoulder gently. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. This short sentence made the mosquito girl fall into great fear. She wanted to refuse, but Chu Yang's indifferent eyes made it impossible for her to say these two words. If she dared to say it, she would die. Don't worry, sir. I will try my best. The mosquito girl gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Chu Yang nodded, walked into the laboratory first, and put the 2 test tubes that had been prepared long ago into the grooves of the instrument. Seeing this, Dr. Kinness's face changed, and he walked to Chu Yang and whispered, "Sir, the experiment has just started. It's too risky to transplant 2 bloodline factors at the same time now, right? Mr. Sonic only transplanted 1. Chu Yang said as a matter of course. It is because the experiment has just started that we need more data as support. Dr. Kinness looked at the mosquito girl with pity and then stopped talking. It was not easy to save a life, but it seems that it has to be returned again. The mosquito girl, who had no idea, walked into the instrument nervously. When the hatch closed, a very strong palpitation surged into her heart. She lay there in fear, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Outside, hearing Chu Yang and Dr. Kinness talking, the armored gorilla showed an expression of reluctance, but in his heart there was more of a sadness of the lips and teeth being cold. He was also a weirdo, and sooner or later he would follow the footsteps of the mosquito girl. She can't die. Chu Yang, who was operating the instrument, suddenly spoke. Dr. Kinness and the armored gorilla were stunned, and when they looked at Chu Yang again, their expressions softened a lot. It was completely different from when Sonic transplanted the bloodline factor. This time the instrument seemed very quiet. There was no high temperature and no strong buzzing sound. After breaking the rules for the first time, the whole transplant process became much smoother. The only drawback was that the waiting time was extremely long. The transplant lasted a whole night, until noon the next day, when the sun was the strongest. The hatch opened. A human woman walked out of the instrument. There was no trace of a weirdo. The mosquito-like eyes and mouthparts on the top of the mosquito girl's head completely disappeared. Looking at her upper body alone, she looked like a normal human. The mosquito girl opened her eyes. Her pupils turned dark green, and the wings on her back became almost transparent. There is a feeling of vitality. Chu Yang smiled and said, "How is the status?" Mosquito girl slowly felt the changes in herself, took a deep breath, and answered in a surprised tone, "It's better than ever before." Chu Yang looked at her with relief. The 2 test tubes just now contained Tornado's bloodline factor and the bloodline factor of the Thousand Hands clan respectively. Chu Yang hoped that Mosquito Girl could master telekinesis by using Tornado's bloodline factor. Even if she can't reach Tornado's level, she can still exert good combat power with the help of the battle armor. As for the Thousand Hands clan, Chu Yang took into account that Mosquito Girl had sucked his blood and obtained the pure vitality in it. If there is a reaction between the two, it can increase the success rate of the transplant, and at the very least, it can save her life. This is why Chu Yang said that she will not die. Try to see if you can use telekinesis. Chu Yang's tone became serious. Although Mosquito Girl walked out of the hatch, it was still a question whether the transplant was successful. After receiving the order, Mosquito Girl began to concentrate and tried to control the information and tools on the table next to her. Dr. Kinness and the armored gorilla looked at her nervously. About 20 seconds later, the paper floated slowly into the air without wind. Under the control of the Mosquito Girl, the information flew up one by one and circled around the people in the laboratory. Chu Yang showed a happy face. "Well done. Next, try to condense your mental energy and physical energy." Chu Yang turned over the tutorial that he had taught Sonic once. The Mosquito Girl had a hard time understanding it. Compared with Sonic's talent, she was like an ordinary person. She couldn't grasp the essence after learning for a long time. Chu Yang could only patiently give her time. The Mosquito Girl tried to condense chakra according to Chu Yang's method every moment. 3 more days passed. There was no improvement. Only inherited telekinesis. It's a good result. After all, I'm too greedy. At present, it seems that the success rate of transplanting only one bloodline factor is the highest. Chu Yang silently recorded all the experimental data and discussed possible problems with Dr. Kinness. The Mosquito Girl felt Chu Yang's disappointment and felt a little uncomfortable. This man who gave her a new life was like a god to her. So, although I didn't feel the existence of chakra, I felt another kind of power. The mosquito girl said cautiously. Oh, show me. Chu Yang immediately became energetic, with some expectation in his eyes. It may be a bit rude, I hope you don't mind. After the mosquito girl finished speaking, her crystal red lips made a sucking motion. Then, dots of green light flew out of Chu Yang's body and fell into her mouth. After swallowing the green light, the mosquito girl licked her lips, revealing a satisfied look. Chu Yang felt the loss of vitality, although it was only a little bit, but he still captured it. The original blood-sucking ability evolved into absorbing vitality. The bloodline factor of the Thousand Hands clan did not fail to be transplanted, but merged with her own ability and produced a mutation. Interesting. It's really interesting. Chu Yang was very excited. The mosquito girl's mutation provided very precious data, proving another possibility of bloodline factor technology. You helped me complete the experiment excellently. As a reward, I can give you a chance to name yourself. As a product of Dr. Kinness's experiment, the mosquito girl only has a code name, not a name. She never thought that one day she would have her own name. Sir, can you help me choose a name? Mosquito girl looked at Chu Yang with hope. Ma. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, I like this name. Maya walked around the room excitedly, and even her steps were much lighter. Later in the evening, Sonic came back and brought back the corpse of a ghost-level monster. Chu Yang asked him to compete with Maya to test the limit of Maya's ability. When Sonic heard that the other party was also a transplanted experimental subject, he immediately became interested. Because when the last tornado hit, Sonic happened to be out, and he was unable to fight the powerful superpowers, which became his regret. So this time he was particularly excited. Maya was also eager to try, and wanted to have a good performance in front of Chu Yang. The place for the two to fight was chosen in the room where Saitama and Ajura Rhinoceros Beetle fought. The battle began. Sonic took the initiative and approached Maya at a very fast speed, ready to end the battle with the close combat he was good at. According to his experience, Maya should not be good at dealing with close combat. This was indeed the case. Maya wanted to use telekinesis to forcibly control Sonic's body, but her vision could not capture him at all. If you want to activate your ability, you must have a target. Chu Yang had expected similar situations, so he transformed her into a cyborg. The armor on Maya's lower body was activated. At the same time as Sonic launched the attack, the armor burst out a strong airflow, pushing Maya to a safe distance. The attack failed. Sonic looked at Maya in surprise. The explosive power she just showed was far superior to Genis. The speed is okay, but compared to me, it's still far behind. Sonic performed the shadow clone technique, and several clones turned into black shadows and rushed towards Maya at the same time. With the high mobility of the armor, Maya quickly flew high into the sky, not giving Sonic the opportunity to besiege her. Then, she turned on all the laser weapons and aimed them at the ground, intending to cover her with firepower. Sonic also guessed her idea. Several shadow clones stood together, forming seals at the same time, and flames flickered in their mouths. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. Sonic spits out a fire snake, forming several dragon head flames in the air. The shadow clones also use the same ninjutsu, and a large number of dragon head flames fly towards Maya. At this time, a large number of laser beams also fell quickly like a downpour. The flames and lasers collided with each other, causing a violent explosion, and the entire underground laboratory was shaky. The smoke was filled. The two fought in the dark. Because the weapon entered the cooling period, Maya fell into a slump and was bombarded by Sonic's fire ninjutsu. But fortunately, she seized the opportunity to absorb Sonic's vitality, which slowed down the opponent's offensive. Chu Yang watched their weaknesses from the side. Sonic is only good at dealing with enemies on the ground. Once his speed cannot be exerted, the battle becomes very passive. Ninjutsu helped him alleviate this embarrassing situation, but it was not enough. The Sharingan needs to grow further. Maya's telekinesis still has a lot of room for growth, and it cannot pose too much threat to the enemy at this stage. But the potential she showed exceeded Chu Yang's expectations. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, Dr. Jenner suddenly appeared and handed Chu Yang a laptop computer, which was playing the news. A large number of monsters suddenly appeared on the coast of J City, and the A-level hero Stinger was in a tough battle. Chu Yang stood up and clapped his hands vigorously. Put aside the sparring for now, it's time to work. Deep Seeking is a very interesting monster. Because it took the initiative to leave the sea and go to the land, it entered a weak and dry state after long-term dehydration. In this state, Deep Seeking defeated the S-level hero Sexy Prisoner. After that, it reigned in J City, and Deep Seeking returned to normal. It repelled Sonic and almost killed Genis. With such combat power, although it is rated as a ghost level, it should have stepped into the realm of dragon level. At least it is much stronger than the Underground King. With the toughness of the Deep Seeking's body, it can be used to make armor, and the defense will be greatly improved. It is also a very good experimental subject. I'll go with you. Just as Sonic and Maya were about to leave, Chu Yang suddenly put down the research materials in his hand. Teacher, it's just a ghost level. There's no need to bother you to do anything. Sonic was a little panicked. He was afraid that Chu Yang would think he couldn't do it well, so he planned to do it himself. Maya was also nervous and didn't dare to look at Chu Yang. There's someone I'm very interested in. I just want to observe him. Chu Yang reminded them not to be nervous and smiled as he walked towards the gate. Sonic and Maya's eyes flashed with curiosity and they followed Chu Yang obediently. On the ground, the dilapidated building had been demolished and rebuilt, and the armored gorilla was working with a group of mechanical transformations. Kinus estimated that it would take about a week to build it from scratch. The area of the new base is about 20 times that of the original one. Rather than a building, it is more like a heavily defended military fortress. It's probably too late to drive there, so let's fly there directly. As for Sonic, let Maya take you there. Both of them didn't move. There is a great sense of competition between Sonic and Maya. They turned their heads away with disdain, not even wanting to look at each other. Chu Yang didn't bother to pay attention to them. He flew up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Maya was anxious and flew up with him. Sonic was even more anxious and quickly grabbed Maya's feet. The three of them flew rapidly towards J City. On the other side, more and more deep sea monsters appeared in J City. Stinger, who was alone, couldn't take care of others at all. If you want to save people, you have to deal with the monsters in front of you first. Fortunately, these monsters are not strong on average. As an A-level hero, Stinger, after bursting out with all his strength, instantly solved a large number of monsters. Although he himself was seriously injured, and his face was so swollen that even his mother couldn't recognize him. However, fortunately, ordinary people nearby were saved. Stinger was very happy. Just when he was full of pride and thought he could hit the 10th place in A-level again, a flash of lightning broke through the sky. A huge figure appeared behind him. It was a monster with a strong body, blue skin all over his body, and a crown on his head. There were fins on his cheeks and sharp teeth in his mouth. It had a hideous smile on its face. Then he punched Stinger from behind and sent him flying. Stinger's smile froze, and he fainted in the corner. The Hero Association, which monitored this scene, immediately raised the level of the disaster. Emergency broadcasts rang out throughout the city. A large number of people began to evacuate the city. Areas close to the coastline could not be evacuated in time and could only find shelters nearby to avoid monsters. Professional heroes could still be seen in the evacuating team. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure going upstream, heading towards the area where the monsters appeared. It was a man riding a bicycle. Hey, unlicensed knight, don't go any further. Didn't you hear the disaster level increase? Now is not a situation where we C-level heroes can intervene. Hurry up and evacuate with us, and leave the rest to heroes of higher levels. Several C-level heroes were sitting in a pickup truck. After seeing the unlicensed knight, they tried to persuade him to leave with the team. The unlicensed knight simply exchanged a few words with them, and after learning the specific location of the monster, he hurried away. This idiot, does he really think he is a hero? Forget it, let him die, if he wants to. They complained while watching the unlicensed knight leave with complicated expressions. It was raining heavily. Saitama and Genis, who rushed over from City D, heard the announcement of the increase in the disaster level. At the same time, deep seeking, was pacing in the city. 2 more heroes were lying at his feet. A-class hero Flash Maximum, ranked 20th. S-class hero Sexy Prisoner, ranked 17th, which is the last among S-class heroes. Deep Seeking defeated the S-class hero, which means that the severity of the disaster is still rising. Suddenly, Deep Seeking saw the shelter. It showed a cruel smile, jumped up from the ground, landed directly on the top of the shelter, and broke through the ceiling. Amid the screams of people in fear, it jumped in. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The unlicensed knight pedaled desperately on his bicycle, speeding towards the shelter. Hey, riding too fast in this weather can easily cause traffic accidents. A strange voice suddenly came from behind, startling the unlicensed rider. In a panic, the bicycle slipped, and the unlicensed rider could not control his body and fell out. Just as he was about to hit the building next to him, the unlicensed rider's body suddenly stopped in the air, as if caught by a pair of invisible big hands. Oh, sorry, I hope I didn't scare you. A beautiful girl appeared in front of him. The unlicensed rider took a look and his cheeks began to turn red. The girl drew a circle with her fingers. The unlicensed rider slowly fell from the air, and then felt the invisible force on his body disappear. Looking at his outfit, he should be a hero. Why is he almost like an ordinary person? The boy standing next to the girl spoke in a tone that made others feel uncomfortable. Maya and Sonic. They didn't catch up with Chu Yang, so they had to enter the city to look for the weirdo first, and happened to meet the unlicensed rider. The unlicensed knight recognized Sonic. You are the second to last hero in Class C, and your title seems to be Shining Ninja. Sonic raised his lips and nodded. Yes, that's me. Maya curled her lips, knowing that Sonic just liked others to call him ninja, and the more proud he was, the more uncomfortable she was. Do you know where the shelter in this city is? Maya interrupted Sonic without hesitation. Sonic looked unhappy. I was planning to go there. The unlicensed knight nodded. Tell us the location. You go back first. It's very dangerous here. Sonic said as a matter of course. The unlicensed knight was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Don't look at me like this. After all, I'm also the first in Class C. I won't cause you any trouble. Sonic then realized that he was the second to last, so he kept a gloomy face and didn't say anything. Then let's go together. The unlicensed knight took the lead, and the 3 of them walked towards the shelter. On the other side, the Deep Seeking dealt with several more heroes hiding in the shelter. It slowly walked towards the crowd. Critical moment. A blazing light descended from the sky. Long before Sonic and Maya arrived in J-City, Chu Yang had already entered the shelter with the crowd. He stood quietly aside, watching several heroes being knocked down by the Deep Seeking, and watching Genis descend from the sky and fight with the Deep Seeking. Just like a competent audience, the person that Chu Yang was interested in was neither Genis nor the Deep Seeking, but the unlicensed knight. He came here just to observe this person. The unlicensed knight is a very special character. His courage, his sense of justice, and his determination to protect the weak. If it were another world, a character like the unlicensed knight would definitely be a well-deserved protagonist. Chu Yang felt that he might have a little bit of the protagonist's luck. If anyone in this world could become the second ordinary person to break through the limiter after Saitama, Chu Yang believed that the unlicensed knight had a high chance. So, Chu Yang had a bold idea. He wanted to try to transplant Saitama's bloodline factor into the unlicensed knight to see what would happen. The extracted bloodline factor can be backed up, so it is not a waste. Even if something goes wrong, you can go to Saitama to get some. Compared with the possible losses, the data shown in the experiment is more important. Maybe it will be the key to finding a breakthrough limiter. But before transplanting Saitama's bloodline factor, a little preparation is needed to let the unlicensed knight experience more growth. Just when Chu Yang was thinking about these things, Genis had his arm torn off by the Deep Seeking. Realizing that he might lose, Genis loudly warned the civilians to retreat, and then used his body to block everyone. Come on, big brother. The little girl's encouragement suddenly changed the situation. The Deep Seeking suddenly flashed in front of the little girl. A dramatic situation happened. The little girl who was dragged by her parents happened to stand next to Chu Yang, causing Chu Yang to be stuck between the Deep Seeking and the little girl. The deep seeking was about to spit acid at the two. Before Genis arrived, Chu Yang subconsciously reached out and pinched its mouth. The deep seeking was stunned. Genis was also stunned. The fleeing crowd also stopped. The acid stuck in the mouth made the deep seeking more uncomfortable than a mouthful of phlegm stuck in the throat. The mouth hurt so much that it seemed like it would be crushed in the next second. It grabbed Chu Yang's arm with both hands and tried to pry it apart. Its face turned red, but the other party did not move at all. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. The scene became weird. The deep seeking gave up the idea of prying his arm apart and punched Chu Yang in the face instead. A dazzling sword light shone. The civilians closed their eyes subconsciously, and when they opened their eyes again, one of the deep seeking's arms had flown to their feet. At this time, Chu Yang also let go of its mouth and wiped his hands with disgust. To be honest, it was quite disgusting. The deep seeking stared at Chu Yang with fear in his eyes. Just now, let alone reacting to the sword, it didn't even see where the sword was. As expected of Sonic's master, he is really strong. That monster has no power to resist at all. He can't be just an A-level hero. Genis, who was sitting in the corner, had sparks flying from his broken body from time to time. Several circuits were in a short-circuited state, and he couldn't move. How dare you sneak attack me? Having his arm cut off in public, Deep Seeking fell into a rage, and even the fear in his heart was drowned by anger. Deep Seeking, who wanted to vent his emotions, attacked Chu Yang again. Everyone held their breath and watched their battle nervously. With only one arm left, Deep Seeking's attack speed increased instead of decreasing, and his fist left a shadow in the air. Monsters have a common flaw. They are easily dominated by emotions in battle and lose their reason. Once they give up thinking, they are not far from death. Chu Yang exuded a terrifying aura. Although it was only a flash, it was still captured by Genis and Deep Seeking. Then, another sword light suddenly appeared. The shadow of the Deep Seeking's fist paused for a moment, and the other arm also flew high. Losing another arm finally cooled its emotions. The Deep Seeking took a few steps back in fear. The human in front of him seemed not an opponent it could defeat. Be careful, it wants to run. Don't let it escape. Genis analyzed the Deep Seeking's thoughts, but as soon as he finished speaking, the Deep Seeking turned around and jumped down from the broken wall. The crowd burst into fierce cheers. Chu Yang didn't want to chase and stood quietly in place because he saw Sonic outside, and the unlicensed knight had already collided with the Deep Seeking. Sonic and Maya also noticed Chu Yang in the shelter. Chu Yang signaled them not to intervene and to watch the battle between the unlicensed knight and the Deep Seeking from the side. Both of them looked confused. The unlicensed knight looked like an ordinary person. What could he use to fight the Deep Seeking? But this was Chu Yang's order, so they had to do it. The crowd that escaped from danger moved towards the gap, wanting to watch the battle, and Chu Yang used Earth Escape to seal all the gaps. The human heart is a very complicated thing, and no one knows what kind of malice it will give birth to. Will they be grateful to the fallen heroes? Not necessarily, but they will definitely blame the heroes who cannot protect them. The battle of the unlicensed knight will not be overshadowed even without the audience. He is just doing what he thinks is right. Chu Yang sat on the top of the shelter, silently observing the tenacity and toughness of the unlicensed knight. On the other hand, the Deep Seeking was almost driven crazy. Sonic was looking at it. Maya was looking at it. Chu Yang was looking at it. The three people's sides formed a huge pressure, all falling on it. As a result, the unlicensed knight suffered a lot. In a few breaths, he was beaten like a rag doll. You take the citizens to evacuate first, and I will find a way to hold it back. The seriously injured unlicensed knight spit out blood, foam when he spoke, but he did not think of asking Sonic and Maya for help, but let the two leave first. You are about to die, and you are still thinking about others. Brother, it's a waste for you not to be the protagonist. Chu Yang sighed. The time is almost up. If we continue to fight, we might die. Chu Yang quietly appeared beside the unlicensed knight, put his hand on his shoulder, and pure vitality continued to flow into his body. Deep Seeking was still trying to kill him, but when he saw Chu Yang suddenly appear, his face suddenly changed, and he retreated 10 meters away. You guys take care of the rest, and try to keep them alive. Chu Yang carried the unlicensed knight away from the battlefield and just happened to meet Saitama, who was walking towards him. Saitama paused, his face stiffened, and his mind suddenly recalled the torture in the illusion space. "You guys are busy. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first." Saitama was not unable to beat Chu Yang, but he was unwilling to fight such an enemy. Fighting with Chu Yang, Saitama felt that he was at a disadvantage unilaterally. Genis is in that shelter, and the situation is not good. You'd better take him away, Chu Yang reminded. Saitama stopped leaving and turned around to trot towards the shelter. At this time, Deep Seeking was being besieged by Sonic and Maya. One of these two people was so fast that he couldn't be touched, and the other was always flying in the sky. It could only take the beating unilaterally. If Chu Yang hadn't asked to capture it alive, the Deep Seeking would have become a corpse long ago. Saitama looked at it with some sympathy. He trotted into the shelter, looking for Genis, who had turned into scrap metal. The unlicensed knight, who had been replenished with vitality, was gradually getting better. Seeing this, Chu Yang put him down. "Thank you. I thought you were all C-class heroes." The unlicensed knight laughed at himself. "Do you think you are weak?" Chu Yang asked calmly. "It should be okay to describe someone like me as weak, right? A real weakling wouldn't use his body to block a monster. I lost. I couldn't stop the monster's actions at all. No one always wins, and no one always loses. Maybe." The unlicensed knight took a deep breath and a smile reappeared on his face. He was originally a very tough person. "Thank you. It's nice to talk to you. What's your name?" "Yang." "Ah. I know you. The #1 hero in class A. You're so awesome that you pushed Sweetheart Mask down. He came to see me once and only admitted my ranking after I beat him up." The unlicensed knight looked at Chu Yang in surprise. He had never heard of such secrets. Chu Yang smiled. He rarely mentioned it to others. He only said a few more words because the other party was the unlicensed knight. "Do you want to become stronger?" Chu Yang suddenly asked. The unlicensed knight was stunned for a moment, nodded, and chuckled. "No one should refuse to become stronger, right? I can help you become stronger. Do you want to try?" Chu Yang asked. The unlicensed knight subconsciously thought that Chu Yang was a liar with ulterior motives. "Both of them are my works." Chu Yang pointed at Sonic and Maya and counted. These two people ravaged the Deep Seeking to pieces. They neither killed him nor let him go. The main theme was torture. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha he. The two people's perverted laughter echoed in the ears of the unlicensed knight. He was silent for a long time and said solemnly, "If the price of becoming stronger is like this, then forget it. Chu Yang. This is their original character. Don't take it to heart. I promise there will be no side effects." Chu Yang laughed dryly and explained quickly. "It's better to rely on your own efforts to become stronger." The unlicensed knight refused again. Chu Yang sighed and nodded. "If you change your mind one day, you can come to the evolution house to find me." Chu Yang didn't want to force him, because there might be unknown problems in the process of breaking through the limiter. However, Chu Yang believed that the unlicensed knight would come to him sooner or later. When one day, he can't save anything, because of his incompetence, he will definitely come to him. The unlicensed knight left. He is no longer needed here. On the other side, the Deep Seeking also reached his limit. Both mentally and physically, he was ravaged beyond recognition. Seeing this, Sonic immediately used his Sharingan to pull it into the illusion space for the final torture. A moment later, Deep Seeking wailed and fainted with tears streaming down his face. Chu Yang gave them a thumbs up. "Not bad. You have learned all from me." Maya used her telekinesis to lift up Deep Seeking's body, and the three of them prepared to leave J City. The surveillance camera not far away transmitted the battle just now to the Hero Association headquarters in real time. At this time, a group of people were sitting in front of the screen, watching this scene in silence. From now on, they may not leave a single monster corpse for the association. He can refuse to become an S-class hero because of this matter. We should have realized it long ago. Is there no news from Blast? We have to find someone to treat him. If this goes on, is there any need for the Hero Association to exist? After returning to the House of Evolution, Chu Yang first extracted the bloodline factor of Deep Seeking, and then couldn't wait to perform a transplant operation on it with Kinus. Ma received 2 bloodline factors last time, and Chu Yang decided to continue to increase the number of transplants. He wanted to see what the upper limit was. What is the probability of bloodline factors mutating? What are the causes of mutation? After the deep seeking was pushed into the instrument, Chu Yang inserted 5 test tubes into the groove at once, representing 5 bloodline factors being transplanted into its body. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the results. As a result, the instrument exploded. It exploded without any warning. The power of the explosion even destroyed most of the laboratory. Kinus was almost crushed to death on the spot. Fortunately, Ma was quick-witted and added a telekinetic barrier to him. Even so, Kinus was seriously injured and needed a long time to recover. Chu Yang's expression was not good. The previous transplant was too smooth, which made him feel that success was a matter of course. Reality gave him a big slap in the face. It doesn't matter. Boris will come in a while, and there will be plenty of new materials. After comforting himself, Chu Yang began to organize people to repair the bombed laboratory. At this time, in a trance, a fog came. When Chu Yang reacted, he had already appeared in the Soul Palace. Many familiar figures appeared one after another. Who cleared the level? Yikun, Chu Yang asked loudly. Everyone looked at each other. No one answered. A stranger suddenly walked out of the corner. Magic! Chu Yang's eyes lit up. A newcomer is here. The others surrounded him. The newcomer Chu Yang was obviously not used to it, squatting on the ground and trembling. As everyone synchronized their recent memories, they knew that the newcomer came from the world of Feng'an. Half a foot stepped into the fantasy world of high martial arts. After Feng'an, Chu Yang synchronized his memories. He understood everything about the Soul Palace. He stood quietly by and listened to everyone discussing the information about the bloodline factor. I don't know how long it has been. The fog came. When they opened their eyes again, they had returned to their respective worlds. Feng'an world. Washang City. Chu Yang traveled to this world and became a servant in Washang City, and the master he served was called Mingyu. Mingyu was a very kind girl. When Chu Yang first came, he was almost beaten to death. It was Mingyu who saved him. But this kind girl did not end well. She met a man named Nifeng, found her true love, and changed her destiny. Mingyu would die soon. What Chu Yang had to do was to keep her alive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Fire Kirin is full of treasures. Ming family ancestral tomb. Dugu Yifeng, the lord of Washang City who lost his son, led his people to hunt down Nifeng and Mingyu. Among them was Nifeng's good friend Duan Language. Dugu Yifeng tied up Mingyu's grandmother Mingjing and forced the two into a desperate situation. The seriously injured Nifeng and Mingyu were far inferior to Dugu Yifeng in strength. Even with the Washang sword in hand, they could not shake each other at all. The result is imaginable. Not long after, the two were easily defeated by Dugu Yifeng. When they were about to die, Nifeng and Mingyu looked at each other affectionately. They held each other's hands tightly, afraid of separation. It was at this time that the true feelings of both parties triggered the secret hidden in the Washang sword. The sword flew. The people also flew up. The two held a sword each, and under the traction of the mysterious power, they slowly flew into the air and turned in circles, emitting strange brilliance. The sword body of the Washang sword flashed with thunder, and the lightning drew a few big words in the air. Love in a fallen city. The painting style suddenly changed from martial arts to fantasy. To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing to watch this live. Chu Yang, who had rushed over a long time ago, hid in the dark and observed. After seeing the big words in the sky, he couldn't help but complain. The next moment, the light words of love in a fallen city suddenly exploded, turning into countless light balls that hit the ground like a downpour. It's more like magic than martial arts. Under this wave of bombardment, the troops of Washang City were directly wiped out, leaving only Dugu Yifeng struggling to support. Duan Lang was not the target of love in a fallen city, and Nifeng didn't want to hurt him, so he was not affected too much. Seeing that Dugu Yifeng was about to die, Mingjing, who was extremely loyal to the Dugu family, suddenly rushed out and blocked the fatal attack for him. Mingjing saw that her grandmother was fatally injured, and her mind was immediately in chaos, and love in a fallen city ended in vain. Nifeng and Mingjing fell from the sky together. Chu Yang was waiting for this moment. If Mingjing didn't die, Mingjing would not be able to be with Nifeng even if she survived, and she would never be happy. Dugu Yifeng, who was about to kill Nifeng and Mingjing, suddenly felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a strange young man walking towards him. "Who are you?" Dugu Yifeng frowned and asked. In fact, Chu Yang had met him many times during his time in Washang City, but how could Dugu Yifeng, as the city lord, remember a humble servant? "Yang, why are you here?" Mingjing, who was holding her grandmother's body, also saw Chu Yang, and a trace of surprise appeared on her tearful face. "You are Mingjing's servant?" Nifeng and Chu Yang had met once before, but he remembered Chu Yang's appearance. "Ha ha ha, a servant dares to stop me? You two idiots, are you putting your hopes on him?" Dugu Yifeng laughed up to the sky, looking at Chu Yang, as if he were a clown. Chu Yang didn't say anything, but just walked over silently. "Don't worry, Lord. Let Duanlang teach this ignorant servant a lesson." Duanlang, who had been idle for a long time, saw that the situation was completely tilted towards Debu. In order to get more appreciation from him, he took the initiative to volunteer to teach Chu Yang a lesson. In Duanlang's view, Chu Yang was nothing more than a servant who was eager to protect his master. He didn't know where he got the news about Mingjing, and came here specially. Duanlang held a sharp sword in his hand, flashed in front of Chu Yang, and stabbed the other's heart with the sword. "No!" Mingjing shouted sadly. She was heartbroken by the death of her grandmother. She couldn't bear the departure of the people around her anymore. "Duanlang, stop!" Nifeng's face flushed, and blood spurted out of his mouth again. Duanlang's eyes were indifferent. Even when he heard Nifeng's voice, he didn't hesitate at all. Decisive and ruthless. However, an incredible scene happened. The moment the sharp sword in Duanlang's hand pierced Chu Yang's heart, it could not go any further, as if it had pierced something extremely hard. Duanlang roared and exerted force suddenly, veins popping out of his arm. The sharp sword still did not move. Seeing this, the smile on Dugu Yifeng's face suddenly froze, and his eyes gradually became solemn. He knew Duanlang's strength very well, and he was not much worse than ordinary masters. It was impossible for him to not even be able to break the defense. The only possibility was that the enemy's horizontal training skills had reached the peak. Duanlang realized that something was wrong and hurriedly wanted to retreat. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist. Chu Yang stared at him coldly, exerted force with his fingers, and with a crisp sound, he broke Duanlang's wrist directly. Duanlang's face turned pale instantly. "Get out!" Chu Yang kicked him away. Duanlang, who fell to the ground hard, felt that his internal organs were displaced in his body, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. "Your Excellency is very skilled. You have been hiding in my Washang City for so many years. What is your plan? Are you also here for the love of the city?" Dugu Yifeng sneered. On the other side, Mingjing looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. "Really? You stayed with me for love of the city? I have no friends since I was a child, and I have always regarded you as my best friend." Mingjing was unstable after suffering huge blows one after another, and she looked like she would faint at any time. Nifeng dragged his heavy body to Mingjing and supported her. "Mingjing, I don't mean to look down on you, but love of the city is rubbish in my eyes," Chu Yang said sincerely. He cast a magic or ninjutsu casually, and the movement was countless times louder than love of the city. Not to mention Dugu Yifeng, it would not be difficult to destroy the entire Washang City. Whether it was Mingjing, Nifeng, or Dugu Yifeng, they did not expect Chu Yang to give such an answer. Dugu Yifeng was furious and laughed angrily. "What a brat who talks so much. The unique skills that I have been thinking about for so many years are actually garbage in your mouth. In your eyes, is it possible that I, the unparalleled city lord, am also garbage?" Chu Yang said as a matter of course. "Yes. The real Dugu Yifeng is garbage, and you, the fake one, are even more so." You have occupied the magpie's nest for so many years, and you really think you are a big shot. I remind you, don't get too involved in the play. Du Yifeng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in shock, who are you? Mengayu and Nifeng saw Du Yifeng's reaction, and knew that what Chu Yang said was true, and suddenly felt horrified. Seeing that the deeds were exposed, Du Yifeng knew that no one present could be spared, and his murderous intent surged in his heart. Kill you, the arrogant villain first. Nifeng and Mengayu were seriously injured, and they could not use the love of the city for the time being. In Du Yifeng's eyes, they were not a big threat, so his first target was Chu Yang. So what if I'm a master of horizontal training? My invincible tyrant fist is specially designed to break the golden body. Du Yifeng's eyes were fierce, and the energy flowed through his body, and his originally strong and powerful body was raised again. The front of his fist carried a strong internal force, and smashed towards Chu Yang fiercely. What a coincidence, my dragon elephant prajna art can also hit an old turtle like you. The dragon elephant prajna art obtained in the martial arts world has been cultivated to the 10th level by Chu Yang through unremitting efforts in many worlds. There are only 3 levels left to reach the state of great perfection. Chu Yang now has the power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. It is simply a dimensionality reduction attack to deal with an enemy like Du Yifeng, who is good at defeating 10 skills with 1 force. The two of them punched each other plainly. Du Yifeng, who was absolutely confident in the invincible tyrant fist, changed his face. His arm exploded directly. Du Yifeng, who was full of confidence in the last second, was crippled by Chu Yang in the next second. Nifeng and Mengayu were shocked. Du Yifeng is a master as famous as Xiangba, the one who made them fall into despair. It was so easy to have one arm blown up. Du Yifeng was more shocked than them. He looked down at his empty right shoulder with an expression of disbelief, and even forgot the pain temporarily. My invincible tyrant fist? Du Yifeng was confident that the invincible tyrant fist was no weaker than Xiangba's 3-point return to Yuan Qi. But now, he was defeated by that arrogant kid after just 1 punch. Haha, I have been pretending to be Du Yifeng for so many years, and now I can't even tell who I am, and I get such a ridiculous result. Du Yifeng laughed hysterically, and there was even some wailing after laughing. Like a desperate beast, Du Yifeng's 7 orifices gradually bleed, and his vitality slowly faded, until he turned into a cold corpse. With that punch just now, Chu Yang broke not only his arm, but also his heart. The power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants is not something that a mortal body can withstand. His death is a foregone conclusion. Mengayu, who witnessed Du Yifeng's death, now believed that Chu Yang was not coveting King Chinkinglian. As for why he was bullied in Wuxiang City, Mengayu had no intention of pursuing it. Maybe he has his own reasons. At least Chu Yang came here specially to save her, which also proved that Chu Yang really regarded her as a friend. Mengayu could only comfort herself in this way. Nifeng was also unwilling to speculate about others with malice. He walked up to Chu Yang with a smile on his face, and bowed his hands and said, "Thank you for your help today, otherwise Mengayu and I would definitely die at the hands of Du Yifeng." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Mengayu saved my life, and this is just repaying a favor." Nifeng glanced at Du Yifeng's body and asked curiously, "He is fake, then where is the real Du Yifeng?" Chu Yang replied, 18 years ago, Jian Hui, the head of the sword sect, wanted to teach his unique martial arts, Wanjian Gizem. His disciple Wu Ming and his son Pojin had a duel to decide who would win the unique martial arts. Jian Hui invited all parties to come and fight. Experts were watching, and the real Du Yifeng was among them. Pojin was not Wu Ming's opponent, but Jian, who had selfish motives and only wanted to pass on his unique skills to his son, so he used the Hushan Bingju, which not only froze himself, but also froze the 12 experts who were watching at the same time. Nifeng was shocked when he heard this, so that's how it is. But, how did you know this kind of Jianghu's secret, Yang? Chu Yang answered casually, I heard it from someone. Nifeng stopped asking questions, walked silently to Mengayu, helped her collect the remains of her grandmother, and then buried it in the Ming family's ancestral tomb. Standing outside the mausoleum, Chu Yang asked, "What are you going to do in the future?" Nifeng and Mengayu looked at each other, their eyes full of hope for the future. I'm going to go back to Shanks first, report the things here to my master, and then retire from the Jianghu with Mingyu. Nifeng said with a smile. It's better to retire directly, and it doesn't matter if you don't go back to Shanks. Chu Yang said. Yang, don't worry, I won't abandon Mingyu. Nifeng seemed to think that Chu Yang regarded him as a heartless person and was reluctant to give up the status of Shanks. When you go back this time, Xiangba will kill you. Chu Yang said bluntly. Nifeng and Mingyu were both shocked. Mingyu asked hurriedly, Nifeng is Xiangba's favorite disciple, why do you want to kill him? Nifeng didn't seem to believe it either, and looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. Back then, the clay Buddha gave Xiangba 2 sentences of fate. The whole sentence is that a golden scale cannot be kept in a pond, and it will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and cloud. So, he accepted Nifeng and Bujingan as his disciples, and then you fought for him everywhere, and expanded Shanks into what it is today. Mingyu interrupted hurriedly, isn't this good? Why did Xiangba still want to kill Nifeng? Chu Yang sighed, don't worry, listen to me first. Mingyu, wait for Yang to finish. Nifeng patted Mingyu's shoulder and comforted her with gentle eyes. He was a calm person, or maybe he had heard too many secrets today and was used to it, so he acted very calmly at the moment. The clay Buddha has the last 2 sentences. The dragon roars in the 9 skies, shocking changes. The wind and clouds gather in shallow waters, implying that Xiangba's long-standing hegemony will be overturned by Feng'an and the others. Xiangba doesn't know the last 2 sentences yet. After he sends people to find the clay Buddha, you and Bujingan will become thorns in his eyes. After so many years together, you should know who Xiangba is. Anyone who stands in his way, let alone his personally trained apprentices, even his relatives, he probably won't take them seriously. Chu Yang explained the whole story clearly, and then quietly waited for Nifeng's next words. Mingyu looked at Nifeng anxiously. She still chose to believe Chu Yang's words, because Chu Yang had no reason to lie to them. Nifeng's expression kept changing, and finally a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I still have to go back. Feng, why? Mingyu hugged Nifeng's arm excitedly. You believe Yang, even if it's fake, you don't have to take risks. Of course I believe Yang, he saved our lives. Nifeng answered solemnly. I'm worried about senior brother Yan, he doesn't know about this yet. What will he do if I leave? Yang said, just now that Feng'an refers to senior brother Yan and me. If the master wants to kill me, he will definitely not let senior brother Yan go. Why do you like your senior brother Yan so much? Chu Yang really wanted to curse. If he didn't want Mingyu to be happy, he wouldn't bother to care about Feng'an's mess. Nifeng's personality is like this. He is gentle, but more indecisive. Xiangba doesn't want to kill you personally, but to make you and Bujingan kill each other. As long as you don't go back, he can't do anything. Senior brother Yan and I have a very good relationship, so it will never happen. Bujingan likes Kang Ci. Kang Ci likes you. He wants to use Kang Ci to divide you two. What do you think? Kang Ci, she grew up with us, and the relationship between her and me is just brother and sister. It's so funny, you said brother and sister, so it's brother and sister? Have you called Kang Ci to ask? Yang, what is a phone? You bastard, you can't hear the point clearly, right? I really want to slap you in the face. Chu Yang's patience seemed to have run out, staring at Nifeng with a bad look. In the end, he just wanted to go back and inform Bujingan. Nifeng touched his nose awkwardly. If Chu Yang really wanted to slap him in the face, he would have no power to fight back. Mingyu pulled Nifeng's sleeve and whispered, I don't know what Miss Kang Ci thinks, but if I grew up with you, I would definitely like you. Mingyu's confession warmed Nifeng's heart, but after thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, I still can't just leave senior brother Yan alone. Chu Yang touched his chin and looked at Nifeng seriously and asked, are you two really having an affair? Although Nifeng has a gentle personality, he is even more difficult to deal with than the crying death god Bujingan. When he becomes stubborn, Chu Yang can't just knock him out and take him away. By then, there might be a rift between the two sides. As for Mingyu, she would go wherever Nifeng went. Mingyu loved him so much that she would go with him, even if the road ahead was dangerous. Nifeng's decision to return to the Shyangxia Association was irreversible. Since you are determined to do so, I will no longer persuade you. I still have things to do and will not go with you. Chu Yang's words made Mingayu's heart click and sink. She also fantasized that if Chu Yang returned to Shyangxia with them, Nifeng's safety would be guaranteed. After all, even Du Gu Yifeng, who was as famous as Xiang Bei, was killed by Chu Yang in one move. Such fighting power can be said to be the best in the world. It should be so. Ah Yang, you have saved me once. If I risk it for Nifeng again, how can I face it? Nifeng smiled freely, as if he had put life and death aside. Chu Yang ignored him, took the Wuxiang sword from Mingayu, and carved spells on it with his bare hands. Wuxiang sword is a pair, divided into yin and yang. What Chu Yang took away was the Wuxiang yin sword in Mingayu's hand. Mingayu and Nifeng didn't understand what Chu Yang was doing, but they could feel that Chu Yang was doing something for them, so they stood by quietly. Chu Yang carved her spells on the Wuxiang sword. One was a defensive barrier that could protect Mingayu from harm, and the other was the flying thunder god. After the carving was completed, Chu Yang returned the Wuxiang sword to Mingyu and instructed, no matter what happens, you must not leave this sword, including taking a bath or going to the toilet. Mingyu nodded with a red face. Chu Yang turned to Nifeng and said, it takes at least half a month to get back to Shyangxia from Wuxiang City. The news must be one step ahead of you. Xiangba will speed up the search for the clay Buddha when he knows that Du Gu Yifeng is dead. Maybe after you go back, Xiangba has already set up a killing plan. Don't panic. Nifeng nodded seriously. If my business goes well, I will naturally show up in Shyangxia in half a month. If not, you should try your best to protect yourself and wait for me. Chu Yang said so. Mingyu and Nifeng smiled again. Chu Yang's words made them feel more secure than any promise. Before parting ways, Chu Yang asked Nifeng about the location of Lingayan Cave. When Nifeng answered, there was an unshakable worry in his eyes. His father was buried here. Lingayan Cave and Fire Kirin were nightmares in his heart. Mingayu also understood what Chu Yang was talking about and asked nervously, Yang, are you going to Lingayan Cave to find the Fire Kirin? Chu Yang nodded and smiled. The Fire Kirin is a strange beast, and others avoid it. To me, it is just a little stronger than Du Gu Yifeng. Nifeng advised. Even so, Lingayan Cave is an ominous place, and you don't need to risk your life. Chu Yang waved his hand, no longer explaining, and turned away amid the shouts of the two. In the early plot of the Fengayan world, there are not many valuable things, and Lingayan Cave is a treasure house that cannot be missed. There are Fire Kirin and Blood Body there. Kirin blood is a fierce poison to others, and it is the crazy blood that makes Nifeng possessed, but in Chu Yang's view, it is an unparalleled precious medicine. After bathing in Kirin blood, his already strong body can reach a higher level. Needless to say, Blood Body has magical effects, is a holy medicine for healing, and can also improve skills. If he was lucky, he might be able to force many martial arts, including the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, to the state of great perfection. In this way, Chu Yang could save himself many years of hard training. He could integrate all martial arts into one, as soon as possible, and strive to create a great way that could rival the true meaning of Teikai. There are also the Snow Drinking Sword and Aohan Liuju, which were handed down from Nifeng's family, and the Fire Kirin Sword, which was handed down from Duanlang's family. However, compared with the Fire Kirin and the Blood Body, these three things are not valuable, so Chu Yang is not very interested. What really interests him is the dragon vein hidden deep in the Lingayan Cave, and a unique skill left by Wu Wudi, one of the top 10 warriors. 10 Directions Invincible. In the subsequent plot, Nifeng found a Kirin mural in the Lingayan Cave by chance, and realized this unique skill from it, and his combat power soared from the bottom to the top echelon. But Chu Yang wants more than that. 10 Directions Invincible is derived from Wu Wudi's core martial arts, Zuan Wu Zhengang. Chu Yang hopes to use this martial arts to reverse the full meaning of Zuan Wu Zhengang. Zuan Wu Zhengang covers many martial arts routines, including swords, spears, swords, halberds, sticks, fists, palms, legs, claws and fingers. It is a bit similar to the 9-yin manual in the martial arts world, which can improve a person's martial arts attainments in all aspects. It is very suitable for Chu Yang, a player who is good at all kinds of things. It can help him summarize other martial arts and integrate them into one. This is one of the few top martial arts that Chu Yang can get in touch with at present. As for other existences that are more powerful than Zuanwu Zhengang, it takes a lot of effort, and there is no such condition for the time being. After Chu Yang left, Nifeng and Mingyu also set out on the journey to Xiangxiahu. Compared with Mingyu's worry, Nifeng was relatively relaxed on the road, even a little too relaxed. This made Mingyu feel bad. She realized that she had overlooked a very important thing. Nifeng is a person who values feelings very much. Xiangba's years of nurturing grace and the master-disciple relationship between the two cannot be eliminated by Chu Yang's words. The worst possibility is that Nifeng still has a trace of unrealistic fantasy in his heart. Thinking of this, Mingyu hugged the Wuxiang sword in her arms tightly. The Lezhan Giant Buddha is a very famous landmark building. Even in ancient times, you can ask for a detailed road with just a casual question. Chu Yang found Lingan Cave without much effort. Because of the legend of the Fire Kirin, this place is usually deserted and very quiet, but Chu Yang heard a noise at the entrance. He looked closely. Wow. It's an acquaintance. Duan Lang, who was beaten up at the Ming family's ancestral tomb, appeared in Lingan Cave for some reason. Chu Yang thought he might be here to find comfort. Chu Yang followed Duan Lang into Lingan Cave. The temperature in the cave was obviously much higher than outside. Duan Lang began to wipe his sweat not long after entering. Chu Yang, who was following behind him, used his observation haki to find the location of the Fire Kirin. It was very close to them. Looking at Duan Lang, who was cautious in front of him, Chu Yang's mouth corners rose and then suddenly appeared from behind him and kicked Duan Lang's butt hard. Ouch. Why is it you? Duan Lang, who fell hard, turned around and saw Chu Yang and screamed in horror. Chu Yang sneered and quietly retreated. Not long after, the blazing red light illuminated the cave and waves of heat hit. Duan Lang's face turned pale. Fire Kirin. Duan Lang, who was in a desperate situation, finally figured out why Chu Yang suddenly showed up, just to use him to attract Fire Kirin. This man is so vicious. Duan Lang stood up and ran out of the cave desperately, roaring with a ferocious face. He never thought that he and Du Gu Yifeng had surrounded and killed his friend Nifeng 100 times more vicious than Chu Yang. The roar of Fire Kirin was getting closer and closer, as if it was right next to his ear. Duan Lang felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat at this moment. The huge shadow of death enveloped his heart. Duan Lang's eyes were red, and he cried and laughed in his mouth, becoming more and more crazy. I don't know how long he ran. Duan Lang vaguely saw the sparse light outside Lingan Cave, and his eyes flashed with the relief of surviving the disaster. At this moment, the burning breath rushed from behind, making Duan Lang feel like he fell into the molten lava, and then there was a sharp pain in his shoulder. No, don't. Duan Lang stretched out his hand desperately, as if he wanted to grab the light outside Lingan Cave. The Fire Kirin suddenly pulled him back into the Lingan Cave, and he was gradually moving away from the light. In Duan Lang's eyes, the flames became the deepest darkness. The whole cave was reverberating with the roar of the Fire Kirin and the screams of Duan language. Chu Yang followed him slowly. Duan Lang must die here today. If he is released, sooner or later Nifeng will be disturbed, and Mingyu will not be able to live a peaceful life. If it weren't for Nifeng and Mingyu, Chu Yang would have wanted to kill Bujingan to reduce an unknown factor. The matter here is over, and the grace of saving my life has been repaid. Listening to Duan Lang's gradually weakening voice, Chu Yang shook his head and slowly walked towards the murderous Fire Kirin. When the Fire Kirin noticed Chu Yang directly released Avada Kedavra and hit the Fire Kirin accurately. The magic power from the other world was madly devouring the life of the beast. The Fire Kirin staggered in the cave, but did not die immediately. As expected, it is one of the 4 auspicious beasts. It is not comparable to the knockoffs. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with admiration. He cast a few more killing curses without hesitation. Even the King of Heaven would have to die here. As expected, the Fire Kirin fell straight down in an instant, with hatred for Chu Yang in his eyes. It was such a miserable death. It would rather die of exhaustion after fighting with a strong enemy for hundreds of rounds than die in such an inexplicable way. As long as the true essence of the four auspicious beasts is not destroyed, and the body is still there, it can be resurrected in time. When we meet again in the future, the Fire Kirin will fight Chu Yang to the death. Chu Yang also felt the Fire Kirin's thoughts, so he smiled and said, "Next time we meet, come and seek revenge on me." He did not intend to kill the Fire Kirin easily. At least he had to get some free blood from the Kirin for a while. When the Kirin blood had no effect on him, he would take the Fire Kirin's true essence again, which would be the maximum benefit. The Fire Kirin's pupils dimmed, and his vitality was completely cut off. Duanlang's body was at its feet, and it was now completely burned by the flames. Chu Yang fired a fireball spell, burning him clean, as if he had never appeared in the world. Carrying the body of the Fire Kirin, Chu Yang walked deeper into the Lingayan cave, constantly searching for blood body scattered on the road, until he came to an area with a deep pool. Chu Yang stopped. The temperature of the Kirin blood was very high, and Chu Yang was worried that it would cause a fire outside, so he chose this place. This was also the place where Nifeng and the Fire Kirin had fought. Chu Yang took off his clothes and took a bath, then used magic to drag the Fire Kirin into the air and cut a hole in its neck. The golden Kirin blood dripped and gathered into a blood column, pouring on Chu Yang's body. The high temperature in the blood instantly turned Chu Yang's skin red and even made him feel a little burning. With my physique, Kirin blood can actually burn my skin. It's really good. The surging power was like seawater that wrapped around Chu Yang's body and entered his body in the most brutal way. Hot and hot. Chu Yang's body was getting stronger at an alarming rate. Kirin blood is so strong. The blood of the other three auspicious beasts should not be much worse. Dragon blood and phoenix blood are both related to Emperor Shishan. This old pervert's whereabouts are unknown, so it's hard to find him. As for the dragon turtle, we have to find Zio Sanxio. This old guy is more troublesome than Emperor Shishan and even harder to find. Zio Sanxio's martial arts value is not inferior to the dragon turtle's spiritual blood. In Fengayan, there are monsters that have lived for thousands of years. They like to run around everywhere. Can't they find a place to stay and let me take them all down? After thinking about it for a while, the Kirin blood gradually dried up. Not a drop was wasted. It was all absorbed into Chu Yang's body. He was now emitting high temperature, and the surrounding pool water showed signs of boiling. Chu Yang struck, while the iron was hot, and stuffed a handful of blood body into his mouth. With the blessing of blood body and Kirin blood, he began to try to promote all his martial arts to the state of great perfection. The most important of them is the dragon elephant Prajna Gong. Only one day in the mountains, or 1,000 years in the world. Chu Yang was so immersed in martial arts that he could not extricate himself from it. However, this practice lasted for half a month. If I continue to practice, the grass on Mingai's grave will soon grow. Let's stop for a while. Chu Yang stopped with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. At this time, most of his martial arts had reached perfection, and the dragon elephant Prajnarat had been promoted to a high level, reaching the 11th level, which was unprecedented and unparalleled. After all, it was still a little bit worse. But Chu Yang was very satisfied with the effect of the 11th level of the dragon elephant Prajnarat. I don't know why. The actual power of the 11th level of the dragon elephant Prajnarat is much greater than what is described in the art. It is not the power of 11 dragons and 11 elephants, but doubled. 20 dragons and 20 elephants. The last 3 levels of the dragon elephant Prajnarat have always existed in legends. Except for King Jinlin, no one has practiced to the 10th level, let alone the realms after that. Chu Yang was the first. Therefore, there is no conclusion on what the last 3 levels are like. Maybe even the theoretical creator of this art is not clear. All in all, it was an unexpected surprise. In order to ensure that the corpse of the Fire Kirin would not have any accidents, Chu Yang sank it into the deep pool and waited for it to revive with full blood. As for whether it would be drowned, it had nothing to do with him. After doing these things, Chu Yang continued to explore Lingayan Cave. Not to mention the dragon vein, he must find the Kirin mural. The sooner he gets Shif and Woody, the better, so Chu Yang will have more time to comprehend. The interior of Lingayan Cave is crisscrossed, and it will take some time to find something seriously. Chu Yang searched for 3 days before he found the Kirin mural that Nifeng saw. It depicts the cause of the grievances between the Kirin demon and the Peerless Sword, and hides the essence of Shifen Wuda's martial arts. Chu Yang sat cross-legged and observed carefully. After a while, he gradually saw the clues. Chapter 117. Instant Noodle Head. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Zuanwu true skill is divided into two parts, internal and external skills. The internal skill is Zuanwu internal skill, and the external skill is top 10 martial arts. 10 directions invincibly so move, that is further comprehended on the basis of top 10 martial arts. What Chu Yang has to do is to reverse the whole process. Compared with innate comprehension, Chu Yang has a blessing of many clones, and is definitely not inferior to Nifeng. Nifeng can learn this move, so there is no reason why Chu Yang can't learn it. In half a day, Chu Yang has thoroughly understood all the essences of 10 directions invincible. So far, Chu Yang has completed the main purpose of coming to Lingayan Cave. There is a dragon vein hidden below, but this thing is meaningless to me, and it is useless to take it. The dragon vein turned into the spine of the Yellow Emperor Zuanian, and it cannot improve the cultivation. The only function is to suppress evil demons, such as the demonic intent generated by Nifeng due to crazy blood. It seems a bit uncomfortable to use it as a weapon. However, the dragon vein also symbolizes the fortune of the country. Once the dragon vein is destroyed, the world will be in chaos and demons will dance wildly. By then, many old monsters who had disappeared will show up and stir up the world. From this perspective, it is a good thing for Chu Yang. At that time, he can seize the skills of these people at will. But Chu Yang is not willing to do so. Chu Yang has always been a loner and never claimed to be a benevolent and righteous person, but he still understands the most basic principles. When the world is in chaos, it is never the people who stir up the world who suffer. Life or death is just a matter of success or failure. The real suffering is the group of ordinary people who live honestly. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond are affected. In just a few words, the situation of mortals has been fully described. If Chu Yang lets these innocent people suffer because of his greed, he will be very sad. It is better to keep this dragon vein in my hands. Even if the disaster is inevitable in the future, at least the thoughts are clear. Chu Yang decided to take the dragon vein away. At the same time, the Xiangsha Association has just experienced a disaster. Xiangba married his adopted daughter Kang Xiai to his eldest disciple Qin Shuang. Bu Jingyan, who had always liked Kang Xiai, intended to kidnap Kang Xiai and leave on the night of the wedding, but was stopped by Nifeng. The two sides fought fiercely, and during the fierce fight, Bu Jingyan accidentally injured Kang Xiai, causing her heart to sever and die. In the end, Bu Jingyan left with Kang Xiai's body, and officially turned against Xiangxiahu and Nifeng. I'm so stupid, really. I should have believed what Yang said, and explained it to Brother Yun earlier, and let him take Kang Xiai away. I actually believed that the master still had a master-disciple relationship with the three of us. Fengshan Hall. Nifeng regretted pulling Mingayu and crying about his stupidity because his womanly kindness led to the death of Kang Xiai, who grew up with him and was like a sister. This is none of your business. It's just fate. And with Bu Jingyan's character, if this hadn't happened, he probably wouldn't believe you. As for Qin Shuang, he's more loyal to Xiangba than you. Feng, let's go. While Xiangba hasn't killed you yet, let's leave Xiangxiahu and find a place to live in seclusion, and never ask about worldly affairs again. Mingayu hugged Nifeng, and gently soothed his painful heart. Nifeng ignored Mingayu's words, closed his eyes, kept muttering something, and his body trembled more and more frequently. It seemed that he would fall into some kind of madness in the next second. Mingayu didn't notice it, thinking that Nifeng was just too sad. Suddenly, Nifeng pinched Mingayu's wrist, and the force was so strong that Mingayu cried out in pain. Feng, what are you doing? Mingayu lowered her head and met Nifeng's scalded eyes. There was a demonic aura in his eyes, and there was no trace of humanity. Mingayu was shocked and wanted to break free from Nifeng's hand. But Nifeng, who had been possessed by the devil, was completely irrational. He not only grabbed Mingayu's hand, but also wanted to strangle her neck. At the critical moment, the Washang sword placed a side shone with light, and the dark green barrier enveloped Mingayu, and then bounced Nifeng away. This was a defensive spell that Chu Yang had arranged in advance. It was originally intended to deal with Xiangba, but he didn't expect to use it on Nifeng. Although it was temporarily safe, Mingayu was very frightened. She never dreamed that Nifeng would attack her. "Feng, what's wrong with you? Look carefully, I'm Mingayu. Don't scare me, okay?" No matter how Mingayu called, Nifeng always had an expressionless look, staring at her with his eyes, and kept approaching. Even with the protection of the barrier, Mingayu's face still showed despair. Nifeng was crazy. What was the point of her living? At the moment, when Nifeng stretched out his hand and pressed on the barrier, the Washang sword was once again covered with a faint golden light. That was another spell. Alas, the mad blood finally broke out. "I thought Mingayu would never fall into this state if nothing happened to you." Chu Yang's voice sounded behind Nifeng. Nifeng turned around suddenly, and what greeted him was a bare spine, which hit his handsome face hard. Nifeng was spun around by this blow, and the devilish energy in his eyes weakened a little. Mingayu looked at Chu Yang, who suddenly appeared in surprise. Before he could explain what happened, he watched Chu Yang hit him with the spine. Nifeng activated the wind god leg, and his figure became ghostly in an instant, and he could dodge the attack. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang's speed also soared, turning into a golden flash, appearing behind him, grabbing his neck. Then he picked up the spine in his hand and started to hit him. Nifeng screamed in pain, and his previous cold look disappeared instantly. In fact, Chu Yang could have handed the dragon vein directly to Nifeng. As long as the dragon vein was around, he could suppress the devilish energy in his body. But Chu Yang was really unhappy if he didn't beat this kid up. Mingayu noticed that Nifeng was recovering, and although she felt very distressed, she did not speak rashly to stop Chu Yang. "Stop, stop, stop, Yang, stop it, it hurts so much." Nifeng, who was beaten like a pig, kept begging for mercy, as if he had regained his sanity. If he didn't speak, he might really be beaten to death by Chu Yang. "Are you sure you are awake?" "Awake, very awake. I have never been so awake in my life." Nifeng was about to cry. Chu Yang put him down reluctantly. "Feng, are you okay?" Mingayu cried and rushed forward, rushing into the other's arms like a young swallow returning to the forest. "It's okay now, don't worry." Nifeng looked at Mingayu distressedly and said with lingering fear, if Chu Yang hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been really disastrous. Mingayu turned her head, looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Yang, do you know what happened just now?" Chu Yang explained, the ancestor of the Ni family once fought a battle with the fire Kirin and accidentally got unicorn blood, which was inherited. Although the unicorn is a lucky beast, its blood can make people crazy and gradually go into the devil's way. Hearing this, Mingayu and Nifeng both turned pale. Nifeng could fall into the devil's way at any time, which also meant that Mingayu would be in danger at any time. "Mingayu, it seems that I can't stay by your side in the future." "No, Feng, even if I die, I want to be with you." The two looked at each other affectionately. Chu Yang got goosebumps all over his body and couldn't help interrupting them. Although the unicorn blood is powerful, it is not completely hopeless. Chu Yang took a deep breath, which made the two people's hearts up and down. Mingayu and Nifeng looked at him resentfully. "Important things, I hope you can say it earlier next time. I can extract the Killin blood, but doing so will make Nifeng lose the opportunity to become stronger. If he can suppress and control the crazy blood, his strength will rise to a terrifying level." Chu Yang decided to give Nifeng a chance to choose. This was originally his opportunity, and others should not easily make decisions for him. "Then please help me, Yang, extract the Killin blood." Nifeng's attitude was very firm. When he realized that he might hurt Mingayu, he was determined to abandon this power. The power of crazy blood can make you easily surpass Xiangba. Chu Yang reminded him again. "I understand, but I don't want it. I almost killed Mingayu just now. I hate this power." Nifeng answered firmly. Chu Yang nodded. Being sentimental is Nifeng's advantage, but also his disadvantage. His choices have never been rational. Chu Yang, who swallowed all the blood of the fire Killin, could sense the existence of the crazy blood in Nifeng's body. He only needed a thought to activate it. While activating the kill in blood, Nifeng acted very painful. It felt like Chu Yang was forcibly peeling off a very important organ in his body, and he didn't even use anesthesia. Nifeng's hair turned from black to white, and his skin became dry, as if he had become an octogenarian. This is a state of losing a lot of vitality in a short period of time. Chu Yang then replenished Nifeng's body with pure vitality, and his skin immediately returned to normal, but his white hair did not change. Mengyu gritted her teeth, and looked at Nifeng anxiously. After a moment, the kill and blood in Nifeng's body was completely removed, and the whole person was as weak as if he had a serious illness. Reluctantly thanking Chu Yang, Nifeng collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Mengyu hurried forward to support him. The crazy blood has been removed. Tell me what happened recently. Chu Yang stayed in Lingan Cave for a long time, and didn't know how much happened in the outside world. Nifeng narrated the process of Bujingan and Xiangxiahu's feud with a gloomy expression, blaming himself for not listening to Chu Yang's words, which led to Kang Xiai's death when the two fought. In this regard, Chu Yang could only sigh. It's fate. I didn't expect that, master. Xiangba is really so cruel. If senior brother Yun comes back, I will definitely kill that old thief with him. Nifeng clenched his fists angrily. If Bujingan comes back, I'm afraid he will kill you too. He hates Xiangba. Doesn't he hate you too? I told you a long time ago, don't use your thoughts to guess the love of girls. Chu Yang said indifferently. Nifeng smiled bitterly and fell into self-blame. Feng, let's go and find a place where no one lives in seclusion. Mengyu persuaded Nifeng to leave earnestly. She really didn't want to get involved in the right and wrong. Once Washang City falls, Xiangxiahu will be the #1 gang, with influence all over the world. If Xiangba wants to find us, there is nowhere to hide. Even a god like the clay Buddha can't escape. Nifeng's meaning is very clear. In addition to cooperating with Bujingan to kill Xiangba, he and Mengyu will not be able to escape the pursuit of Xiangxiahu. Mengyu wanted to say more, but Chu Yang suddenly stopped her with his hand and said, Nifeng and I agree on this. You can't live a peaceful life unless Xiangba is dead. Leave Xiangba to me, but the matter is over. We are even for saving my life. Chu Yang's words sounded like he was trying to draw a line between himself and Mengyu, which made Mengyu feel uncomfortable and nodded silently. Nifeng sighed and felt a little regretful. In his opinion, Chu Yang was a very loyal friend. If he hadn't ignored his advice, things might not have developed to this point. Then when do you plan to start? In a few days, when the Sword Saint comes, we will start together. You want to fight Xiangba and the Sword Saint at the same time. Yang, I know you are very good at martial arts, but it's still too arrogant to do so. The Sword Saint's life is over. He can only use his last sword. I want to see his last sword. After understanding Chu Yang's intention, Nifeng and Mengyu stopped persuading him and prepared to leave Xiangxiahu. Before the two of them left, Chu Yang handed the Zuian sword and the book of Aohan Liuju to Nifeng. This is what I found in Lingan Cave. It is the swordsmanship and weapons of your Ni family. Nifeng took the two things solemnly, with tears flashing in his eyes. Back then, he saw his father being carried into Lingan Cave by the Fire Kirin. Now seeing these, he can basically confirm his father's life or death. I don't need to thank you for your great kindness. I hope I will have the opportunity to repay you in the future. Nifeng clasped his hands together with a firm look in his eyes. After giving everything that should be given, Chu Yang left before them and disappeared into the night. Nifeng held Mengyu's hand and did not take anything from the Fengshan Hall. He walked out of Xiangxiahu without looking back. A few days later, Washang City's Dugu Sword Saint suddenly appeared in Xiangxiahu and threatened to fight Xiangba to the death in 7 days. Without Duanlang's message, other disciples would naturally ask him to come out and uphold justice for Washang City. The arrogant Xiangba accepted the challenge as a matter of course. The Sword Saint left with satisfaction. For a moment, the duel between the two sides shocked the entire martial arts world, and the whole world was watching this duel. When the Sword Saint left, Chu Yang followed him. He knew that the Sword Saint was going to find Wu Ming. Not long after, Wu Ming's apprentice Jian Chen appeared, and the two started fighting. Chu Yang hid in the distance and watched the two swordsmanship. The Sword Saint had not yet comprehended the Sword 23 of the Holy Spirit sword technique. The swords 1 to sword 22 he displayed were completely broken by Jian Chen with one of the unknown sword techniques nameless. This move was the experience of Wu Ming's many years of fighting with the Sword Saint, and he passed it all on to Jian Chen. It was not that Jian Chen's strength was higher than that of the Sword Saint. Both sets of swordsmanship were good, but Chu Yang still wanted to see sword 23 and Wu Ming's 10,000 swords returning to the origin. After the defeat, the Sword Saint laughed loudly, very free and easy. Even though he lost completely, he did not vent his anger on Jian Chen. The two sides could be said to have known each other through fighting. Jian Chen then took the Sword Saint to see his master Wu Ming. Chu Yang naturally followed them. It was getting dark. The two entered a small courtyard. Chu Yang heard the sound of a hoo from afar. The tune was sad and graceful, and it made people cry. After confirming Wu Ming's residence, Chu Yang was about to leave when he heard a vicissitudes of life voice. My friend, since you are here, why don't you sit in the courtyard and let me show my hospitality? Chu Yang was careful enough and used magic and ninjutsu to cover his tracks. Most masters could not detect his presence, but Wu Ming still found him. It can only be said that the Heavenly Sword realm is really terrifying. If it were not for the suppression of the world level combat power, this group of people might really be able to compete with the captain in the world of death. Chu Yang simply stopped hiding and walked out of the darkness calmly and entered the small courtyard. In the courtyard, Wu Ming set up a table of wine and food and was sitting opposite the Sword Saint, while his apprentice Jian Chen was holding the hero sword and guarding beside him. The two looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Wu Ming smiled and said, "This person is following you too." The Sword Saint's face darkened. He didn't even notice that someone was following him. With his martial arts skills, this was impossible. When he looked at Chu Yang again, he found that he looked very young, even a few years younger than Jian Chen next to him. The Sword Saint was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Young people are really formidable." Jian Chen was not as calm as the Sword Saint. In his opinion, Chu Yang was definitely not a good person, so he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you acting so sneaky?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. How could a bad guy tell you exactly what he was doing? Seeing that the villain in front of him ignored him, Jian Chen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Holding the hero sword, he jumped to Chu Yang. The first move was the inexplicable swordsmanship that he had just fought with the Sword Saint. After predicting Jian Chen's movements with the observation haki, Chu Yang activated the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and stretched out his hand with the power of 20 dragon elephants to flick his fingers. His fingertips collided with the tip of the hero sword, and unparalleled power suddenly erupted. Jian Chen flew straight out, and the hero sword in his hand kept making sword sounds. At first glance, it sounded like a person screaming in danger. Wu Ming and Jian Chen's eyes showed solemnity at the same time. The hero sword is not a piece of junk that can be seen everywhere on the street, but a divine weapon made by the great sword master, the founder of the sword sect, thousands of years ago. The divine weapon has a spirit, and it screamed at this time, as if it suffered unbearable pain. This is definitely not something that ordinary masters can do. Jian Chen, come back. Wu Ming, who originally intended to let Jian Chen test Chu Yang's strength, suddenly became anxious. After all, Jian Chen is also a young man. He was knocked away by Chu Yang's blow, and his face was somewhat embarrassed. He was angry and handed out another sword without caring about the order of his master. Chu Yang had no intention of making enemies with Wu Ming, so he was relatively restrained in his moves and used the dragon capture hand to directly suck the hero sword out of Jian Chen's hand. Jian Chen was shocked and angry after losing the hero sword, and was even more afraid of being scolded by his master. Good moves. The Sword Saint couldn't help but cheer loudly. It's really exquisite. Wu Ming nodded and praised with a smile. Jian Chen's face became darker, and he didn't dare to fart. Chu Yang made a sword flower, threw it casually, and the hero sword returned to its sheath steadily. He clasped his hands together and smiled. "I'm sorry to show off in front of the two seniors." Chu Yang's martial arts and attitude won the favor of Wu Ming and the Sword Saint, and the two became friendly. "You are a guest from afar. Why don't you sit down and chat with us?" Wu Ming invited Chu Yang to take a seat. "Thank you." Chu Yang didn't pretend and sat next to the two of them. Jian Chen didn't see it, so he glanced to the other side. I don't know your name. Why are you following me? The Sword Saint's tone was quite kind, and his eyes were staring at Chu Yang. The name of a small person is not worth mentioning. You two seniors can just call me Yang. As for why I followed Senior Sword Saint, Chu Yang smiled. It is said that Sword Saint and Xianji and Wu Ming have fought countless battles in their lives. They are both rivals and close friends. Before your last battle in your life, you must want to see your old friend. Wu Ming asked, so you are here to see me? Chu Yang nodded and said, I want to ask Senior for some sword skills. Wu Ming was about to refuse, but Sword Saint suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him, staring at Chu Yang and said coldly, the last battle in my life. Could it be that you are sure that I will lose to Xiang Bei? Chu Yang shook his head and said, it's not about losing, but about dying. Senior has little vitality and is already a candle in the wind. You may not have the chance to hand over the last sword to Xiang Bei. Wu Ming looked at Chu Yang in surprise. He also realized that the Sword Saint's fate was over, so he met with the Sword Saint on purpose to persuade him to give up the decisive battle with Xiang Bei. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him also knew about this. The Sword Master had a complicated look on his face. He certainly knew what was going on with his own body better than anyone else. If he wasn't running out of energy, why would he be so anxious? Wu Ming also took the opportunity to persuade him, but the Sword Saint didn't want to listen anymore and closed his eyes. Wu Ming sighed and could only look at Chu Yang again. Brother Yang, I'm no longer a man of the martial arts world. I'm sorry that I can't do anything about your request. Chu Yang smiled and said, don't worry Senior. I have some information that can be used to make a deal with you. If you still don't want to make a move after listening to me, I will leave immediately and never bother you. How about that? Wu Ming hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. Since the other party said this, he must be very sure. In this case, he was also a little curious about what information Chu Yang would use to exchange for his move. Senior Wu Ming, your wife died of a strange poison in her early years, right? Yes, the poison is colorless and tasteless, and I can't find any trace of it, even if I search the Central Plains. The poison came from Japan, so you naturally can't find it. Do you know who killed my wife? This poison was brought by Jianhu's son, and your senior brother Pojin went to Japan to find it. As soon as these words came out, Wu Ming's face, which was always calm, showed a moving expression, and his momentum surged, revealing his sharp edge. How did you know about this? Wu Ming's tone became much colder than before. If you hadn't intervened, Jianhu would have passed on Wanji and Gizem to Pojin, and he has always held a grudge against him. Chu Yang did not answer Wu Ming's question, but directly gave the reason why Pojin killed his wife. Wu Ming was of course aware of this. The angry Wu Ming trembled all over with murderous intent, and the wine table in front of several people was cut into pieces by the invisible sword energy. The Sword Saint was silent, and his thoughts were also drawn to the land of Japan, where there was once a woman he loved deeply. Unfortunately, in the end, he gave up all feelings and love, and almost forgot the other person's voice, appearance, and smile. After venting, Wu Ming closed his eyes, concentrated and held his breath, and it took him a while to calm down. If the news is true, it is indeed worth my effort. Wu Ming regained his indifferent look. The authenticity of the news is easy to verify. Pojin will find you soon, and you will confront him at that time. But before that, can you teach me something? So that I can collect some interest first. Chu Yang stood up, and his inexplicable momentum pressed towards Wu Ming. He respected Wu Ming's character, just as he respected Zhang Sanfeng, and doing this to the maximum extent, was already the maximum. If it was Emperor Shishan, Ju Washan and the like, he would have started fighting long ago, and beat them so hard, that they wouldn't even recognize their own mothers. When Chu Yang said that it was Pojin who poisoned, Wu Ming already believed it in his heart. So, he agreed to Chu Yang's request. Come with me to the woods outside the town. Wu Ming said lightly, and then stood up, and walked out of the yard. Jian Chen suddenly blocked his way and said anxiously, Master, you haven't taken action for many years. Why do you have to break your oath for a villain? Wu Ming frowned, but still patted Jian Chen on the shoulder. Chenna, you also know that this matter has always been masters in a demon. Now there is a chance to break it. It is reasonable for me to thank this little brother. Jian Chen whispered, Master, this person's origin is unknown, and his words may not be credible. I have my own conclusion. Wu Ming said this, pushed Jian Chen away, and walked out slowly. Chu Yang glanced at Jian Chen with a smile, and said in a joking tone, in the future, if you become a villain, I will kill you. The two seniors will be my witnesses. Jian Chen shuddered for no reason. Wu Ming turned around, and looked at Chu Yang inexplicably. How could the successor of the heroic sword he chose be a villain? The sword saint laughed loudly. How dare you say such a thing in front of Wu Ming? I have a bad temper. I hope you don't lose too badly later. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. I will make your wish come true. A moment later, several people came to a forest. There was no one around, so there was no need to worry about implicating others, and they could practice martial arts to their heart's content. As a senior, Wu Ming naturally had to show the demeanor of a senior. He stretched out his hand to signal Chu Yang to make the first move, and said, you are young. After 3 moves, I will make the next move. Then I won't be polite. Chu Yang grasped the air, and a fiery red sword appeared in his hand. The sword exuded a scorching heat, which made the temperature of the forest at night suddenly rise. It was the fire scale sword brought out from Lingayan Cave. Wu Ming's eyes condensed. The fire scale sword appeared in Chu Yang's hand in just a moment. He had no idea how Chu Yang did it. Chu Yang has always been used to storing things in the space created by the traceless extension spell, and taking them out whenever he needs them. This sword is somewhat similar to the legendary fire scale sword. The knowledgeable sword saint could tell at a glance that the sword in Chu Yang's hand was the fire scale sword. How despicable. Jian Chen glared at Chu Yang fiercely. He felt that the other party was deliberately using the magic weapon to take advantage of his master. If he handed the hero sword to Wu Ming at this time, it would actually raise Chu Yang's strength in disguise. Wu Ming looked indifferent, standing still, with an imposing manner like an endless mountain, waiting for Chu Yang to make a move. Chu Yang's first move was the first move of Teikai sword. Are you the descendant of Teikai? Wu Ming was a little surprised. There is also Teikai in the Fengan world, but compared to the one created by Zhang Sanfeng himself, it is somewhat specious and lacks true meaning. It is completely different from the Teikai sword that Chu Yang used. As Chu Yang's Teikai true meaning unfolded, the two were instantly enveloped by the black and white yin and yang formation diagram, and both sides stood on the yin and yang fish eyes. The sword saint's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, what a great sword technique. Your Teikai sword is very different from what I've seen before. Where did you learn it from? Wu Ming also looked at Chu Yang with some curiosity. Chu Yang whispered, from a Taoist friend. Wu Ming nodded and said, this sword technique is peaceful and natural. It must have been created by a Taoist master. The sword saint sighed. It turns out that sword techniques can be so exquisite without being sharp. It's really eye-opening. The two of them kept praising him, making Jian Chen very jealous and depressed. For so many years, Wu Ming had never praised him as much as he praised Chu Yang. Teikai sword intent is good at defense but not attack. After the black and white yin and yang formation diagram appeared, Chu Yang's sword technique changed again, and changed to Dugu 9 swords. Dugu 9 swords only attack and not defend, which complements Teikai sword intent. Two sword techniques with extremely profound intentions appeared at the same time, and Wu Ming and the sword saint could hardly hide the shock on their faces. This man is a swordsmanship genius who is no less talented than me. After retiring from the martial arts world for many years, Wu Ming still felt an itch for the first time. If he hadn't thought of himself as a senior, he would have taken action long ago. The next moment, Chu Yang attacked Wu Ming, who was protecting his body with sword energy, with the key-breaking style. Dugu 9 swords is not essentially a set of moves, but a martial arts theory. In the hands of different people, it can exert different powers. In Chu Yang's hands, it is a unique skill that is no less than Wu Ming's swordsmanship, and it can completely threaten Wu Ming, who has not yet comprehended the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Feng Qingyang once commented on the exquisiteness of the key-breaking style as divine and clear, stored in one heart. Therefore, Wu Ming's body protecting sword energy was broken by Chu Yang in an instant, and the fire scale sword went straight to the opponent's vital point. Wu Ming was shocked, but he still relied on his combat intuition honed over the years to dodge the sword sideways. The high temperature of the fire scale sword still burned a big hole in his clothes on his chest. Wu Ming's old face flushed. Just after one move, he, who was known as a legend of the martial arts world, almost capsized. The sword master who was watching the fight was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. Chenna, hand over the sword. Without caring about his face, Wu Ming could only let Jian Chen throw the hero sword over, otherwise, he might really make a fool of himself within 3 moves. Jian Chen seemed to be scared and held the hero sword in a daze. Your master asked you to hand over the sword. The sword master suddenly patted Jian Chen's back, and the latter suddenly woke up and threw the sword away. Wu Ming, who caught the hero sword, changed his momentum and officially fought with Chu Yang. The 3-move agreement was already invalid. Originally, Wu Ming was at the heavenly sword realm. Without a sword, it was better than with a sword. It didn't matter to him whether he had the hero sword in his hand or not. But Chu Yang's ki breaking style was specifically designed to break his sword ki. If he didn't have the hero sword, Wu Ming would be greatly restrained. This was a situation he had never encountered before, and Wu Ming himself was a little at a loss. Wu Ming, holding the hero sword, used the unknown sword technique to fight the enemy, while Chu Yang changed his tactics and used the sword breaking style to fight the enemy. The two fought back and forth for a while, and the sword saint found that Chu Yang's sword technique had again restrained the unknown sword technique. This kid should have just met Wu Ming today. Why is every move and every style so restraining him? Wu Ming's thoughts were similar to those of the sword saint, so he changed his sword technique again and actually changed to the sword saint's Holy Spirit sword technique. After fighting with the sword saint for many years, Wu Ming had already studied this set of sword techniques. Otherwise there would not be any moves in the unknown sword technique that specifically broke it. Chu Yang, who had already seen the Holy Spirit sword technique once, used the sword breaking style to break it, which was equivalent to taking an open book exam, which was easier than drinking water. Not long after, Wu Ming felt a familiar sense of restraint again, as if a big stone was pressing on his heart, and he was very depressed. The sword saint, who was watching the battle attentively, suddenly realized that Chu Yang's sword technique did not restrain the unknown sword technique, but restrained all sword techniques. There is such a strange martial art in the world. The sword saint was greatly inspired, staring at Chu Yang, as if something was about to be broken deep in his heart. My sword 23. It's done. Chu Yang's combat power level is much higher than that of the Fengyun world. The Teikai True Meaning and Dugun 9 swords exerted terrifying power in his hands. Wu Ming spent his life learning swordsmanship, but all of them were blocked by Chu Yang with the Teikai True Meaning. The constantly flowing yin-yang fish formation diagram left a big shadow on Wu Ming. The battle lasted until Wu Ming was exhausted. Chu Yang had memorized all the martial arts of Wu Ming except Wanji and Gizem. A small profit. The real Wanji and Gizem can only be obtained when Pojin appears. At that time, Wu Ming will probably suffer a little. On the other side, the sword saint sat cross-legged and entered a mysterious state of meditation. The sword intent flowed all over his body, like a gurgling stream, and it would start over again. He is comprehending the 23rd sword. Wu Ming knew that the sword saint had some feelings. After watching the battle between him and Chu Yang, he had a premonition that the sword saint's Holy Spirit sword technique would go a step further and enter an unprecedented realm of swordsmanship. Once this move is released, it will surely shock the heavens and earth and make the gods and ghosts weep. Wu Ming murmured. I don't know whether it will shock the heavens and earth and make the gods and ghosts weep. I only know that Xiangba is going to die. Chu Yang took the fire scale sword back while Wu Ming and Jian Chen were not paying attention and quietly waited for the sword saint to comprehend the 23rd sword. Time passed slowly and a white light lit up the horizon. When the sword saint opened his eyes again, his aura was very different from before. He was like Wu Ming, and his edge was completely restrained. Wu Ming's eyes showed admiration. The sword saint stood up and said to Wu Ming, I'm leaving. Wu Ming was about to say something but stopped and wanted to persuade him again. The Sword Saint smiled and said, I won't die with my eyes open if I don't use this sword on Xiangba. Wu Ming had to shake his head helplessly. I'll see you off. Chu Yang stood beside the Sword Saint. Well, if it weren't for you, I don't know when my sword 23 will be born. This last sword, you should watch carefully and pass it on for me. The Sword Saint seemed to be aware of Chu Yang's intention, but he didn't mind. It would be a pity if such a shocking sword technique became a pile of yellow earth with him. Under Wu Ming's silent watch, the Sword Saint and Chu Yang left together. The Xianxia Association is now bustling with people, and the heroes are worshipping, and Xiangba's reputation has reached a peak. All this is thanks to the Sword Saint. Everyone knows that between Wuxiang City and Xianxia Association, who will become the first gang in the martial arts world in the future, depends on the result of the battle between the two. If the Sword Saint wins, Wuxiang City will win, and if Xiangba wins, Xianxia Association will win. However, everyone hopes that the result will be a lose-lose situation, witnessing the fall of Wuxiang City and Xianxia Association at the same time. At that time, the heroes will compete for supremacy, and everyone hopes to become the next Xiangba. 7 days have passed. Many heroes who were invited to come all stood in front of the #1 building in the world, waiting for the Sword Saint to appear. The sun was high in the sky. The time for the fight had long passed. The Sword Saint had not yet appeared. Why hasn't the Sword Saint come yet? Is he afraid before the fight? It would be a big joke if it gets out. Boss Xiang is so powerful that he scared the Sword Saint into shrinking and not daring to see anyone. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. The Sword Saint has been famous in the martial arts world for many years, and even Xianjian Wu Ming has fought with him. How could he be afraid of a fight? There were many opinions. In front of the #1 building in the world, the heroes of the martial arts world quarreled endlessly. Xiangbei looked at this scene indifferently, with a bit of ominous premonition in his heart. He knew that the Sword Saint would certainly not miss a fight. But where was the old man? What was he doing? He had no idea at all, as if the Sword Saint had suddenly disappeared from the world. Xiangbei didn't like this feeling of being out of control. At the same time, the Sword Saint was already outside the Xianxia Association. Along the way, he exchanged experiences with Chu Yang and forgot the time, so he missed the fight. Although the Sword Saint was already exhausted, his eyes were full of energy and his spirit became particularly strong. My body can only support me to walk here. Next, I will draw my sword. On the way here, I have told you the mystery of sword 23. You must concentrate and watch carefully. I can't draw the second sword. The Sword Saint smiled slightly. His expression was extremely free and easy, and he didn't feel like dying at all. Senior, please draw your sword. I will guard your body here to prevent the scoundrels from ruining your mood. Chu Yang made a pleased gesture. The Sword Saint originally wanted Chu Yang to go to the #1 building in the world first, and then he would draw his sword, so that Chu Yang could see the whole process. But Chu Yang didn't seem to have such an intention, and stood silently beside him. It's up to you. As soon as the words fell, the Sword Saint's body flashed with dazzling golden light, and his soul left his body, and flew to the #1 building in the world. The Sword Saint, who was determined to kill Xiangbei with his sword, didn't notice that there was another Chu Yang behind him out of thin air. Chu Yang did not follow him to the #1 building, but his shadow clone did. The speed of soul traveling through space is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the Sword Saint arrived at the #1 building and saw Xiangbei sitting on the throne, accepting everyone's congratulations. He did not arrive in time. According to the rules, the winner is naturally Xiangbei. So, the Sword Saint in the soul state said loudly, "Excuse me for waiting for a long time. I have a sword and I want to ask the leader Xiang for advice." In an instant, the #1 building in the world was shining with golden light. Everyone was blinded by the dazzling light. Under the golden light, everyone's body was frozen, watching the Sword Saint fly towards Xiangbei, using his fingers as swords to stab the opponent's vitals. Xiangbei was shocked and angry, but his body was out of control. He watched helplessly as the Sword Saint stabbed him. Unprecedented fear appeared in Xiangbei's heart. Am I going to die? Now the situation of the world is in his hands. Xiangbei finds it difficult to accept the result that he is about to die. Outside the Xianxia Several figures quietly appeared near the Sword Saint's real body. There was an old acquaintance, Jian Chen. There was also a cute girl. And a cold young man with a face full of displeasure and a head of ramen-like hair. Just by looking at their appearance, Chu Yang could guess that the young man was Bujingan and the girl was Chu Chu. Has Senior Sword Saint used Sword 23? Jian Chen noticed the strange posture of the Sword Saint and couldn't help asking Chu Yang, "What are you doing here?" Chu Yang asked back, "My master was worried that after Senior Sword Saint lost, Xiangbei would vent his anger on the people of Washiang City, so he asked me to come here as a lobbyist." Although Jian Chen was unhappy with Chu Yang, he still maintained due respect. After all, the other party was a master who could be compared with his master. "Why are you telling him this? Get out of my way quickly. Xiangbei's life can only be taken by me." Bujingan obviously knew about Sword 23 and was afraid that the Sword Saint would really kill Xiangbei and leave him with no revenge, so he rushed towards the Sword Saint's real body eagerly. "I've been annoyed with you for a long time. You're as annoying as Crossing Jew, that pig teammate. If it weren't for Bujingan, Xiangbei would have been dead long ago." He had to come up with so many follow-up plots. Like Crossing Jew, he was a top war criminal. Chu Yang kicked him in the face without any hesitation. Bujingan raised his sword to block, and the next second, he flew out with his sword and fainted on the stairs. Chapter 118, Xiangbei's death, Boris's attack. Without Bujingan's disturbance, and with the Sword Saint's well-prepared Sword 23, Xiangbei was doomed to die. Chu Yang's shadow clone carefully observed the Sword Saint's Sword 23, and disappeared at the moment of Xiangbei's death. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Chu Yang suddenly had more memories in his mind. Not long after, a group of Jianghu people with panicked faces came out of Xiangshan No. 1 building. Many people shouted, "Xiangbei is dead." The people of Xiangxia who are fighting each other. After Xiangbei's death, all the gang members felt that they could take the position of gang leader, especially the ambitious Xianqi 12 evils. They were equivalent to Xiangbei's guards. Except for Qinshuang, Nifeng, and Bujingan, the 12 evils of Xianqi had the greatest influence in Xiangxiahu. No one dared to intervene in the internal fighting of Xiangxiahu. Most people were afraid of being implicated, so they hurriedly fled from Xiangshan No. 1 building. There were even gang members of Xiangxiahu who mixed in the crowd and fled together. For example, Wen Chao Chao. This flattering villain relied entirely on winning the favor of Xiangbei to get to where he is today. After Xiangbei's death, his status plummeted, and he was arrogant, and had made countless enemies. If he didn't leave now, his fate would be death. When Chao Chao was congratulating himself for being smart and escaping when he saw that the situation was not good. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder. When Chao Chao was so frightened that he didn't even look at the face of the person who came. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes and begged, "Master, please spare my life. I'm just a rotten fish and shrimp. I have nothing to do with Xiangxiahu. Please have mercy on me." When Chao Chao, is Xiangbei really dead? When Chao Chao heard a familiar voice, so he opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Bujingan, you are not dead." Bujingan only cared about Xiangbei's life and death now, staring at Wen Chao Chao. "Is Xiangbei dead or not?" Wen Chao Chao shuddered with fear and said quickly, "Dead. Dead. Dead, even gods can't save him." Bujingan let go of Wen Chao Chao's shoulders and stood aside in despair. He was obsessed with revenge. Now that Xiangbei is dead, where can he go to avenge Kang Ci? Where should he vent his anger? Bujingan turned his head and stared at Chu Yang. "You stopped me from taking revenge. You have to pay the price." He was about to take action, but was stopped by Jian Shen, who whispered in his ear, "This man's martial arts is not inferior to my master's. You can't beat him. Don't mess around." Chu Yang ignored him, but grabbed Wen Chao Chao who was about to slip away, and said indifferently, "You should explain to him the plan of Xiangbei to divide the three brothers, so that he won't be like a fool." "Okay, sir." Wen Chao Chao lowered his eyebrows and looked pleasing. Although he didn't know how the man in front of him knew it, he still did it honestly, and told Bujingan the comments of the clay Buddha and the cause and effect. Bujingan had a complicated expression after listening. "I misunderstood senior brother Qin and junior brother Feng. If you don't go up, Qin Shuang will be beaten to death by the 12 evils of Xianqi. Chu Yang kindly reminded him, "I'll settle accounts with you next time." Bu Jingyan glanced at Chu Yang coldly. "Oh, are you still spoiling me?" Chu Yang kicked Bu Jingyan hard on the buttocks, sending him directly to the top of the mountain. Bu Jingyan covered his buttocks and rolled on the ground in pain. When Bu Jingyan wanted to settle accounts with Chu Yang again, Chu Yang had already disappeared with the body of the Sword Saint. He could only swallow this loss unwillingly and rush to the #1 building in the world. With Qin Shuang's current loyalty to Xiang Bei, he might really fight to the death with the 12 evils of Xianqi. After leaving the Xianxia Association, Chu Yang took the body of the Sword Saint to the Zhanhe Pavilion, and his speed was many times faster than when he came. Wu Ming seemed to have expected Chu Yang to bring back the body of the Sword Saint and prepared a burial place for the Sword Saint in advance. The two of them simply organized the funeral of the Sword Saint. "I saw Xiang Bei's fate, and he shouldn't have died like this, so I advised the Sword Saint not to take risks, but I didn't expect that even Xiang Bei would die." Wu Ming sighed and still didn't understand what went wrong. He had never expected Chu Yang to be a variable that didn't belong here. Before Senior Sword Saint passed away, he passed Sword 23 to me and hoped that I would find a successor for him. I want to stay in Senior Zhanhe Pavilion for a while and discuss the secrets of Sword 23 with Senior. Wu Ming was also very curious about Sword 23, so he readily agreed. With Wu Ming's help, Chu Yang would comprehend Sword 23 faster. But Chu Yang had more important things to do. Considering that Wu Ming had not yet comprehended the 10,000 swords return to the origin, Chu Yang decided to help him speed up manually. During the days when Chu Yang stayed in Zhanhe Pavilion, he discussed Sword 23 with Wu Ming and intentionally or unintentionally reminded him of the core points of the 10,000 swords return to the origin. "Senior, do you think there are any martial arts in this world that you must first give up your own martial arts before you can learn them?" "Give up your own martial arts? Where did you hear that? It doesn't sound right." The Taoist who taught me swordsmanship said that when he was young, he suffered a great disaster and all his martial arts skills were wasted. It was as if he had become a blank sheet of paper that had never been written on. Blank sheet of paper that had never been written on. Yes, when he was young, he learned a lot of things, just like a messy piece of drawing paper. After it became a blank sheet of paper again, he could concentrate on painting one color. Was it the Taoist who taught you the Teikai sword meaning? Chu Yang nodded. In order to help Wu Ming understand the 10,000 swords return to the origin, he had to use Zhang Sanfeng to get involved. The effect was also very good. Chu Yang used Zhang Sanfeng's mouth to tell Wu Ming many key points about the 10,000 swords return to the origin. It also mixed some ideas about Teikai and Zhang Sanfeng's many years of martial arts experience. That day, Wu Ming had a deep understanding of the duel with Chu Yang. After Chu Yang's special reminder, his inspiration about the return of all swords suddenly burst out. The next day, Wu Ming came to ask Chu Yang to protect him and began a long retreat, telling no one to disturb him. He also missed the news of the birth of the peerless sword. Although Xiang Bei is dead, Bu Jingyan is likely to go to the sword worship villa to get the peerless sword because he hid Kang Xi's body in the Imperial Mausoleum. There is an invulnerable 10,000 Jin stone in the Imperial Mausoleum. If you want to break it, you must have a peerless sword. In the final analysis, Bu Jingyan is asking for trouble. However, Duan Lang has been killed by Chu Yang. Even if Bu Jingyan goes to the sword worship villa, the next plot may not develop in the original direction. After all, Jian Chen was turned into a beast after being fed the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill by Duan Lang. 2 months later, the storm caused by the peerless sword came to an end. Bu Jingyan snatched the sword and left without a trace. Jian Chen also returned to Zhanhe Pavilion in good condition, with no signs of abnormality. Just when Chu Yang was feeling sorry for not being able to send Jian Chen on his way, Wu Ming broke through the barrier and his sword energy and sword intention became extremely pure. "Thank you for your protection for many days, so that Wu Ming could cultivate the 10,000 swords return to the sect by chance." Wu Ming cultivated the 10,000 swords return to the sect, and Chu Yang took the opportunity to challenge him. Wu Ming agreed very straightforwardly, as if he wanted to test the power of the 10,000 swords return to the sect. The two of them came to the forest again. But there was no sword saint watching the battle. It was a pity. Jian Chen, as the only spectator present, was still very excited, even though he didn't like Chu Yang in his heart. This might be the highest level of swordsmanship in the world, and he would be a witness. Unlike last time, Wu Ming held the hero sword in his hand at the beginning, while Chu Yang learned the sword saint's way of controlling the sword with his energy and fighting the enemy with his sword energy. Wu Ming performed the unknown sword technique. Chu Yang performed the holy spirit sword technique. It was as if the sword saint was fighting Wu Ming across endless time and space. The two of them were in sync and used this method to mourn the deceased sword saint. The question of who was stronger, Sword 23 or 10,000 swords returning to the sect, was the sword saint's lifelong obsession. Countless sword energies burst out, destroying everything around them. Even Jian Shen, who was a spectator, had to avoid the sharp battlefield. The next second, Jian Shen stared at the battlefield again, revealing a yearning expression. The restraint of the unknown sword technique on the Holy Spirit sword technique seemed to be a little useless when it came to Chu Yang, and Wu Ming did not have a clear upper hand. Another moment passed. Wu Ming recondensed his sword energy and finally used the supreme secret that the sword sect had passed down for many years. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The sharp sword energy emerged from Wu Ming's body, and his body turned into a breeze. The sword energy spread out, like a violent storm sweeping around, flying all over the sky. The sword energy was like a net, a spectacular sight. Chu Yang stood still, his whole body covered with the domineering aura of armed color, and with the protection of the Nine Yang divine art, he allowed the sword energy to sweep over him. The sound of metal clashing was endless. Chu Yang stood in the rain like sword energy, like the legendary Akala, and Wu Ming's Wanjian Gizan could not hurt him at all. Wu Ming's face changed slightly when he saw this. There is such a powerful horizontal training kung fu in the world. Wu Ming still remembered the first time he met Chu Yang, when the opponent repelled the hero sword with a single finger, and the hero sword trembled continuously. From that time on, he concluded that Chu Yang was a powerful horizontal training master, but he didn't expect that he was so powerful that Wanjian Gizan could not hurt him. Senior Wu Ming, I'm going to draw my sword. Chu Yang saw that Wu Ming was uneasy and immediately shouted loudly. Wu Ming immediately gathered his mind and condensed his sword energy. Wanjian Gizan no longer attacked, but protected his body for defense. Chu Yang's whole body was shining with golden light. Time and space seemed to be stagnant. Chu Yang took a step forward, as if shrinking the earth into an inch, and in the blink of an eye he came in front of Wu Ming and stabbed his vital point with his sword. Wanjian Gizan automatically protected him and used sword energy to transform into layers of solid barriers to protect Wu Ming. Wu Ming's eyes flashed with fear and shock. In his opinion, Sword 23 has surpassed the sword art itself. It can even be said to be a rule. This amazing swordsmanship is indeed stronger than Wanjian Gizan. Wu Ming sighed subconsciously and suddenly realized that he could move. When he looked up again, Chu Yang had withdrawn his move. Senior, what you said is wrong. Sword 23 is indeed very strong, but there is still a flaw, which is the person who made the move, and Wanjian Gizan can just make up for this weakness. Hahaha, I know what you mean. I will not hide this Wanjian Gizan as a way to repay your kindness one after another. Wu Ming felt that if Chu Yang had not inadvertently reminded him, he might not be able to understand the mystery of Wanjian Gizan. Not to mention today, Chu Yang also showed him Sword 23 in detail, without hiding anything. The two began to exchange their experiences. The sky darkened and then brightened, and the sun rose and fell several times. Jian Chen could not bear it any longer and returned to Zhanhe Pavilion first. Half a day passed. Chu Yang and Wu Ming returned to Zhanhe Pavilion together. Chu Yang began to practice Wanjian Gizan in seclusion, and Wu Ming was his protector. In fact, Chu Yang did not need anyone to protect him in seclusion. When he dispersed his internal energy, his other abilities were still there. Due to his strong physique and vigorous vitality, the damage he suffered when his internal energy dispersed could be ignored. During the time when Chu Yang dispersed his power, an unfriendly guest came to Zhanhe Pavilion. Pojin. Podjin, with a murderous look on his face, smashed the hall to pieces as soon as he entered Zhonghe Pavilion, roaring that he wanted to see Wuming, and also injured the shopkeeper who came to persuade him. He blocked the exit and threatened the guest's life to force Wuming to show up. Extremely arrogant. Why do you have to involve others in our affairs? Wuming used his sword energy to open the exit, then walked to the shopkeeper and used his power to heal him. Podjin wanted to provoke him. Wuming turned his head and stared at him, his eyes like swords, sharp and sharp. If you want to fight, I will accompany you, but don't hurt anyone here. Podjin was stunned for a moment, and the prepared line suddenly couldn't come out. Wuming in front of him seemed to have a different temper than before. After curing the shopkeeper's injury, Wuming didn't even look at Podjin, and walked straight to the outside of Zhonghe Pavilion. The extremely angry Podjin was intimidated by Wuming's momentum, and didn't dare to make a move. When the two walked to the outskirts of the city, Wuming said indifferently, Podjin, I only want to ask you one question today. Was it you who poisoned my beloved wife? Podjin laughed. I was wondering why you have changed like a different person. It turns out that you are holding back your revenge. That's right. I killed her. Wuming, who had been mentally prepared, still trembled in his heart and murmured, as expected, it was me who killed her after all. Seeing Wuming's grief, Podjin used his internal force to shake out the two swords behind him. Before the two swords fell, he took the lead to attack Wuming. Wuming responded calmly and countered the moves. His martial arts skills were much higher than Podjin's at this time, so he responded very calmly. Podjin seemed to have expected it. While catching the two swords, he used the unique move Shapiolang that he learned in Japan. For this unique skill, he stayed in Japan for more than 10 years. Podjin, the grudge between you and me started with the return of all swords, and it should also end with it. A large amount of sword energy surged out of Wuming's body. With a leap, the sword energy flowed like rain curtains. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. You learned the 10,000 swords return to the sect? Wuming, you despicable villain, you actually opened the secret vault of my sword sect privately. Podjin was furious, and his move suddenly had flaws, and the sword energy took advantage of the opportunity to enter, and hit the vital point of Danshin. Under this attack, Podjin's Danshin was destroyed, and he became a complete invalid. I only have half of the key, how can I get the secret book of the 10,000 swords return to the sect? I figured it out myself. Wuming shook his head and sighed. Thinking of the kindness of his master in the past, he found it difficult to kill Podjin. You figured it out yourself. This is impossible. There is no such reason. Podjin looked at Wuming in disbelief. This fact hit him harder than Wuming's secret skills. From now on, just be an ordinary person. Wuming turned and left, unwilling to look at Podjin. Near the battle between the two, Jian Chen was being kidnapped. The two people standing next to Jian Chen were Juxin, Juwashen's eldest son, and Jushin, his youngest son. Hurry up and report to father that Wuming has comprehended the 10,000 swords return to the origin. Too deep internal strength is also a problem. It takes a lot of time just to disperse the power. Chu Yang, who had cultivated the 10,000 swords return to the origin, walked out of the room and found that there was no one outside. You said you would protect me, but the people are gone. What kind of protection? Chu Yang walked out with a surprised look on his face. He wanted to eat something to fill his stomach, but he found that Zhonghe Pavilion had been smashed to pieces and the shopkeepers were leading people to clean up. After asking someone casually, Chu Yang found out that Podjin had come. So Juwashen is here too? His killing fist is average, but the indestructible golden body is a bit interesting. Since the would release in the Naruto world, Chu Yang has a special liking for skills that can stack armor. If the 10,000 swords return to the origin is used to protect the body, it is also a first-class defensive move. Since he couldn't eat, Chu Yang was ready to go to Juwashen to ask for the indestructible golden body. Who would have thought that he would run into Wuming, who had just returned from the door. Wuming smiled when he saw Chu Yang. Your talent is really amazing. You have come out of retreat in less than half a month. After that, Wuming stepped forward and stabbed Chu Yang with his finger as a sword. Chu Yang also used his finger as a sword and faced Wuming's sword. The collision of the two swords caused a lot of fluctuations. Wu Ming retracted his sword finger and nodded with satisfaction. You are very proficient in the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, not inferior to me. Chu Yang said a few words modestly and then asked, Senior, did Pojin come just now? Wu Ming nodded. He went to Japan for more than 10 years just to learn a move called Shapio Lang to defeat me. Just now, I broke his danshin with the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, which can be regarded as letting him get what he wanted. Chu Yang secretly smacked his lips. What a good thing. Wu Ming is not bad when he is ruthless. Besides Pojin, did you meet anyone else, Senior? Chu Yang asked. No. Wu Ming shook his head decisively. This Shapio Lang is the secret skill of Washenju Palace. Pyo-jun should be connected with the people of Washenju Palace. Washenju Palace is despicable and should find a way to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming's face changed. Oh no. I couldn't contact Chenna a few days ago. I thought he was busy. Now I think about it, this has never happened before. He was probably kidnapped by the people of Washenju Palace. Wu Ming said anxiously and hurried out. Senior, please be patient. If they kidnap Giant Shen, they must have something to ask for. They will probably come to you soon. Let's wait for a while. Chu Yang stopped Wu Ming and wanted to wait for Ju Washen to come. That's right. After Wu Ming calmed down, he decided to listen to Chu Yang's advice. Ju Washen was defeated by him many years ago, so Wu Ming was not afraid of a defeated general. The two waited for the people of Washenju Palace to arrive in Zhonghua Pavilion. With Ju Washen's pride, he knew that Wu Ming would definitely come to challenge him after he realized the return of the 10,000 swords. The other party's goal is to dominate the Central Plains martial arts world. Defeating Wu Ming is the best way to quickly accumulate reputation. 2 days later, Zhonghua Pavilion received a letter of challenge, signed by Ju Washen. The other party challenged Wu Ming with Giant Shen's safety as a condition. Chu Yang accompanied Wu Ming. Arrived at the place of the challenge, the two met Ju Washen and Giant Shen, who was tied up. Chu Yang smiled happily. He and Giant Shen disliked each other and hoped that the other would suffer more. Wu Ming, I finally see you again. Do you still remember me? Ju Washen turned his back to Wu Ming with the lonely posture of master. It's just a defeated general. Fortunately, you came early. In a few years, maybe I really can't remember you. You were not my opponent 10 years ago, and you will not be my opponent today, and even less in the future. Wu Ming opened his mouth with full sarcasm, which was completely different from his previous style. Chu Yang felt that Wu Ming also blamed Ju Washen for his wife's death. He couldn't kill Pojin, but he could kill Ju Washen hundreds of times. The people nearby were all from Washenju Palace, and Wu Ming's words were like rubbing Ju Washen's face on the ground. Ju Washen turned around in anger, shook his arms, and his whole body was covered with golden light, activating the immortal golden body. Then he raised his hand and threw a killing punch. The powerful fist hit Wu Ming through the air, and in an instant, sand and rocks flew. Wu Ming's fingertips cut through the void, and the sword energy shattered Ju Washen's fist energy, and then he rushed forward and started a close combat with Ju Washen. The sword energy kept slashing at the immortal golden body, bursting with bursts of golden light. Wu Ming's first reaction was that Ju Washen's immortal golden body was not as powerful as Chu Yang's horizontal training kung fu. He became more relaxed as he attacked. Ju Washen had already prepared for a decisive battle with Wu Ming. His killing punches were swift and powerful, and each of them hit the sharp sword energy. After a moment, Ju Washen's attack slowed down. He found that, no matter how strong his killing punches were, they could not break Wu Ming's protective sword energy. Instead, his immortal golden body was about to reach its limit. At this moment, Wu Ming's sword finger stabbed Ju Washen's sea of energy heavily, and with one blow, he was defeated. Ju Washen realized that he was going to lose, and suddenly pointed at Giant Shen who was tied up. Wu Ming stopped and said angrily, how despicable. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. You don't understand such a simple truth, do you? Ha ha ha, Xianjian Wu Ming is just like this, and he still lost to my strategy. Ju Washen looked up to the sky and howled. His expression was extremely rampant. Young friend Yang, please hold Ju Washen for me for a while. I'll go save China. Wu Ming turned to Chu Yang and said, Senior, please go. Chu Yang walked towards Ju Washen. Wooming, you actually let a brat stop me? Then I'll beat him to death in front of you. Ju Washan stared at Chu Yang cruelly. He thought that such a threat would make Wooming embarrassed, but Wooming ignored him and went straight to kill the people of Washanju Palace. Ju Washan was a little panicked and turned to stop Wooming. You can leave, but your immortal golden body must stay. Chu Yang's pupils suddenly turned red and the Magatama slowly turned in them. His figure flashed and came to Ju Washan. Boy, you're looking for death. Ju Washan raised his killing fist, intending to hammer this ignorant boy to death. Boom. The killing fist hit Chu Yang's heart, like hitting a muffled drum. Ju Washan's pupils shrank, and his whole arm was aching. It's my turn. Chu Yang threw a punch at Ju Washan's face. Ju Washan raised his arms to block, and a terrifying force hit him, making his whole body glow with golden light. Ju Washan was shocked and almost screamed. Just one punch almost broke his immortal golden body. I learned it. Taking advantage of the punch just now, Chu Yang's Sharingan had already memorized all the luck roots of the immortal golden body. What? Ju Washan was stunned. I mean, you can die. Chu Yang swung his right fist suddenly, and the 11th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna art was activated, and the force enough to split mountains and rocks hit Ju Washan. Bang! Ju Washan, who became the overlord of Japan with the immortal golden body, was beaten into a pile of meat paste in front of everyone. Juxin. Jushin. Jianshin. Wooming. Shit. My dad is gone. Juxin and Jushin stared at the pile of meat paste on the ground with dull eyes, feeling like they were dreaming. Wooming was also shocked. He didn't expect that Ju Washan would be killed by Chu Yang with 2 punches. The indestructible golden body resisted hundreds of sword ki. The strength of Chu Yang's physique once again refreshed Wooming's cognition. Master, I will never offend Senior Yang again. Jian Chen's legs were weak and his crotch was a little wet. Even when he was kidnapped and tortured by Ju Washan, he was not so scared. A living person was beaten to pieces? Where is the indestructible golden body? You have resisted so many sword ki, can't you even withstand a pair of flesh fists? Sorry, I'm a little angry recently. Chu Yang showed a kind smile to the people of Washanju Palace. Don't kill me. Help. Please, let me go. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving right away. After a burst of ghosts and wolves howling, the people of Washanju Palace were basically running away. Are you kidding? Such a powerful Ju Washan was beaten to death. Why are they still here? Just to be a bonus? Why would you want to live a life for a few hundred yuan a month? Jushin, who was still young, had blank eyes, as if he had not yet accepted the fact in front of him. But his brother Juxin was ready to run away with the others. Please take your father away, and don't pollute the environment. Chu Yang reminded them kindly. Juxin's legs trembled, and he didn't dare to continue running away. He endured the grief and frustration, and began to collect his father's body. It was such a big pool, and I didn't know when it would take to clean it up. Watching his brother wipe his father like wiping a table, Jushin vomited, and vomited so much that it was dark. Jian Chen turned his head away, feeling that he was about to vomit. Wu Ming walked in front of him and cut off all the ropes on his body. Thank you, master, I vomit. Jian Chen couldn't help it after all, and squatted in the corner with Jushin and vomited non-stop. Young people, you still lack exercise. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and saw that Wu Ming's face was also livid and the corners of his mouth were moving. Once Ju Washan dies, this Washanju Palace should be gone just like the Shanks, so there's no need to worry about it anymore. Chu Yang said to Wu Ming. The Japanese have always coveted our Central Plains martial arts world for a long time. This time it was Ju Washan, but next time it might not be who. Wu Ming sighed. He wanted to stay out of the world, but when the time came, he found that he couldn't really sit back and watch. Senior, do you mean to leave the mountain? Chu Yang was quite surprised. Wu Ming's thoughts suddenly changed a lot, and even he was a little caught off guard. Could it be that he was influenced by himself? It's not really leaving the mountain. I just want to use the Zhanhe Pavilion as a base to secretly accumulate strength in case of a group of demons in the future. Just in case. Wu Ming replied. This is going to go directly against Emperor Shishin. Chu Yang showed a playful expression, thinking that things suddenly became interesting. I think Emperor Shishin and I have similar ideas. Why is he becoming more and more like a villain? Chu Yang quickly dispelled the inexplicable thoughts in his mind. Yang, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you stay in Zhonghe Pavilion? Wu Ming's first target was Chu Yang. What does that mean? A Fengyuan version of the Avengers? Chu Yang nodded and said, I have nowhere to go anyway, so I can stay here and eat for free. Wu Ming smiled with relief. There will be enough food and wine. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jian Chen's face suddenly turned pale. He really didn't want to deal with Chu Yang anymore. He had a very serious shadow in his heart. Brother Jian Chen, you look like you don't welcome me. Chu Yang suddenly came up to Jian Chen and looked at him with a smile. Senior Yang, how could that be possible? Jian Chen admires you so much that he can't wait to welcome you. Jian Chen's face was full of sincerity. One Punch Man world. The great prophet Zibaba, who can always predict disasters with 100% accuracy, has passed away. Before he died, Zibaba left a note saying the earth is not doing well. Therefore, the Hero Association held an emergency meeting at the headquarters, requiring the S-class heroes to be present. Saitama and Genis, who were at Bango Dojo, were also temporarily drafted. Genis was fine, as he was originally an S-class hero, but Saitama was still a C-class hero, because he did not get the credit for deep seeking. A C-class hero standing among a group of S-class heroes was quite eye-catching. The atmosphere was quite dull, and everyone looked at Saitama with disdain. Until Sonic, who was also a C-class hero, came. Saitama suddenly seemed less embarrassed, and he waved and greeted Sonic in a friendly manner. Sonic ignored him and stepped aside in a very respectful manner. Chu Yang slowly walked into the meeting room. The atmosphere went from dull to tense. Especially Tornado. The moment she saw Chu Yang, her heart suddenly stopped for a beat, and then she pretended to be indifferent. The other S-class heroes knew the result of the battle between Tornado and Chu Yang. Most people had expressions of watching a show on their faces. Atomic Samurai was unhappy. His 3 apprentices suffered a great loss at the hands of Sonic. Isn't this a disguised way of saying that Chu Yang teaches better than him? Flash's eyes stayed on Sonic with a complicated expression. He knew that Sonic had also joined the Hero Association through the deep-seeking incident last time. The Hero Association maintained a cautious attitude towards Chu Yang. If this crisis did not concern the entire Earth, they would not contact Chu Yang. After all, the two sides had a very unpleasant quarrel before. Chu Yang landed beside Saitama carelessly, and Saitama suddenly moved aside silently. Chu Yang smiled and joked, "Are you afraid of me?" Saitama shook his head, "I just don't want to have a nightmare." Chu Yang continued, "Aren't you very interested in ninjutsu? Come to the House of Evolution next time, I can teach you." Saitama immediately became interested, and said with an expectant expression, "Are you serious?" Chu Yang nodded, "Of course. It is a good thing that Saitama can come to the House of Evolution often. At least there is no need to worry about the lack of bloodline factors." The two chatted enthusiastically and didn't care about the purpose of this meeting at all. The director of the main meeting kept coughing, but failed to interrupt Chu Yang and Saitama's chat, so he could only start this meeting helplessly. There was not much core content, and it was finished in just a few sentences. Some of the S-class heroes present took it very seriously, while others did not take it seriously. The two different positions made everyone quarrel. It's just a crisis that may occur within half a year. It is necessary to gather everyone now. Before Child Emperor finished speaking, the whole building shook violently. Outside the window, several monsters with wings, led by a monster who claimed to be the Sky King, were attacking the headquarters of the Hero Association. The heroes were about to take action. The Sky King was suddenly split into two, and his body fell from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a huge interstellar battleship appeared in the sky above City A. Chapter 119. It's okay, I'll take a stroll. You continue, seeking follow-up reading. As soon as the interstellar battleship that almost covered the sky above City A appeared, the shock wave raised the buildings below to the ground. Now everyone finally understood what the Earth is not good meant. Except for the headquarters of the Hero Association, all other areas were destroyed. The reason why the headquarters survived was that when it was built, Metal Knight used space meteorite fragments to strengthen the strength of the building. The disaster has come, and it's time for the heroes to appear. Chu Yang stood up and patted his butt. When he turned around, Saitama had disappeared. He looked at the big hole in the ceiling and couldn't help laughing. "You're pretty fast, Sonic. Remember to clean up the battlefield." "Okay, master." After explaining the important things, Chu Yang flew out along the ceiling above his head. Sonic licked his lips. All the high-level monsters that appeared on the battlefield were his possessions. This time Chu Yang only brought him out alone. If he doesn't perform well, he will change to someone else next time. Don't let Master down. Sonic's ghostly figure disappeared in the conference room. Only Genis noticed the departure of several people. Hearing the chaotic and hurried footsteps outside, he also left through the big hole in the ceiling. Later, several heroes including Tornado followed Genis to the top of the building. Child Emperor, Super Alloy Darksheen, Tornado, Genis, and King, who was stuck in the hole, all looked up at the huge spaceship in the sky. Except for Tornado, no one else could deal with the defense weapons of the spaceship, let alone break through to the inside. "Where is that guy?" Tornado looked at Genis. "He was the first to come up." "I don't know." Genis shook his head. He knew Tornado was asking Chu Yang, but when he came up, he didn't see Chu Yang or the teacher. It was obvious that both of them had entered the interior of the spaceship, but Genis didn't say it clearly. Inside the spaceship, Chu Yang followed closely behind Saitama. Saitama was killing people indiscriminately inside, and he was having a lot of fun picking up corpses behind him. Fortunately, Saitama didn't run fast, so Chu Yang followed calmly. Boris's Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates. The members are of very good quality. Chu Yang picked up a bunch of monster corpses, but there was not a single one below the demon level. Most of them are at the peak of the demon level, very close to the dragon level. This pile of materials can not only help with research, but also be used to make armored legions. At that time, Chu Yang can stay in the laboratory peacefully and live a retired life in advance, without having to run around all day. Saitama rushed around inside the spacecraft. After an unknown period of time, a green monster appeared in front of him. The monster standing on a high place shouted that he wanted to smash Saitama's bald head, and then jumped down. Before he finished speaking, Saitama jumped high and blew up its head. "It's so simple." "Yo, golden legend." Chu Yang went forward to check and found that it was a dragon level monster. He vaguely remembered that the other party's name seemed to be Gloribus. "You are so unlucky. You haven't even finished your lines." Chu Yang didn't forget to complain while licking the bag. Suddenly, the spaceship shook violently and explosions were heard from time to time. The bald guy couldn't find the way and started to destroy the house. After collecting the body of the dragon level monster, Chu Yang rushed over in the direction of the explosion. On the ground, another dragon level monster was being besieged by the heroes. Its name is Mirusa Gerudo, one of the top fighters in the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates. Mirusa has 5 heads, each with its own consciousness, and can split off to act independently. The body can also transform according to thoughts and become a weapon with powerful lethality. At the same time, it also has an extremely exaggerated self-healing ability. There are 5 cores in Mirusa's body. These 5 cores must be smashed one by one to completely kill it. With so many powerful characteristics, Mirusa can still hold its own when dealing with multiple S-level heroes. The first one to come to fight Mirusa, Iai Tetsu, had one hand cut off. If Atomic Samurai hadn't arrived in time, he might have died. Atomic Samurai, ranked 4th among S-class heroes, is a samurai who is good at kendo. His slash is the atomic slash that can cut everything into pieces. Although it is suspected of being exaggerated, its power should not be underestimated. At least ordinary dragon level monsters cannot stop it. The powerful atomic slash also has its shortcomings. If a monster is almost immune to the slash, such as a monster with extremely strong self-healing ability like Mirusa, Atomic Samurai will be in a difficult battle. After slashing Mirusa 3 or 4 times, looking at the opponent's body that has recovered, Atomic Samurai felt that it was difficult. Fortunately, Silver Fang Bang and Metal Bat also arrived at the scene in time and fought Mirusa with Atomic Samurai. The 3 of them each used their special skills to beat Mirusa's body and continued to collapse. but in the next second, the opponent will recover again, and it will repeat over and over again, as if it is endless. After a moment, the sexy prisoner also joined the battlefield, took off his clothes, and entered the angel form. I don't know if his attack power has become stronger, but he looks more perverted anyway. Miruza was constantly beaten and resurrected. It couldn't do anything to so many heroes, and the heroes couldn't do anything to it. Hey, how come you even had your hand chopped off after not seeing you for a few days? Sonic appeared next to Ai Tetsu and said something heartbreaking with a cold face. He didn't mean to mock, he just said the truth, but Ai Tetsu sounded like he was mocking himself. Ai Tetsu ignored him with a dark face. Sonic didn't care and continued very naturally. Come to the House of Evolution when you have time. I'll let that idiot Genis install a mechanical prosthesis for you, so your strength won't drop too much. Ai Tetsu looked at him in surprise. Anyway, it's like this, it's up to you, whether you come or not. Sonic left, still muttering in a low voice, if it wasn't for the master saying that the House of Evolution can't have too many enemies who will care about you. The sexy prisoner on the other side bombarded Miruza with his fists, but it didn't work, and he was exhausted. Miruza seized the moment when his opponent showed signs of fatigue and launched a counterattack. His fist turned into a blunt weapon and struck out like lightning. It was this move that broke Ai Tetsu's hand just now. Bang appeared in front of the sexy prisoner and wanted to block the attack for him. Another black figure was faster than him and jumped directly onto Miruza's arm. Then the dazzling blade light kept flashing, and Miruza's arm seemed to be decomposed and turned into broken meat paste. Seeing this, Atomic Samurai raised his mouth corners and subconsciously praised excellent swordsmanship. But when he saw clearly that the person who attacked was Sonic, his mouth corners drooped quickly, and he looked like he had eaten shit. Sonic was extremely fast. At the moment of dismembering Miruza's arm, he grabbed the flashing core. He crushed the core in front of Miruza. Its arm could not continue to regenerate. Ai Tetsu was stunned and murmured, "Is this the strength of Shining Ninja?" Sonic? Long before the battle began, Chu Yang had reminded Sonic of Miruza's weakness, which was why he was able to find the core quickly. Of course, Sonic would not delve into how Chu Yang knew it. In his heart, the master was a greater existence than God. Isn't it natural to know these things? Exclamation mark. Bang and others were shocked to see that Sonic solved the monster's arm with one blow, and it didn't heal itself. I don't know where this guy came from. He actually found the weak spot of the monster with one strike. He was observing the battle situation just now. What a sharp fighting intuition. I remember that he was just a C-class hero, just like the bald man in a cape. He solved the deep-seeking incident. Logically, he should be promoted. It's not appropriate to evaluate him as a C-class hero. I heard that Yang, the first in A-class, had a conflict with the headquarters, and this disciple was implicated. The Hero Association is really getting more and more outrageous. Several S-class heroes looked at Sonic's back and whispered a few words with admiration in their eyes. Miruza looked at Sonic with a face full of panic. How did this human know the secret of my core? More importantly, he couldn't keep up with Sonic's movements just now and watched the other party crush his core. If the other party wanted to destroy other cores, it would have no way to defend. There's no other way. Notify the control room to bombard the ground. Cover the firepower in all directions. Don't let these people survive. Miruza separated a part of his body and wanted to secretly contact the control room on the spacecraft. Before the clone flew far, it was pierced by a shuriken from Sonic. Metal Bat went forward to finish off the opponent, but Sonic stopped him and said sternly, "This is my trophy. You are not allowed to touch it. No one wants that thing." Metal Bat looked at Sonic with a look of mental retardation and retreated with an unhappy face. "This is mine. You can't snatch it from me," Sonic said to everyone in a warning tone. Now not only Metal Bat, but others also thought that Sonic was mentally ill. Who would snatch this? Seeing that everyone stood there without moving, Sonic nodded contentedly and pointed the tip of the knife at Miruza. "Your body is useful to me. Surrender obediently." Miruza, who followed Boris to travel across the universe, had never been so angry before. He stomped on the ground and rushed towards Sonic. Seeing that Miruza was tricked, Sonic immediately used his Sharingan and turned on the torture mode. Miruza paused and stopped charging with a dull look. Huh? What's going on? Bang noticed something was wrong and walked forward to observe. Others also gathered around. After watching for a while, Atomic Samurai said in amazement, he used some kind of ability to control the monster. But he can't move himself. What's the use? Metal Bat said, it's useless in a one-on-one situation, but it's very useful in a multi-on-one situation. Bang nodded in agreement. In most cases, heroes below S level act in teams. What does he mean? Let us help to clean up. But he just told us not to move. The sexy prisoner looked confused. Then wait a little longer. Bang asked everyone not to move. He was very curious about what would happen next. On the spaceship, Saitama dismantled everything he went to and tortured the last dragon level Kada in the control room to insanity. The Kada is called Guraigan Sharp, a psychic who uses telekinesis. He belongs to the same group as Tornado and looks like an octopus. If you add some eyes to its body, it will look a bit like a low-profile copycat version of Cthulhu. Shupu's telekinesis is so strong that it can affect gravity. According to the setting, his ability to throw things is even stronger than Tornado's. When Tornado controls an object to attack, friction and other external forces will be generated in the process. If the speed exceeds a certain level, the object itself will be evaporated, and the final result is determined by the boiling point. Shupu can eliminate the friction of the air. No matter what he controls, the speed can be close to the speed of light, and the lethality is very strong. But this is the only aspect that is stronger than Tornado. If it is just a competition of telekinesis strength, Tornado still has an absolute advantage. Shupu has no idea what to do with the bald man who was smashing things in the spaceship. He wanted to trick the other party and let the bald man get out of the spaceship. Unexpectedly, the bald man used a trick to let him find the control room. Chu Yang followed Saitama silently, and the entire spaceship did not notice him. It should be said that Saitama's performance was too eye-catching, and everyone naturally ignored Chu Yang. Chu Yang was very happy. He could get a bunch of experimental materials without any effort. He felt happy to win by hanging up. Saitama kicked the door of the control room open and walked in with a swagger. Shupu launched an attack immediately, controlling a large amount of rubble and bombarding Saitama at a speed close to the speed of light. The power of this move is comparable to that of a spacecraft carrying out a firepower coverage attack. As a master of armor, Chu Yang would have a hard time resisting it. But Saitama stood in the rubble storm with a calm face, and even his skin was not scratched. Chu Yang was thirsty and decided to trick Saitama into drawing 2 tubes of blood for a search after returning. Saitama was not hurt at all, which made Shupu angry and embarrassed. He turned on his telekinesis and activated the super telekinetic gravity wave, which began to affect the gravity in this space. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the control room were immediately in trouble. When Shupu used his ability, he did not take them into consideration. As a result, Saitama did not fall down, but they were crushed into pieces by gravity. A pile of materials exploded on the ground. Chu Yang smiled from ear to ear and picked them up silently, all the way to Shupu's feet. Shupu then noticed the second human in the control room and asked in shock, "What are you doing?" Chu Yang looked up and grinned. "It's okay, I'll take a walk, you continue." Shupu was furious. A bald man and a garbage collector were not affected by gravity. How could he, the first telekinetic person in the universe, put his face? Countless pieces of rubble floated in the control room and shot out at high speed under Shupu's control. The whole person turned into Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Damn. Another large number of companions were saved by Shupu. Chu Yang's eyes were shining. "Shupu, you are really a living bodhisattva." But the next second, the living bodhisattva was shot in the head by a bald man with rubble. "You guys have been fighting for a long time and you can only use stones? It's so boring." Saitama was very disappointed. Chu Yang also expressed regret and licked the bag with tears in his eyes again and put Shupu's body into the space. Saitama learned about Boris's existence from the mouths of several remaining minions and then continued to move forward. He stopped in front of an iron door that was more than 10 meters high. Chu Yang followed behind and sensed the powerful aura on the other side of the iron door. The overlord of the universe, Boris. As the leader of the dark matter pirates of the universe, Boris has been rampant in the vast universe for many years without a single defeat. Because the living environment of the mother planet is too harsh, Boris's race has evolved powerful physical functions, among which the self-healing ability is the most powerful. Unlike Miru's self-healing with obvious shortcomings, Boris's self-healing has no core and is a complete physical talent. It's just that it will consume life in extreme conditions. In Chu Yang's view, this is not a shortcoming at all, but a price that should be paid. The moment Saitama blasted open the door, Boris was sitting on the throne and watching him. Boris, who was wearing armor all over his body, was in a state of power suppression. If not, he would not be able to experience the joy of fighting at all, because he was too strong. Saitama understood this deeply. Boris left the throne and walked down the steps slowly, telling Saitama about the loneliness he had felt for so many years because of his strength. I invaded countless planets, but in the end, there was no opponent. I longed for an opponent to appear until I heard a prophecy from a certain fortune teller. He said that on a distant blue planet, there is an existence that can rival me, so I spent 20 years and crossed billions of light years to come here and finally met you. Boris walked in front of Saitama, the veins on his one eye exposed, and he fell into a state of extreme excitement. But before that, I have to clean up the insignificant bugs first. As soon as Boris finished speaking, he flashed and appeared beside Chu Yang, punching him hard. Chu Yang was surrounded by lightning, and the tail beast coat appeared at the same time, instantly stacking up the buff, and raised his hand to block Boris's attack. The entire spaceship suddenly sank because of this attack. Oh. Boris was very surprised and a little confused. How could there be another strong man who could take his attack? While Boris was distracted, Chu Yang held down his fist with one hand, dragged him to Saitama, held down Saitama's shoulder, and disappeared with the two of them. When Saitama reacted, he and Boris had already appeared on a strange island. You two fight here, or you'll break my spaceship. Under Chu Yang's feet was a flying thunder god spell, and he had already arranged everything. From the beginning, his goal was Boris's entire spaceship. If conditions allowed, Chu Yang even wanted to capture Boris and study him, but unfortunately this guy would only die in battle and turn into powder, and he couldn't be captured alive. Coming to a strange island inexplicably, Boris was furious and felt that he was fooled by Chu Yang. Just when he wanted to settle accounts with Chu Yang disappeared under his nose. Saitama touched his bald head and asked in confusion, "That spaceship is his? You are such a big liar." Boris's one eye was so angry that it turned green, and he directly blew off the armor on his body and returned to normal. The two sides fought. Saitama, who has opened the style of a strong man, seems to be at ease under Boris' attack. It's really bad for you to invade other planets, just for the sake of excitement. Saitama punched Boris into the seabed with one punch. Not long after, the sea boiled, and Boris rushed out, rolling up waves and submerging the island. The two continued to fight. At the same time, Chu Yang returned to the spaceship and began to arrange the flying thunder god spells everywhere. Before, he followed Saitama not only to pick up materials, but also left spells everywhere he went. The spaceship is too large, and it is impossible to move it away by directly launching the flying thunder god. A large number of spells need to be arranged to succeed. Metal Knight still wants to take advantage of the situation. I won't even let you drink the foot washing water. Chu Yang just finished arranging the spells and felt that the spaceship was moving abnormally, as if the weapon device was activated. Child Emperor, who was checking the situation of the spaceship outside, also detected energy anomalies. He immediately notified the headquarters of the Hero Association that the spaceship was about to be bombarded. The people in the entire building began to evacuate urgently. Unfortunately, it was too late. Purple lights lit up one after another at the bottom of the spaceship, and the bombardment was about to be launched. Bang and other S-class heroes were ready for battle. But they knew that once the bombardment began, no one would be spared. Boom. Deafening sound of artillery fire rang out. Critical moment. Tornado's figure quietly appeared. As soon as she stretched out her hand, she used powerful telekinesis to control the falling shells, and the shells as big as houses were frozen in the air. Tornado slowly flew into the air, pointed upwards, and all the shells turned around and shot back at the spaceship. Tornado's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, and she planned to enjoy the scene of the spaceship being bombarded. Suddenly, the 15,000 meter long space battleship disappeared. The sky above City A became empty. Tornado was stunned. Bang shuddered. The samurai sword in the hand of the atomic samurai fell. Everyone was scared to death by this supernatural scene. A group of senior executives of the headquarters stood by the window, staring at the sky with dull eyes. Such a large spaceship suddenly disappeared! Exclamation mark. What is this? The crisis is over? Great, the Earth is saved. We are safe. What a bullshit. Hurry up and find the spaceship, otherwise it will be a big loss. The directors at the headquarters became flustered. After being shocked, the heroes outside breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, the disaster is over. Only Tornado was indignant, as if someone had taken away the credit. Sonic also got out of the illusion, and Mirusa standing opposite him had fainted, with deep fear still on his face. This guy who can be resurrected infinitely, Genis should be very happy to use it for experiments. Master will definitely be very happy too. Sonic grinned, and his small body was able to carry Mirusa. Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone talking nonsense. What are the use of US class heroes? The whole city is destroyed. The A-class hero Sweetheart Mask sat on a stone, looking at the heroes who had just experienced a life and death battle with disdain. Obviously a guy who didn't fight. How could he shamelessly teach others a lesson here? Sonic was very unhappy. He was the main force to defeat Mirusa, and every word of Sweet Mask seemed to be scolding him. Trash. Garbage. Idiot. Sonic put Mirusa down and walked towards Sweet Mask silently. You want to fight with me? A mere C-class hero. Don't think that you can take the credit for yourself just because you are with a few S-class heroes. You are as disgusting as your master. Sweet Mask still hates Chu Yang for taking away his first place in A-class. It was this last sentence that almost cost him his life. Sonic drew his sharp blade. The blade flashed. Sweet Mask's voice stopped abruptly. There was a hideous scar on his abdomen. Several S-class heroes were shocked, especially the metal baseball bat closest to the two. Everyone thought that Sonic and Sweet Mask were just having a verbal fight at most, but they didn't expect Sonic to be angry and attack. Sweet Mask didn't expect that he couldn't avoid Sonic's attack. He was not a fool, and he didn't take precautions, even when Sonic walked in front of him. He had been paying attention to Sonic's movements, and knew that he was going to attack, but he failed to dodge in the end. A mere C-class hero. The same sentence, said again at this moment. The tone of Sweet Mask was full of fear. Why can't I dodge the attack of a C-class hero? Sweet Mask covered his wound and retreated. Sonic chased him closely, obviously wanting to kill him. Among the people present, perhaps only Genis could understand why Sonic was furious. If someone insulted Saitama, he would take similar actions, but probably not as radical as Sonic. Stop him. Bang shouted hurriedly. If the news of heroes killing each other spread, the public's trust in heroes would be devastated. Metal Bat immediately stopped in front of Sonic and swung his bat to force Sonic back. Hey, calm down. Although I also hate his tone and attitude, killing is another matter. Metal Bat kept muttering, but Sonic's murderous intent did not diminish, making him frown. This kid is determined to kill. If you help him, then you'll be my enemy. Sonic used the shadow clone technique, splitting into two, leaving one shadow clone entangled with Metal Bat, and the main body rushed towards Sweet Mask. What kind of skill is this? Oh no. Metal Bat was hit by the fierce attack of the shadow clone, and couldn't get away for a while. He thought it was an illusion, but it turned out to be a real entity? Exclamation mark. Atomic Samurai and the prisoner came up to help stop Sonic. Sonic did the same thing and split into two more shadow clones to hold them back. Just as he was about to kill Sweet Mask, Bang suddenly appeared and hit the side of the samurai sword with his fingertips, deflecting Sonic's attack. Sweet Mask had a gloomy face, and the injury on his abdomen was gradually recovering. He has a strong self-healing ability. The knife just now almost cut my internal organs. This bastard. Sweet Mask gnashed his teeth in hatred. What he usually cares about most is his image, but Sonic made him embarrassed. Sonic observed Bang. This old man was very strong. The Sharingan could not find his flaws for a while. Your name is Sonic, right? Sweetheart Mask just offended, but he was also stabbed and seriously injured. Why not let him go this time? If you kill him here, it will definitely bring trouble to your teacher. Bang reminded Sonic kindly. That's right. The master said that we can't create too many enemies for the House of Evolution. Sonic looked around and found that he had just been impulsive and fought with 4 S-class heroes at the same time. The 3 shadow clones were also destroyed at this time. Old man, I'll give you face and let it go today, but next time we meet, I will still kill him. Before leaving, Sonic made a cutthroat gesture to Sweetheart Mask, which made the other party's face turn pale with anger. That's enough. Do you really want to fight him to the death? Bang glanced at Sweetheart Mask. Sweetheart Mask gritted his teeth and said, even if you don't intervene, I won't lose. Bang shook his head helplessly, ignored him, and turned away. Metal Bat sneered, his eyes showing contempt. Tornado suddenly appeared and sent a telekinetic force to send Sweetheart Mask flying, cursing. He is the man who beat me after all. Why do you insult him? Tornado was not speaking for Chu Yang. It was just because the heroes that Sweetheart Mask had just scolded also included her. Now it was just a reason to punish him. Sweetheart Mask was injured one after another, glared at Tornado angrily, and fled in a hurry. Sonic picked up Miruza again, and was about to leave. Genis came over and asked him, Saitama Sensei and Yang, Senpai are gone. Do you know where they are? Sonic replied, they should have been moved by Masters Ninjutsu. They are probably in the House of Evolution. Genis said in surprise, that spaceship was moved by Senior Yang. How is that possible? Sonic frowned, a little unhappy. How many times have I said it? That's a ninjutsu. Genis apologized quickly. That spaceship was moved by humans? That's really interesting. Can you take me to see it? Bang stood in front of Sonic with his hands behind his back and a kind smile on his face. Well, since you reminded me not to cause trouble for Master, I can consider taking you with me, Sonic said proudly. Atomic Samurai also wanted to get on the bus with the group to see the room at House of Evolution. However, Iai's arm was broken and he still had an indelible shadow of the House of Evolution in his heart. Considering the physical and mental health of his disciples, he had to give up. Tornado was also hesitant. She was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to challenge Chu Yang again. On the other side, on a distant island, Boris had been beaten into a pile of ashes by Saitama, and the Earth's atmosphere had been combed into a middle part by Saitama. Damn bastard, where is this place? You better take me back. No one heard Saitama's roar. A seagull passed over his head and rewarded him with a pile of green bird shit. Boom. The bird shit hit Saitama's bald head. Saitama's mouth twitched. The House of Evolution. The armored gorilla was working with the monsters, and the site was suddenly shrouded in a shadow. He looked up. The star battleship with a body length of more than 10,000 meters was right above him. It was so scared that it almost had a cardiac arrest. Did the Hero Association headquarters call? How many S-class heroes are here? I knew this day would come. Alas, sir, you are so confused. The armored gorilla wanted to cry, but had no tears. He still fantasized about living a peaceful life, marrying a wife, having children, and getting a large pension after retirement. Why am I so confused? A golden light flashed and landed next to the armored gorilla. Chu Yang stuck his head out and looked at it in confusion. Sir, how did you get down from above? The armored gorilla was stunned. What do you think? Chu Yang looked at it with a bad look and said unhappily, why are you standing there? Take people up and take down the experimental materials. The armored gorilla suddenly woke up from a dream. It turns out that the spaceship is ours. That's fine. It happily took people up and then brought a group of aliens marked as experimental subjects down. These are all Boris's crew members, special species from various planets. Although their strength is average, they have very high research value. As for this spaceship, Chu Yang did not plan to keep it. He planned to dismantle it and build the Iron Man Legion. Chapter 120 The Meaning of a Hero's Existence. Garou knows nothing about martial arts. Sonic is back. He brought back many friends. Genis, Bang, Tornado, Blizzard, and Saitama. Wait. Saitama? Didn't you go on vacation? Chu Yang was surprised. What the hell? You took me to a barren island and didn't bring me back. I ran all day to get back from the sea. Bastard. Saitama grabbed Chu Yang's collar. His face was full of blue veins and he looked like he was going to kill someone. Mistake. You're back, aren't you? Your skin is dark and you look healthy. Chu Yang smiled and patted Saitama's shoulder, trying to keep him calm. Don't think you can fool me by pretending to be stupid. Saitama gritted his teeth and held Chu Yang tightly. There is a new game room upstairs. Do you want to go up and take a look? Chu Yang's voice was full of temptation, like the whisper of a devil. Where is it? Saitama really fell for it and immediately loosened his collar and walked out, looking around. Ahem. Then everyone, welcome to the House of Evolution. Chu Yang applauded to welcome Bang and others, and then asked Dr. Genis to stop his work and lead everyone on a tour. They were definitely not allowed to go to the laboratory. At most they could see the production workshop of the Iron Man core. The House of Evolution is still expanding. Monsters can be seen everywhere here. Under the leadership of the armored gorilla, they are engaged in the endless civil engineering industry. The main focus is to serve Chu Yang. Bang and Genis' reactions were relatively calm, but Tornado and Blizzard felt a little uncomfortable, especially Tornado. Her first reaction when she saw a monster was to kill it, but now she couldn't do it. This is Chu Yang's territory. After suffering a big loss once, she became extremely cautious. The interstellar battleship snatched from Boris was parked in the nearby forest. The devices on it were dismantled piece by piece, and then entered the factory to become a set of steel armor. When Bang and others were brought here, the battleship had been dismantled to only half. The materials on the warship are all very rare metals, which can make up for the embarrassment of not having vibranium. With the materials provided by the dragon level monsters, the quality of the armor has risen sharply. It turns out that it is really here. Bang looked up and watched a large number of monsters dismantling the warship, just like locusts eating. The scene was very spectacular. How did they do it? Tornado asked curiously. As Tornado asked, everyone also focused their attention on Chu Yang. It seems that everyone is very curious about ninjutsu, so let me demonstrate it. As he said, Chu Yang walked to Bang first. He pressed the other's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the two came to a ruin. Is this City A? Bang was shocked. He himself did not have any special feelings, but he appeared here in a flash. In addition to Flying Thunder God, Chu Yang can also use Phantom Shift, because he has been to City A, and has the corresponding concept in his mind. It's just that compared with Phantom Shift, Flying Thunder God consumes less and is safer. Chu Yang will only consider Phantom Shift when he is teleporting alone. After a while, Chu Yang took Bang back to the House of Evolution. Bang was amazed. His mysterious expression made everyone curious. Where did you go just now? Tornado asked curiously. City A. Bang replied. Impossible. Tornado shook her head immediately. It was impossible to go to City A and come back so quickly. You will know if you go there yourself. Bang blinked at her. Take me there. Take me there. Tornado stood in front of Chu and looked at him straight, not caring about the fear before. Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and put his hand on Tornado's head, just like teasing a child. Tornado's face sank, and just as he was about to take action, the scenery in his vision suddenly changed. It's really City A. Looking at the reconstruction of City A everywhere, Tornado's eyes widened, and her heart was pounding. Even if she used telekinesis to fly, it would take a long time to reach another city, but Chu Yang only needed a blink of an eye. Can this be learned? Tornado's eyes were faintly expectant. You can't learn this. Chu Yang shook his head. Why? I'm very smart. Even though I lost to you, it doesn't mean that I'm not smart. Tornado was anxious. She had never been questioned about her talent. Didn't Sonic say before that this is a ninjutsu that only ninjas can perform, and becoming a ninja requires special qualifications? After Chu Yang said this, he pressed Tornado's head again and took her back to the House of Evolution. Tornado walked aside in a sullen mood. What's wrong with her? Everyone was confused. Then, Chu Yang took Genis and Fubuki to experience the speed of Flying Thunder God. This ability of yours is very important. It can open up the connection between cities. If a monster appears, it can gather a lot of power in a short time to destroy the monster. Bang said solemnly. Chu Yang shook his head and said, the idea is good, but it's unrealistic. The activation of Flying Thunder God requires a special energy, and this energy is currently only in Sonic and me. Bang was very regretful. Genis asked curiously, how did you make sure that other people don't have this power? Chu Yang smiled but said nothing. Sonic glared at Genis. Do you think anyone can be a ninja? Genis frowned. He felt that Chu Yang did not tell the whole truth. Fubuki saw that the atmosphere was dull and changed the subject. Genis, we are here as guests. It is a bit rude to ask too many questions. Genis nodded and said, sorry. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang changed the subject. Genis, if you can let me meet Dr. Kusno, I can tell you the key to becoming a ninja. The others were shocked when they heard this. Chu Yang was very interested in Dr. Kusno, who helped Genis transform his body. The other party had a deep research in mechanical life. If he could cooperate with Dr. Kusno, it would be a good thing for the House of Evolution. After a brief hesitation, Genis shook his head and rejected Chu Yang's deal. He did not want to involve Dr. Kusno in danger. In his heart, Chu Yang was more of a code name for the unknown. Since it was unknown, there were risks. It doesn't matter, there will be opportunities in the future. Chu Yang invited everyone into the house and visited other places. As the sky gradually darkened, everyone left after dinner. Saitama came out of the game room with a reluctant heart and said that he would come to play with Chu Yang next time. Chu Yang smiled and nodded in agreement and secretly prepared the syringe. This game room was built for Saitama from the beginning. Jarvis. Yes, boss. Chu Yang shouted at a computer in the laboratory and the computer responded quickly. The artificial intelligence system can be perfected to this extent. Sir, you are really a genius. Genis on the side adjusted his glasses, his face full of surprise. It still needs time to grow. Let it control the Legion in the future, and the defense of the House of Evolution can be completely handed over to Jarvis. Having been Tony's assistant for so long, Chu Yang already knew the entire code structure of Jarvis, and it only took some time to copy it. With Jarvis, the Iron Man Legion can be truly formed. Whether it is going out to fight or doing defense work, it can be well organized. It can even be said that compared with the production of armor, artificial intelligence is the highest masterpiece of Earth technology. Sir, there are more and more outsiders in the base recently. Is it really okay? Kinnis was a little worried. At present, almost all the people coming and going to the Evolution House are S-level heroes. If they sabotage from the inside, it will cause great losses. Especially that bald guy. Don't worry about this. I know my limits. Chu Yang waved his hand and signaled Kinnis to rest assured. He knew the personalities of the people who came, and no one would have such a petty idea. Even if there is such a possibility, the Evolution House can still ensure safety under the full surveillance of Jarvis. Is Saitama still in the game room? Yes, and there is one more person. Who? King, the 7th S-level hero, is known as the strongest man on Earth. He came here with Saitama recently. Chu Yang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Kinnis became so sensitive. King is even less worried. His comprehensive combat ability is worse than Kinnis. He can become an S-level hero only by picking up leaks. Every time he encounters a monster, Saitama will appear, and after the battle, it becomes his credit. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a humanoid Saitama summoner. From this perspective, it seems quite appropriate to call him the strongest man on Earth. Don't worry about this person. Don't even collect his bloodline factor. It's a waste of resources and time. Chu Yang specifically warned. Waste of time and resources? Genis was stunned. He was actually making relevant preparations, but since Chu Yang said so, he could only give up. How is Meruza? It didn't make it. According to the request of the adults, I didn't inject multiple bloodline factors at once this time, but only injected one, but its body collapsed directly. What about the observed experimental data? The cells expanded rapidly in an instant, and then failed, until the body collapsed. The whole process was very fast, and no more detailed data was left. Jinus said with a guilty look, "My lord, please punish me. The experimental subject, that should have been able to be experimented many times, was collapsed by my one experiment." Chu Yang sighed. "I asked you to change the bloodline factor. What responsibility do you bear?" In fact, Chu Yang had expected this result a long time ago. He transplanted Saitama's bloodline factor into Miruza, but he didn't expect that even the dragon-level monster with strong self-healing ability couldn't bear it, and his body fell apart directly. If it was the unlicensed knight, the outcome would probably be even worse. What kind of prerequisites are needed to break through the limiter? Is it really just based on willpower? If that's the case, the unlicensed knight's willpower is also quite firm, and he has encountered many life and death crises. Why is he still an ordinary person? The greater possibility is that two conditions are required: a strong willpower and some kind of physical stimulation. Forget it. Let's continue to observe and go find Saitama to get some blood first. Chu Yang left the laboratory and went to the living area upstairs. Saitama was still playing games with King. The former was angry and embarrassed, while the latter was calm and composed, showing the style of master. The character controlled by King was only left with a trace of blood, while Saitama's character was hit to death by a full blood combo. Ask yourself, in this situation, Chu Yang would also have cerebral congestion. A pile of broken controllers were next to Saitama, which indirectly described his mood at the moment. During the short break, Chu Yang walked in naturally and used illusion to control both of them at the same time. In the illusion space, the two were still playing games. Chu Yang began to draw blood from Saitama. Saitama's skin defense is very high, and normal means can't get it out at all, but Chu Yang has the ability of ninjutsu, magic, ghost way, and curse, so it's not too easy to get some blood from him. After the illusion was lifted, Saitama didn't feel any discomfort, but just looked at Chu Yang's smiling face and felt a little disgusted in his heart. Chu Yang, who had drawn a large tube of blood, was about to leave, and Genis walked in. He first greeted Chu Yang, then turned to Saitama and said, "Teacher, the unlicensed knight was injured by someone last night and is now in the hospital. Do you want to visit him?" Saitama scratched his head and said, "Why is he injured every day?" Genis explained, "Recently, there is a famous hero hunter. The unlicensed knight was injured by him. Not long ago, he made a big fuss at the headquarters and crippled several air-level heroes." Hero hunter? Listening to the familiar plot, Chu Yang's first reaction was that Garou has come out. Chu Yang was a little curious. He has been busy with experiments recently and has not paid attention to the news from the outside world. The only one in the entire evolution house who has contact with the outside world is Sonic, but he only wants to help his master catch monsters and is not interested in others. I have heard of the hero hunter too. I heard that he is not a monster, but a human. King's dull voice suddenly sounded. Why would a human attack a hero? Saitama didn't understand Gerou's idea. Everyone is used to distinguishing between justice and evil by heroes and monsters. Almost everyone thinks that heroes must be righteous and monsters must be evil. Sometimes the situation may be just the opposite, Chu Yang said with a smile. Saitama and others looked at him in surprise. Are there any monsters living quietly in this world? If there are, then they are eliminated by heroes. Is the hero's behavior just or evil? The meaning of heroes' existence is to protect the weak. If monsters become weak, then should heroes protect monsters? If not, who are heroes protecting? Is it the weak or the interests of mankind? Chu Yang asked questions one after another, making the three people present a little confused. Saitama has never thought about such a deep question. But deep in his heart, he agrees that heroes exist to protect the weak. So far, the monsters killed by Saitama have all posed a threat to human life. He has never killed indiscriminately. Do you think Garou regards monsters as weak, and he attacks heroes to protect the weak? Genis asked back. Chu Yang smiled. No, Garou thinks he is one of the weak, and he is avenging this injustice to the weak. He is very angry. Garou's admiration for monsters is essentially empathy for the situation of the weak. Because of his childhood experience, he divided the world into two camps, majority and minority. The majority is equal to the strong, while the minority is equal to the weak. Monsters must belong to the minority. He puts heroes and humans protected by heroes in the position of the strong. He believes that the script of monster victory has never existed from the beginning. In his eyes, monsters have become the existence of being bullied by the strong, and he himself is also a weak, so he is one of the monsters. A deformed value system was born. But in the final analysis, what Garou wants to achieve is fairness and justice, which has nothing to do with evil in essence. Hearing you say that, I suddenly became very interested in that hero hunter. Saitama suddenly put down the controller and planned to visit the unlicensed knight in the hospital with Genis. The two often met in low-level tasks and had a good relationship. I'll go with you guys. Chu Yang took this opportunity to chat with the unlicensed knight and see if he has changed his mind. King had no intention of leaving. His eyes were fixed on other games. It seemed that he was going to play by himself after Saitama left. If he stayed here, Saitama would come often, which was a good thing. Chu Yang put his hands on Saitama and Genis' shoulders, and with a thought, the three of them teleported to the city. After experiencing the convenience of flying Thunder God several times, Saitama's face was full of envy. It's great. I also want to have such a convenient ability. You always have some weird abilities. Chu Yang walked towards the hospital and said helplessly, is there no better adjective? They are all the same. Saitama paused, turned and walked towards the supermarket next to him, muttering, you can't see the patient empty-handed. Then, he bought a bag of bananas and ate them while walking out of the supermarket. Aren't you going to buy them for the patient? Yes, eat them for him to see. The three walked into the hospital, asked the nurse for the ward number, and successfully met the unlicensed knight. The injury was mainly to the face, and the injuries to other parts were not too serious. Perhaps because of the vitality that Chu Yang had transferred to him, the unlicensed knight recovered quite well. At least he looked quite energetic. Thank you all for coming to see me. The unlicensed knight half sat up and said politely, I'm very happy that you are here. You don't need to bring gifts. Before he finished speaking, Saitama started eating bananas again. Unlicensed knight. Chu Yang smiled and said, you are very lucky. You never die every time you encounter such things. Unlicensed knight smiled bitterly and said, it is one of my few specialties. Chu Yang said, this is an amazing specialty. You must cherish it. Saitama, who was showing off his bananas, suddenly said, what kind of person is that guy called Garou? Is he stronger than the deep seeking? Looking at your injuries, it seems that they are not as serious as last time. Unlicensed knight recalled and shook his head and said, they are not quite the same. The strength of the deep seeking lies in the fact that his strength, speed and physique are all round suppressing humans. When he enters a violent state, he will be even more powerful and very suffocating. And Garou. Suddenly another voice interrupted the unlicensed knight. He is strong in martial arts. The curtains were opened, and the vest master who was also beaten by Garou was also lying on the bed. Saitama turned his head and asked the unlicensed knight in a low voice, who is this guy? Why did he suddenly interrupt? Genis reminded in a low voice, it's the 14th ranked S-class vest master. Saitama scratched his head and said, I don't know him. Chu Yang smiled and said, the one who was beaten the hardest by Garou last night. Vest master was furious, can you say he is the one who lasted the longest? Saitama patted his shoulder, okay, but, you've worked hard. Vest master's face was livid. Garou's speed and strength are not as strong as mine, but he can always block my attacks, predict my attack route and counterattack, and use the least force to cause the most lethal counterattack. His martial arts can target the enemy's joints and vital points. Once hit, most of the body functions will be damaged. I was hit by too many joints by him, and when I hit later, my body reaction could not keep up with the speed of his punches. Compared with monsters, fighting Garou is more like a slow death. Vest master told his feelings, his voice trembling. Martial arts are a technique that specifically destroys the human body and restrains all heroes. Saitama looked very interested and was about to ask a few more questions when he heard Chu Yang's disdainful voice. Garou is just a boxer. He knows nothing about martial arts. Chu Yang sneered. Talking about martial arts in front of him? He is a big devil in the martial arts world that makes people turn pale. He has also discussed swords with the sword master Wu Ming in the world of Feng'an. Chu Yang's martial arts. Bang and Garou can't even understand it. Just because you can box a little, you dare to say that you know martial arts? Wait until you meet him, you will know that I'm not exaggerating. The vest sage looked dissatisfied. If Garou's level is not considered to know martial arts, then what is the point of him losing to Garou? You also know martial arts? Aren't you a ninja? Saitama was quite surprised. I know a lot of things. I also know magic. Do you want to see it? Chu Yang performed the floating technique, and the bananas brought by Saitama slowly rose into the air. Everyone in the ward was stunned. You really can do it, Saitama said in shock, while wiping his eyes. Genis detected a strange energy reaction, but there was no similar data in his database. He immediately believed that what Chu Yang said was true. The unlicensed knight swallowed his saliva and felt that Chu Yang was more and more mysterious. Can you teach me this? Saitama looked at Chu Yang like a curious baby. This is not possible. It is similar to ninjutsu. It requires qualifications. Chu Yang shook his head. Why not? You can't teach others what you know? Saitama was disappointed. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, martial arts are okay, as long as it does not involve internal strength and internal power. Some external martial arts are also applicable to this world and can exert terrifying power with the support of Saitama's abnormal physique. Saitama touched his chin and asked, is your martial arts better than Bang? If it's about the same, forget it. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Who are you looking down on? He can't even see my taillights. Shut up. You are not allowed to insult Master Bang. The door of the ward was opened roughly, and a young man in hospital gown, crutches, and plaster casts walked in, staring at Chu Yang with an angry look. Who is this again? You had quite a few people beaten last night, Saitama muttered in a low voice. The young man's face turned red with anger, and he said angrily, my name is Chalanzi, and I'm Master Bang's eldest disciple. Oh, Saitama suddenly realized. Master Bang is the greatest martial artist in the world. I don't allow you to insult him, Chalanzi said indignantly. Chu Yang smacked his lips. Excuse me, all the martial artists in this world are garbage in my eyes. Damn. Ruthless. The vested sage and the unlicensed knight who were watching felt that Chu Yang was a bit too much. What was the difference between this and shitting on someone's head? Chalanzi was so angry that her eyes were about to burst into flames. She raised her crutches and was ready to fight Chu Yang to the death. The broken leg and plaster seemed to have returned to normal at this moment, which was a medical miracle. Chu Yang flicked his left hand, took away the crutches, and then gently bumped his shoulder. The whole action was smooth and flowing. Before Chalanzi could react, she flew to the hospital bed beside her and lay very peacefully, as if she was going to die in the next second. Everyone was stunned. What happened just now? How did he lie on the bed in the blink of an eye? Chalanzi was also very confused. Only Saitama saw Chu Yang's actions clearly and said excitedly, your martial arts are very interesting. Bangu can't do similar actions. Chalanzi realized that the other party was really a martial arts master, and her face turned red and her neck became thick. So what if you know martial arts? Does knowing martial arts mean you can belittle teacher Bangu? Chalanzi was indignant. Chu Yang asked curiously, how do you know that what I said is not true? Are you familiar with me? Chalanzi was choked and couldn't speak. Forget it, Senior Yang, this is a hospital. It's not good to quarrel with patients. Genis stood between the two of them to stop them from quarreling. If it weren't for the patient, I would have beaten the shit out of him long ago. Chu Yang looked indifferent, no longer paying attention to Chalanzi, and turned to walk out of the ward. Saitama was also ready to follow him out, but was stopped by Chalanzi. He said solemnly, if you want to learn martial arts, you must find Master Bang. He admires you very much, and will do his best to teach you. Got it? Saitama answered casually. Chalanzi took out a ticket from his arms, and stuffed it into Saitama's pocket. If it doesn't work, go here and take a look. Don't believe that liar. Saitama ignored him and walked away. The vest master picked up the special communicator and informed the headquarters of what happened in the ward just now. He was also a little angry at Chu Yang's attitude. On the other hand, the Hero Association, which was planning to cause some trouble for Chu Yang, informed Bang of the matter without hesitation. They felt that Chu Yang could restrain Tornado, but not necessarily Bang. On the contrary, Bang's martial arts restrained all humanoid creatures. Bang, who was looking for Garou and was planning to clean up the mess, stopped the moment he received the news. What's wrong? Bang's brother, Bang Pu, who was also a martial arts master, noticed his brother's abnormality. An interesting thing happened. After reading the news, Bang's old face with ravines and grooves showed a smile. He was not angry about Chu Yang's remarks, but suddenly had a desire to fight. How could someone who could train a disciple like Sonic be a boastful person? Bang was more willing to believe that the other party was really a martial arts master. When I get older, I always worry about how long I can live. This time I'm looking for Garou because I'm afraid that I won't live long and I'll keep him to harm the world. But before that, I want to satisfy my selfish desire, otherwise I may die with regrets in the future. Bang breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes a little melancholy. Don't say too many unlucky words at your age. It's annoying. Just do whatever you want to do. Anyway, there's no trace of Garou now. Bang couldn't stand his brother's indecisive character. If it weren't for this, Garou wouldn't have had the chance to grow up to where he is today. If it were him, he would have strangled that kid in the cradle. That's true. Let's go. I'll take you to a fun place. Bang laughed, and the haze in his eyes disappeared. The next day, Saitama showed up at the evolution house very early, accompanied by Genis. The two learned from Genis that Chu Yang was busy, so they went to the game room upstairs and played games with King. Are you planning to live here? Saitama had a blank expression on his face, but he envied King in his heart. I don't have such an idea. I just stayed here for a long time without realizing it. Mr. Yang is a nice guy and didn't drive me away. King smiled embarrassedly. He actually wanted to live here. There were so many games to play, and more importantly, the sense of security was full, and there was no need to worry about monster attacks. Although there are many weirdos here, they all act harmless. How is the food? Very good. Do you need to clean? No, there are weirdos who are responsible for cleaning. Will there be water and power outages? Never. Saitama asked a lot of trivial life questions, then turned to Genis and said, Genis, I want to move here to live. Genis asked in surprise, teacher, you don't even want a home? Saitama waved his hand and said, anyway, I moved into this house because no one lives there. It doesn't matter. Genis was silent for a moment and reminded, shouldn't I ask Senior Yang for his opinion? This is not a place where no one lives. Saitama's old face turned red, a little embarrassed. He has lived in an uninhabited area for too long, and his feelings have become increasingly indifferent, and he will subconsciously ignore some normal human relationships. That being said, it's indeed a bit bad, so forget it. Saitama gave up the idea. It's okay, you can come and live anytime. I welcome you very much. Chu Yang suddenly appeared at the door of the game room. Really? Saitama looked surprised. Nonsense. Of course. I can draw blood for you every day for a physical examination. Chu Yang grinned. Looking at Chu Yang's kind smile, Genis suddenly shuddered and wanted to persuade Saitama teacher to think twice. Pack your luggage when you go back tonight. Thinking that he could eat for free every day in the future and didn't have to rush to the supermarket for things on sale, Saitama's face was filled with a happy smile. By the way, there is something more important. You promised to teach me martial arts. Saitama suddenly remembered the purpose of the House of Evolution. Let's go, but there are other guests besides you today. If you want to learn martial arts, you may have to wait. Saitama curiously followed Chu Yang outside and found his old acquaintance Bangu, and there was an even older old man beside him. Are they here to fight you? Saitama whispered in Chu Yang's ear. The scene of Chalanzi roaring in the ward yesterday was still vivid in his mind. Bingo. You got it right. I'll reward you with a set of boxing skills later. Chu Yang smiled and walked towards Bang. Bang looked at Chu Yang with a cold face. He didn't know what happened yesterday until he got here. So, he looked at Chu Yang with a bad look. Bang laughed. Now I know you know martial arts, so I want to learn from you. Don't think too much, it's just learning. Chu Yang nodded, and without saying much, he put up a boxing stance in front of the two of them. Bang and Bang's faces changed. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. As soon as the boxing stance was put out, the natural momentum of Chu Yang shocked them. The two brothers looked at each other. They were shocked. The other party planned to fight 1 against 2. Bang, this trip is indeed not in vain. The other party is a master. Bang spoke first, moving his shoulders to show his intention to take action. Then let my brother go first. Bang still couldn't convince himself, and Bang to fight together. Bang Poo glanced at him, and shook his head secretly. If he didn't make a move now, he would be forced to join in later. But he also understood Bangu's temper. He was indecisive and stubborn. Boy, if you don't make a move, do you want me to make the first move? That's too contemptuous. Bang Poo stepped forward, but before Chu Yang could make a move, his face darkened. Then please be careful, old man. Chu Yang was helpless. He was afraid that his move would be too fierce and the old man wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. Since the other party asked, let's do what he wanted. Chu Yang shook his arm, and the dragon roars filled the sky. The first move he made was the most classic move of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The arrogant dragon will regret. The arrogant dragon will regret, and its strength lies in its endless residual power. The powerful palm power turned into a golden dragon and rushed towards Bang Poo. The power was extremely terrifying. The dragon roars that kept exploding in Bang Poo's ears almost made him lose his mind. Whirlwind Iron Fist. Bang shouted loudly to boost his momentum, and the wind from his fist stirred up a storm, turning into a wind blade that could cut steel, and swept across the golden dragon. Under normal circumstances, the target would be cut into pieces by this move, and Bang was quite confident about it, because he had tried it many times and it never failed. But when the golden dragon and the iron storm collided, the first thing to disappear was Bang's proud unique skill, Whirlwind Iron Fist. The dragon has regrets, and its power is endless. Bang raised his fist, but was still knocked away by the powerful fist, and couldn't help but scream. One move. Bang was defeated. Chu Yang turned his head, and looked at Bang. Are you sure you don't want to attack? Bang just recovered from the shock, and Chu Yang used martial arts that he had never seen before. Ha ha ha. Bang laughed. His expression became more and more excited. What could be happier than being able to fight against a martial arts master? Bang shouted suddenly, and his muscles bulged all over his body. The clothes on his upper body burst open, revealing a strong body that didn't look like an 80-year-old man. At this time, Bang Poo, who was knocked down by Chu Yang, jumped up, patted the dust on his body, shook his head and said, "You are really old. You didn't even catch a punch from a young man. But if you think you can knock me down like this, you really underestimate me." The two brothers stood back to back, their auras merged with each other, and after a moment, they became extremely terrifying. The next second, the two turned into black shadows and rushed towards Chu Yang at the same time. The order of punching was orderly and tacit, not giving Chu Yang time to react. Bang Poo's boxing skills were strong and destructive, while Bangu's flowing water rock breaking fist was good at using softness to overcome. The two people's combined attack was seamless. If Chu Yang used instant step or instant body technique to dodge, the two people couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Chu Yang was motionless and displayed the immortal golden body of Ju Washan. The violent storm of attacks fell on him, but he was unscathed. Flat attack can't break the defense, at least you have to use skills. Bangu seemed to realize this as well, and he put his strength into his fingers, intending to break Chu Yang's defense with one full blow. His flowing rock breaking fist was more of a finger technique than a fist technique, and his strongest killer move was to attack with two fingers. The two fingers that focused on attacking actually penetrated the defense of the immortal golden body and hit Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang stood still, pressing down Bangu's two fingers with his palm, and then pulling them behind him. The strange traction caused Bangu to lose his balance. This gentle force made Bangu feel familiar, a bit like his flowing rock breaking fist. It was expected that the immortal golden body would be easily broken after learning it not long ago. Chu Yang was not disappointed and turned to use Teikai to fight the enemy. Teikai was Chu Yang's most proud martial arts. Once the fist was used, Bangu and Bang Poo's movements immediately slowed down, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. All the fierce attacks of the two were finally transformed into nothingness. Bangu was shocked, and this had overturned his understanding of martial arts. Bangpoo had the same expression on his face. The two were eager to break free, but they could only sink deeper and deeper, being pressed slower and slower by the Takai, as if they were carrying a heavy burden. Chu Yang shook his arms, and the two flew backwards. Bangpoo stood up with difficulty, panting, and his whole body was exhausted, feeling that he had aged a dozen years. Bangpoo looked better, and sighed. We lost. Bangpoo nodded. They actually had a stronger combined killing move, but Chu Yang did not try his best, and was more calm than them. In this way, the gap between the two sides was very large. The two gave up the idea of continuing to fight with Chu Yang. Chu Yang retracted his fist, and his momentum was restored to its original state. He still had a lot of things to do. 10,000 swords return to the origin, 10 directions invincible, sword 23. If the two old men don't give up, let them open their eyes. You are right in what you said. Except for you, other martial artists in the world are garbage. Bangpoo said this with difficulty with a stern face, and the things he had always been proud of were also shattered. When it comes to martial arts, you only need to be stronger than yourself, not stronger than others. Chu Yang replied. Bang was stunned after hearing this, and then he pondered over this sentence again and again. Bang was not as upset as him, but he was quite relieved in his heart. He smiled and said, "You are so young, and you can reach a higher level in the future. Just thinking about it makes me, an old man, excited." Chu Yang also smiled and said, "Thank you for your good words." In general, it was a bit of a provocation at the beginning, but in the end it turned into making friends through martial arts. The atmosphere became harmonious. Genis and Saitama, who were watching the battle on the side, had already been stunned. Bang and Bang's martial arts were indeed powerful, but Chu Yang was obviously stronger. And, more handsome. Hey, that golden monster, how did you make it? It's a dragon. Speak properly. Oh, dragon. Oh, it doesn't matter. How did you make it? The specific reasons are very complicated. You have to learn first. Can you definitely make it after learning? It depends on the physique. Saitama was almost crazy. Why did he look at the physique again? Exclamation mark. Bangpoo looked at Chu Yang, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, which scared him. But if he didn't say it, he might feel even more regretful. Just as he was about to speak, Bangpoo saw his brother Bangpoo striding towards Chu Yang. Hey, kid, if you teach him, can you teach me too? Bangpoo still had a stern face, and there was no sign of asking for help. Bangpoo walked forward and coughed. If everyone learns, then I will learn too, and you can charge tuition. Chu Yang showed a playful smile. Call the master first and let him listen. Chapter 121 Wing Chun Saitama. Newly upgraded Genis. Chu Yang didn't expect that after a fight, he would have two more apprentices in their 80s. The seniority is maximum doubt. When he sees Gaara in the future, he can greet him cordially. Good grandson, call me grandpa. Just thinking about it is exciting. And Chalanzi in the hospital, if he knew about this, he probably wouldn't want to leave the wood in his life. In the evening, Sonic returned to the House of Evolution with the corpse of a ghost level monster. Suddenly, two gray-haired old men appeared. Big brother, what the hell? What happened? Sonic looked at them in horror. Where did I get such old apprentices? Wait, one of the old men looked familiar. You are not Silver Fang. Just call me Bang, big brother. Sonic waved his hand quickly. Don't yell, I'm the only apprentice of Master. If you yell again, I will be angry. Are you kidding? Master's apprentice can only be me. If you want to make trouble, I will burn you to death with a fire escape. After that, Genis came and explained the whole story, and sincerely congratulated Sonic on having two new junior brothers. What? It's actually true. Sonic, look at what you've done. Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? When Sonic thought about the fact that he was the one who brought Bang to the House of Evolution, he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. He actually cultivated an enemy himself. Maya, Mosquito Girl, had already made him exhausted, and now two brothers with S-class hero strength came. All the credit in the future will be taken away by them. This way, I will have fewer and fewer opportunities to show off in front of my master. Sonic looked desperate. The next second, his eyes suddenly became fierce. If it doesn't work, just kill them all. Sonic licked his lips, and an amazing idea came to his mind. Big brother, who are you going to kill? If it's a monster, we can help you. Bang came to Sonic's side without knowing when, and looked at him lovingly with the eyes of a grandson. I just saw you bring back the body of monster. Is it a task assigned by the master? If you find it troublesome, we too can help. Anyway, we have nothing to do at an old age. Bump also looked at Sonic with loving eyes. Sonic was furious. Don't go too far. You want to take my job as soon as you come? Exclamation mark. Sure enough, my idea just now was right. The danger should be nipped in the bud. We must get rid of them. Bang and the others saw that Sonic was like a demon, with his expression constantly changing, and they immediately became confused. The eldest brother doesn't seem to be very smart. Do we need to help the master find a few more apprentices, so as not to lose the inheritance? The two of them suddenly felt that the burden on their shoulders became heavier. After dinner, Bang and Bump left. They still had to deal with Garou, so it was not appropriate for them to stay in the House of Evolution for a long time. Watching the two leave, Sonic breathed a sigh of relief. His status was not threatened for the time being. Sonic, there is a martial arts competition recently. You can go to the scene to have a look. Hearing this, Sonic suddenly became alert and asked, Master, are you still going to accept apprentices? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. What the hell? There are weirdos who will go to the scene to make trouble. I asked you to collect materials. Sonic smiled. As long as there are no more apprentices for no reason. Remember, there is a very important thing. You have to bring it back to me. Chu Yang described the appearance of monster cells to Sonic, and repeatedly told him to bring it back. Sonic nodded solemnly, not daring to slack off. Martial arts competition? I want to go too. Chalanzi also gave me the ticket, just in time to try the boxing you taught me. Saitama said excitedly. When did he give you the ticket? Chu Yang asked. In the hospital. He also said you are a liar. Saitama replied. Who dares to scold the master? Which hospital? Sonic was furious, with murderous intent in his eyes. Bang's apprentice, your nephew. Chu Yang said lightly. Sonic sat back silently, planning to kill them all. It doesn't matter who wants to go, just remember to bring the stuff back to me. Chu Yang stood up and left, returning to the laboratory downstairs. Genis hesitated for a moment, and actually followed Chu Yang out. Sonic's eyes widened. You, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also planning to backstab me. He immediately chased after him in a hurry. Only Saitama and King were left in the room, concentrating on playing the game. Senior Yang, Dr. Kusno is willing to meet with you. Genis, who was following Chu Yang, suddenly spoke. Oh. Chu Yang turned around and looked at him with interest. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Genis was silent for a moment and then said firmly, I need a stronger mecha. Dr. Kusno has seen the video I sent over. He said that the mechas in your factory have very powerful skills. That is a completely different mecha technology that can make up for my current shortcomings. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. It's good that you can realize this. When can Dr. Kusno meet with me? Genis hesitated and said awkwardly, the doctor only agrees to meet online. He has security concerns. Well, I understand. It's a technical exchange anyway. It doesn't matter whether it's online or offline. Chu Yang agreed happily. The two chatted for a while before Genis left, and Sonic also walked out of the darkness. Master, we shouldn't need to exchange technology with anyone, right? Sonic was puzzled, because the performance shown by Genis was far inferior to the latest Iron Man armor. Sonic, arrogance is a very terrible emotion. Don't be controlled by it. Who told you that we don't need other people's knowledge and technology? Chu Yang looked unhappy and scolded Sonic harshly. He has come this far because of the knowledge and skills he has learned in each world. He knows better than anyone the importance of learning from others' strengths and making up for one's weaknesses. Sonic saw that Chu Yang was really angry, and he was so scared that he dared not say a word, and his face was terrified. Remember to do what I told you to do. Chu Yang comforted him a few more words, and then entered the laboratory. Late at night, Chu Yang and Dr. Kusno met online, and together with Genis, the three of them talked about the topic of mechanical life for a long time. At the end of the conversation, Chu Yang showed him the artificial intelligence Jarvis. Across the screen, Dr. Kusno could not hide his inner shock. This meeting was very friendly, and both sides were also inspired. Until dawn. Chu Yang found Genis, and helped him with temporary transformation, and upgraded some weapons and equipment, mainly to improve defense and mobility. His body is very fragile, and he doesn't even need a dragon level monster. Even the attacks of the ghost level monsters, he often can't resist. This is not the performance of an excellent mechanical life form. Martial arts competition. Saitama hummed a little tune and entered the backstage of the competition venue wearing a wig. Sonic was with him. Sonic had a look of impatience on his face. He didn't want to squeeze in the audience seats, so he followed Saitama into the backstage. As long as the staff of the venue looked at him, the Sharingan would activate the illusion, and everyone he met would ignore his existence. Saitama was a little envious. When the two were in the lounge, they met Chalanz's former senior brother. After the Garou incident, Bang dispersed all his disciples, including this person, senior brother Kuchang. He chatted on and on about the previous competitions. Bang and Garou were both champions of the competition. In the last competition, Garou wore a wolf mask to replace someone else to participate in the competition. No one recognized him, which made the competition a mess. The competition then had real name registration, and no wigs allowed. If you are caught, you will be fined a huge amount, and you may even go to jail. Senior brother Kuchan kept yelling with his loud voice, which made Saitama nervous. He was so anxious that he almost dug a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground with his toes. Not long after, he left. Saitama was relieved, and his eyes became serious. Although I don't think you will lose. If you lose, it will be my master who will be embarrassed. Sonic reminded Saitama with a cold face. Don't worry. Saitama was full of fighting spirit and reached out to press the wig on his head. The game started. The host began to introduce the contestants. There was senior brother Kuchan who created the Kuchan style. There was Flash Maximum, the 19th hero in Class A, who showed off his speed in front of Deep Seeking and was defeated in seconds. There was the cute little girl Palm Bellfist Lingling. There was also Snake, the hero at the bottom of Class A, who was beaten by Deep Seeking. The rest were a mess of contestants, each with a more exaggerated name than the other. The host quickly skipped over them, and soon it was Saitama's turn. In the questionnaire, it was clearly written that don't hit the head. This man makes people wonder if he is really here to fight. Wing Chun, Chalanzi, Genis stood up and applauded in the crowd, offering sincere blessings to his beloved teacher. Sonic, who was standing in the staff passage, saw this scene, and his mouth twitched. He couldn't help but complain, doesn't this guy have a mission? In order to watch the game, the efficiency of completing the mission is really terrifying. Finally, the host solemnly introduced the two champions of the previous years, Bakuzen, Suryu. After the introduction, the contestants left the stage one after another, and then they would compete in order. At the same time, a large number of monsters appeared in major cities. As if they had discussed it in advance, they began to destroy buildings and create chaos. In S City, a dragon-level monster Elder Centipede appeared. S-level heroes Metal Bat and Metal Knight fought with each other and ended up being temporarily disconnected. The headquarters of the Hero Association, the Combat Command Center. Everyone was busy and exhausted. Due to the sharp increase in the number of disasters, the heroes they could contact could not handle so many monsters. Most cities are currently paralyzed. The number of heroes knocked down by monsters is also increasing. For a time, there was a trend of total defeat. The competition in the stadium is still going on. Unknowingly, it was Saitama's turn. His opponent is a man named Zack. Before the game started, he sneered at Saitama in the corridor. Saitama ignored him and planned to let his fists speak in the arena. He would use the Wing Chun he had just learned to teach him a lesson. The game started. Saitama just took a Wing Chun stance. Zack suddenly rushed in front of him. Saitama subconsciously raised his hand and slapped Zack to the ground with a slap. The other party rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Originally, Zack planned to propose to his girlfriend after winning this game. Flag is full, which belongs to yes. Saitama stared blankly at Zack, who fell to the ground. The venue was dead silent. No, I haven't thrown a punch yet. Why did you fall down? This can't happen. My Wing-Chun hasn't been shown yet. Get up. Saitama went crazy. The script is totally wrong. Chu Yang said that the joy of playing between moves is enjoyed by masters. Bastard. Get up and play with me. The medical staff came on stage and carried away Zack, who had suffered a concussion. Saitama followed them away with no hope in life. Genis, who was sitting in the crowd, was a little worried. In his opinion, Mr. Saitama was too strong and might not be able to enjoy the joy of martial arts. Then, Genis looked down at the communicator, which was full of requests for emergency support. Monsters appeared near the competition venue one after another. We can't let them disturb the teacher's game. After thinking it over again and again, Genis decided to clear the monsters nearby. Genis came outside and quickly cleared 4 monsters according to the instructions of the command center, and went straight to the last monster. When he arrived at the destination, Genis saw many heroes lying on the ground, dying. Genis walked over to them, helped a still conscious hero up, and whispered, "Medic." The shoulders of the mechanical arm suddenly rose, and some small mechanical bodies similar to fireflies flew out. These small mechanical bodies, codenamed Medic, quickly landed on the injured and healed their injuries. Not long after, their breathing became much more stable. Be careful of that weirdo, don't let it out of your sight. The only conscious person among the injured warned Genis. As soon as the voice fell, a cockroach-like weirdo appeared behind Genis. The weirdo seemed to be very confident in himself and did not sneak attack Genis at the first time. Thinking of the reminder just now, Genis whispered, "Scout." Another bunch of invisible small mechanical bodies flew out from behind Genis and spread all around without the cockroach monster noticing. After doing this, Genis raised his hand and fired a cannon. As expected, the cockroach monster dodged it. It's really fast, and its moving route is also very strange. Genis' retina has calculated the speed of the cockroach monster just now. This is also the combat system that Chu Yang helped him install, which is more sophisticated than the one designed by Dr. Kusno before. The most basic ability is to automatically adjust Genis' mobility according to the enemy's mobility. It allows him to keep up with the speed of most enemies. The super high speed plus the abnormal moving route make it difficult for the enemy to capture the cockroach monster's actions. If it was before, Genis' visual system would not be able to capture it either. But now, the surrounding scouts have synchronized his actions with Genis' visual system and successfully predicted the route within 3 seconds. 3 seconds is enough. Genis opened fire at full power, and the incineration cannon covered the place where the cockroach monster landed in advance. In a fierce explosion, the cockroach monster turned into ashes. Genis was a little absent-minded. Senior Yang's transformation technology is really powerful. Evolution House. On the big screen in the center of the laboratory, it was shown that nearby cities were being attacked by monsters. "Master, should we send out the Legion to help other heroes protect the city?" Genis was unsure of Chu Yang's current thoughts, because the Hero Association showed malice towards them one after another. Bango's matter was just one of them. Has the Hero Association asked us for help? No information has been received yet. Heh, a bunch of arrogant fools. My lord, should we take action? Or wait for the time being? Of course we should take action. This is a good opportunity for us to grab business. Chu Yang smiled evilly. Since we are destined to tear our faces apart, we might as well take the initiative and spread the reputation of our evolution house. The Hero Association is not an official organization. What they can do, we can do too. The Hero Association is short of manpower, but we have plenty of manpower. Boris's interstellar battleship was only half dismantled, and he supplied Chu Yang with nearly 1,000 high-performance mechas, which were enough to cover several surrounding cities under the control of artificial intelligence. As long as Chu Yang wanted, he could now make a large number of low-level heroes unemployed. Send out 500 Mark Alphas first. Keep the numerical advantage in the battle. The rest will depend on the situation. Remember, only target monsters below dragon level. Leave the dragon level monsters to Maya. Dr. Genis, who received the order, entered the command on the console. The next second, the ceiling of the factory opened. A stream of brilliant light shot up into the sky, leaving countless white lines in the sky. City C competition venue. Saitama had just returned from the toilet when his competition began. Be careful, your opponent this time is the previous champion Bakuzen. He and Zack are not enemies of the same level. He never holds back on the weak. If you can't beat him, give up quickly, and don't die on the stage. Senior brother Kuching reminded Saitama earnestly, before he went on stage. Saitama nodded. Not only senior brother Kuching, the audience began to talk about Bakuzen the moment he appeared. The comments about this person were very bad. Saitama, standing on the stage, showed a cheerful smile. If it's the previous champion, he should be very strong, right? This way I can enjoy the joy of the game of moves. Bakuzen looked at him with great dislike. What are you laughing at, kid? I think you should be very strong, so that I will have more opportunities to attack. Attack? I think you are thinking too much. You can't attack at all. Bakuzen showed a rampant smile, walked straight to Saitama, and gestured to his body. I will break your legs first. If you are hit by my devil may cry lower kick, your bones will be shattered into slag, and you will never stand up again. Then the torso. If you are hit by my hunter bear middle kick, plus the Shura punch, your arms will be shattered, and your internal organs will explode in your body. Saitama lowered his head, and looked at Bakuzen's fist, and lowered his stomach, and suddenly remembered something. Oh. By the way, there is also a starting move. Saitama squatted down, and took a horse stance, leaning forward slightly, and delivered his fist forward as Chu Yang taught. This is just a fixed move, but Bakuzen just happened to block Saitama. The fist hit Bakuzen, and he flew out. Wait a minute. That's not what I meant. Hey. Saitama collapsed again, looking at the fist in despair. He just wanted to complete a set of punches. Why was it so difficult? Participating in this tournament is not as interesting as taking classes with Yang. The frustrated Saitama had the idea of going home. Tsuryu, who was waiting to play in the corridor, looked at Saitama who was walking towards him, and said in surprise, "You won the game. Why do you look unhappy? I was looking forward to fighting with you." Saitama scratched his head and said, "I thought it was interesting at the beginning, but it became more and more boring later." Tsuryu smiled and said, "That's because you didn't meet me." Saitama was about to speak, when he was interrupted by Sonic who came over. Why didn't the monster show up, after waiting for so long? I almost fell asleep in the lounge. Sonic sighed. Strange guy. It seems like Genis went out to clean up. I just saw he was not there. Sonic was shocked. Why didn't I receive the message? Saitama scratched his head and said, "Maybe they didn't inform you." Sonic was so angry that his face turned blue. These damn guys. That was the task my master assigned to me. After saying that, he disappeared in front of Saitama and Tsuryu. Tsuryu was shocked, wiped his eyes, and looked around for Sonic. A living person disappeared from under his nose. Don't look for him, he's already outside. Saitama patted him on the shoulder, then turned and left. On the other side, Genis was on his way back after dealing with the cockroach monster, and the combat system suddenly detected a high energy reaction approaching. Before he could react, the combat system had already released an energy field for defense. A fist as big as an adult's body suddenly fell on the energy field. The ground where Genis was located sank suddenly. Dragon level monster? Standing in front of Genis was a giant monster in a martial arts uniform, about 9 meters tall. The monster had 4 vertical pupils on his forehead, and his hair stood upside down, like steel needles. Oh. Did you actually block it? The monster looked at Genis in surprise. He was confident in his own strength. The attack just now was enough to destroy the mechanical life form in front of him. After careful observation, the monster found that there was a light blue barrier flashing around Genis. "My name is Hyoji, you are very interesting. I will take you back to the Monster Association to be my collection." Hyoji, who was once the champion of the first martial arts conference, resolutely ate monster cells in order to obtain a more powerful inner self, and became a monster. Genis did not answer, but stared at the data on the retina in a daze. The combat system calculated that Hyoji's speed was more than 10 times that of the cockroach monster just now. Even though there were scouts all around, Genis's visual system did not capture the opponent's movements. If it weren't for Chu Yang's temporary transformation, the previous blow would have been enough to destroy his body. "Are you scared already?" Hyoji squinted and looked at Genis. The other party was so easily frightened that he didn't want to take him back as a collection. Forget it, it's better to destroy it here. Hero suddenly punched out, and the terrifying fist force blew up a hurricane towards Genis, and the ground was directly cracked by the fist wind. Genis put his hands together, opened a large number of cannon muzzles on his arms, and blasted out the incineration cannon with all his strength. The force collided fiercely. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Hyoge's figure broke through the smoke at lightning speed, and appeared in front of Genis. Oh no. Genis was careless for a moment, and it was too late to dodge. He had to raise his arms and pin his hopes on the automatic defense function of the combat system. The energy field reappeared, but this time Hyoge was well prepared, and his fists swept like a gust of wind, all concentrated on one point, breaking through the defense of the force field. The same trick won't work a second time. Hero laughed fiercely. If Chu Yang were here, he would definitely complain that it was imitating the Saint Seiya. The force field was broken by brute force, and a mysterious rune suddenly lit up on Genis' chest, and his body disappeared before Hyoge's fist fell. This is magic from Asgard, a technique of the destroyer. Unfortunately, it is one time. After use, there is no magic recharge, it is just an inconspicuous symbol. Genis escaped because of this. But he knew that he could not deal with the weirdo in front of him. Too strong. Because it was just a temporary modification, Genis was unable to carry more powerful weapons, and more of it was just supplementing the defense and functionality. Now only the teacher can deal with this guy. Do you want to ask the teacher for help? But the teacher is still in the game. Genis hesitated. He knew he could not win, but he could not leave. You actually have the time to be in a daze? Hyoge's eyes were gloomy. He and this mechanical boy had wasted too much time and could not delay any longer. He raised his fist and smashed it hard into the ground. The ground beneath their feet cracked instantly and shook violently, like a magnitude 9 earthquake. Genis was unstable and lost his balance and fell backwards. Hyoge took the opportunity to rush to Genis, hugged him, and exerted force with his arms. Genis' body creaked. The sound of metal being crushed rang out. Go to hell, cyborg. Hyoge felt refreshed at this moment. This sense of destruction was the most addictive feeling he had after becoming a monster. Genis' eyes showed despair. He had used almost all the means he could use. What an idiot. Just run away if you can't beat him. Why are you standing there and getting beaten? Sonic's dissatisfied voice suddenly appeared in Genis' ears. There was a flash of the knife. Hyoge's hands were cut off together. Genis took the opportunity to escape and distance himself from Hyoge. Such a fast speed, I can't even see the movements. After taking a look at the bare wrist, Hyoge looked around, trying to find the culprit. Big guy, I'm here. Hyoge looked up and saw Sonic standing on the top of the building. Sonic jumped down from the top of his head with a knife. You really thought my hand was broken? You idiot. Hyoge sneered, and his hands returned to their original state in the blink of an eye, and he punched the falling Sonic. Be careful. Genis exclaimed. You are the idiot. As soon as the words fell, Sonic, who was hit by the fist, bang and turned into a ball of white mist. Hyoge was surprised and didn't know what happened. In an instant, several more knife lights flashed, slashing at Hyoge's legs, knees, abdomen, chest and other vitals. Every knife hit, and Hyoge had no time to react. Sonic then walked out of the shadows between the ruins. What Hyoge hit just now was just a shadow clone. Hyoge, who was covered in blood, was furious and rushed towards Sonic. Are you only going to use brute force after becoming a monster? No brains at all. How disappointing. Sonic suddenly had a kunai in his hand, with a very detailed silver thread tied to the end. He pulled it, and the dense silver threads around Hyoge intertwined into a large net. The large net shrank, and the sharp silver threads became blades, cutting Hyoge's body into several pieces like cutting tofu. But Hyoge still didn't die. The body divided into several pieces kept moving, as if to be combined together. Sonic quickly formed seals, and performed fire escape. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. The high temperature flames quickly attached to Hyoge's limbs, and after a while, a strong smell of barbecue came out, and the burnt aroma was tempting. The power of the flames far exceeded Hyoge's expectations, and he could only watch his body being scorched. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Sonic stepped on Hyoge's head kept groping around in his upper body, and then took out some purple flesh tissues. Looking at the constantly squirming monster cells, Sonic's face lit up with joy, and the task assigned by the master was perfectly completed. Next, he would take Hyoji back as a test subject. The last game is about to start, and you still have time to rush back now. Sonic was in a good mood, so he kindly reminded Genis. Oh, thank you. Genis woke up, as if from a dream, and hurriedly left in the direction of the martial arts venue. The Monster Association will not let you go if you treat me like this, Hyoji threatened. Monster Association? Are there a lot of monsters there? Sonic's eyes lit up, and he showed an excited expression. There are plenty of monsters stronger than me, Hyoji sneered, thinking that he could definitely intimidate Sonic. Unexpectedly, the other party became even more excited. Can you tell me the address? You're going to die anyway, so just think of it as doing a good deed. Sonic looked at him sincerely. Hyoji was immediately at a loss and asked in confusion, aren't you afraid? I just said that there are many monsters in the Monster Association who are stronger than me. Of course I'm afraid. Can't you see that I'm shaking? Sonic wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Brother, you look like you are shaking with excitement. Hyoji swallowed his saliva and suddenly realized that he seemed to have offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It doesn't matter if you don't speak now. After you go back, you will speak obediently. Sonic showed an evil smile, picked up the half remaining hero, and went home eagerly. There was no need to worry that the other party would regenerate his body. For the House of Evolution, monsters with strong self-healing abilities are good monsters. With the defeat of Hero, the Monster Association also received the news. Robot armies emerged in major cities and defeated a large number of monsters under their command. The situation reversed instantly. A small number of elite monsters were also eliminated by a girl whose lower body was a machine. The city crisis was resolved. The heroes didn't even have many opportunities to take action. The big guy behind the scenes learned the news from the Phoenix Bird and immediately set his sights on the House of Evolution. It took a lot of effort to force the Hero Association to this point, and I will never allow other human forces to grow. Big Eye stood up and walked towards the room where the Monster King Orochi was. When Genis returned to the audience, the final between Saitama and Tsuryu had just begun. In order to perform a complete set of moves this time, Saitama was very cautious and let Tsuryu attack first. He didn't even fight back. From the audience's perspective, this was a one-sided battle, and Saitama had no power to fight back. Until Saitama said that he was a hero, and Tsuryu began to insult the profession of hero with disdain. Saitama's expression instantly became serious. You've been fighting for so long. It's my turn. Sun-shaped punch. Saitama's hands hit Tsuryu's face like a machine gun. A second later, Tsuryu had been beaten unconscious and fainted while standing. The organizer discovered that Saitama was wearing a wig, so he was disqualified. The bruised and swollen Tsuryu had fainted, so they had to take a championship photo with the unconscious Tsuryu. They awarded him the trophy in metal. If this photo was placed in the exhibition room of martial arts conference, it would be enough to make a person socially dead. Saitama, who finally finished a set of punches, felt refreshed and deeply realized the fact that except for Chu Yang, other martial artists were probably rubbish. Other people's martial arts don't seem to be that interesting, and I can't learn Yang's martial arts, so forget it. Saitama's martial arts career collapsed, and he decided to go home and play games. At the same time, the Monster Association also issued a declaration of war to the Hero Association. In the previous battle in S-City, Metal Bat and Metal Knight were defeated, but the price was that the monster successfully kidnapped a high-level member of the Hero Association. This high-level member provided 80% of the activity funds of the Hero Association and was a sure sponsor. The war between the two forces was inevitable. Chu Yang, who heard the news, thought he could reap the benefits, but he didn't expect that the Monster Association would come to his door the next day. The several kilometer-long centipede elder hovered over the House of Evolution. It was majestic and spectacular. Chu Yang was confused. This guy shouldn't it be on Gerau's side? Elder Centipede is very strong. Ordinary S-class heroes are no match for him. It can even be said that no one can do anything to him except for the top blast and the second tornado. He is also the second monster besides Boris that Saitama used the serious punch. The entire monster association is not much stronger than him. But he was unlucky because he ran here for no reason. The current House of Evolution has Chu Yang. There is Saitama. Even Tornado came to visit. The three people stood on the balcony, looking at Elder Centipede, as if they were looking at the scenery. Chu Yang and Saitama were holding tea in their hands. What does it want to do? Lost. It doesn't look like it. It's troublesome to block the sun like this. I just dried the quilt this morning. Is it time to take out my quilt to dry it? Why doesn't it leave? Does it want to fight? Tornado couldn't stand it and shouted loudly, "Don't you see that it's here to pick a fight?" Yesterday, the Monster Association went to the Hero Association headquarters to issue a challenge. I came here today to tell you about this. Chu Yang's face was full of confusion, and he asked, they issued a challenge to the Hero Association and came here to attack me. Are they mentally ill? Can't they find the way? Tornado thought for a long time and said, maybe you've become too famous recently. Nervous. Chu Yang rolled his eyes, turned to Saitama and said, why don't you deal with it? We still have to dry the quilt later. Saitama moved his shoulders and nodded. That's true. Tornado hurriedly stopped Saitama and said angrily to Chu Yang, are you crazy? This is a dragon level monster. He will die if he goes up there. Who will die? The little sister has been here for so long and still can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Chu Yang was too lazy to complain about her, but on second thought, Saitama punched down, and Elder Centipede didn't even have a corpse, let alone use it as material. Forget it, let Sonic and the others deal with it, and you go back to play games. Chu Yang waved his hand. Okay. That guy looks pretty strong. Saitama glanced at Elder Centipede. Seeing that the two of them ignored him, Tornado was immediately furious. Who are you looking down on? I'm the second in S level, and I don't need anyone else. Okay. Chu Yang took a sip of tea and said calmly, then you come. As long as your body is intact, there will be no problem. I don't know why you collect so many monster corpses. It's really disgusting. Tornado shuddered and then flew out of the French window. At this time, Jarvis' voice rang out. Boss, there are still a large number of strange life forms gathering nearby. Do you want to send a legion to clean them up? Chu Yang nodded. Since you're here, just accept it all. With Chu Yang's consent, Jarvis immediately dispatched a large number of Mark Alpha mechas to clear out the monsters that appeared nearby. By the way, let Maya go to support Tornado, lest she gets into any accidents. Okay, boss. Saitama showed an envious expression. Artificial intelligence is really interesting. I want it too. Chu Yang said indifferently. Jarvis is here, available at any time. Saitama said excitedly, Jarvis, can you help me dry the quilt? Jarvis replied, Mr. Saitama, you should do your own things. Labor is the most glorious. Saitama looked like he was punched in the chest. His face turned pale. This was not the answer he wanted. So, the bald smart guy started arguing with the artificial intelligence. Chu Yang listened to their quarrel happily, and even the artillery fire outside did not disturb them. Above the House of Evolution, the moment Elder Centipede saw Tornado flying out, she was obviously stunned, and her expression quickly became ugly. As a telekinetic, Tornado is very good at dealing with large monsters, and is quite restrained against it. Tornado stretched out her hand and pointed, and the green light wrapped it up. Elder Centipede suddenly lost control of his body. That guy said that the body cannot be destroyed. Damn it, otherwise I will just crush it. Elder Centipede's body is too big. If it were normal, she would choose to use a swarm of meteorites to solve the problem. Using meteorites to hit it would leave some corpses. But this is the House of Evolution. If a meteorite hits it below, she will be punished by Chu Yang today. It's a mistake. They should be allowed to deal with it themselves. Tornado felt a little regretful. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Now, she could only forcibly move Elder Centipede to a place farther away from the House of Evolution. Elder Centipede began to struggle violently. Cold sweat broke out on Tornado's forehead. Controlling a dragon level monster is much more difficult than killing one. But soon she felt relieved. A telekinesis that made her feel friendly took the initiative to participate and helped her share the pressure. Tornado turned around and saw a girl with a mechanical body in the lower body. Huh. Mind your own business. Tornado muttered proudly. Maya showed a kind smile and didn't take it to heart. She thought Tornado was just a little fool who had two large tubes of blood drawn by adults. Why bother with a fool? You are too slow. Sonic jumped high and stood on Elder Centipede with a few knives. Only fierce sparks were seen and no traces were left. Its body is harder than you think and it has a strong regenerative ability. Tornado sneered. Its outside is very hard, but the inside is not necessarily. Sonic jumped directly into the centipede elder's mouth, scaring Tornado into stunned silence. Are all the people here crazy? Tornado turned to ask Maya. Maya thought about it seriously. Sonic, Kines, Lord Chu Yang, and herself all seemed a little abnormal. Miss Tornado, I think so. Chapter 122, Special Grade Sorcerer. First release, Eternal Fallen Fengdu. Not long after Sonic jumped into the centipede elder's mouth, a series of flames spurted out of the centipede elder's mouth. He used fire escape to burn from the head of the insect to the tail. The centipede elder's body was filled with acid that was enough to melt the machinery. Sonic had no way to deal with it, so his destruction could only stop here. Soon, the wounds burned by the fire escape quickly healed. Sonic crawled out of its mouth with regret and made up his mind to practice fire escape well and learn more powerful ninjutsu. Tornado raised the corner of his mouth. I told you it's useless. This is not an ordinary dragon level monster. Let me deal with it. Tornado's patience also reached its limit and he planned to strangle the centipede elder directly with telekinesis. Chu Yang's figure suddenly appeared and one hand pressed on Tornado's head. I said this is experimental material. Tornado angrily opened his hand. It's really troublesome. You can do it yourself. Chu Yang stretched lazily. He was worried about Tornado and was afraid that she would mess around, so he planned to deal with it himself. With a clench of his right hand, Fengdu quietly appeared in Chu Yang's hand. He continued to draw his sword, and several ordinary sword ki shot at the centipede elder. The sword ki penetrated the centipede elder's head, revealing a rice-shaped scar, and cut all the way to its tail. It felt like cutting sashimi. The centipede elder died quietly, without causing any ripples. Seeing this, the phoenix bird that was monitoring the House of Evolution in the sky flew away without looking back. Its flying speed was extremely fast, and the sonic boom was deafening. It only regretted that it didn't grow an extra pair of wings. Without the shield of the centipede elder's body, the sunlight fell on the House of Evolution. Saitama below leaned out of the window and shouted, "Can we dry the quilt?" Chu Yang made an okay gesture to him. What was that just now? Tornado was still in a daze. Swordsmanship. Chu Yang slowly landed on the windowsill. Why does he always have some messy and powerful abilities? Tornado felt that Chu Yang was more and more mysterious. After a while, the gunfire stopped, and the monsters outside were also eliminated by the Iron Man Corps. The attack of the Monster Association this time was more like a test, and they did not send too many elite forces. Or perhaps, they felt that a centipede elder was enough to destroy the House of Evolution. Chu Yang hoped that they would come a few more times and send more materials to the door so that he would not have to look for them everywhere. As for the counterattack against the Monster Association, Chu Yang felt that there was no need to rush. Let's develop steadily for a while first. At this stage, he didn't want to attract the attention of the god. The more he understood, the more Chu Yang felt that the goddess' malice towards humans was too obvious. After dealing with the centipede elder, the House of Evolution gained a brief stability, and Chu Yang could conduct research with peace of mind. The world of spells. Panxing sect. Just as you said, a woman dug my grave, but didn't find my body. She was very angry. Is that woman knows? Zai Yaoji sat on the sofa, holding a red wine in his hand, with a gloomy expression. To be precise, it's the modern body of Nozomi. Chu Yang sat at the bar opposite him, smiling playfully. He's both a father and a mother, and gave birth to a bunch of cursed babies. The more Zai Yaoji listened, the more disgusted he felt. If he really died, and was possessed by something like this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace as a ghost. Then what should we do next? Should we deal with the technical college first, or those cursed spirits first? Zai Yaoji looked at Chu Yang expectantly. Don't worry, wait until they show up. Their goal is to use the prison gate territory to seal Gojo Satoru. You want them to seal Gojo Satoru? Don't you want to? I'm different from you. He knows I'm still alive and will definitely come to kill me. I don't want to kill Senior Gojo. Even Senior Nanami will stand against me. It's better to finish what I should do while he is in the prison gate territory. You are quite humane. Zai Yaoji suddenly laughed, and the louder he laughed, the more tears he laughed. You are not talking about killing all the top leaders of Jujutsu High School, right? Chu Yang grinned. No? Then you may be crazy. Zai Yaoji shook his head, although Wujo has had similar thoughts. He did not do that. Chu Yang poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. Chu Yang shook his head and said, save it together, otherwise it is too troublesome. I don't want to waste time on that guy. If it wasn't for the complete stretch, the dead fighting corridor in Chu Yang could not get all his ability, then the battle would have no meaning. Although you can master the field of the other party, it is not much useful. He said to Chu Yang, and said NV, I also want to make a hand with the legendary Curse King. Chu Yang laughed, there will be a chance in the future. Chu Yang, who got his finger, left Pan's in duo. Where are you? Healthcare. Young man is in great shape. Remember to take me with you next time. If you pay, I'll consider it. I said you're really stingy. You've known me for so long, and you've never treated me. Senior, I'm sorry. I've been a corporate slave for so long. My body always has some instinctive reactions. Okay, no more nonsense. Come over here. I have something to talk to you about. Chu Yang took a taxi to the technical high school, and before he reached the door, he saw Gojo Satoru's mean face, and there was a pink-haired boy standing next to him. As expected of the most shining new star in the technical high school, your walking posture is so charming and handsome. Gojo Satoru started to be sarcastic again. Chu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him, and his eyes were always on the boy next to him. Itadori Yuji. He still became a sorcerer. Chu Yang sighed. Perhaps the inertia of fate is so huge. Haha, do you know where I found this kid? It's the school where we fought. There are not many sorcerers who can awaken on their own these days. Chu Yang said helplessly, Senior, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave. Gojo Satoru flashed and appeared beside Chu Yang, hugged his neck, and said in his ear, no, you helped me take care of him, and complete a task by the way. The reward is very generous. Speaking of the generous reward, Chu Yang was immediately refreshed. I don't have anything else. I just like to take care of the younger generation. If you don't believe me, you can ask Utarotsutsu Sakoshi. I know. Zio Yang is so considerate. Gojo Satoru patted his shoulder and laughed. The location of the mission is a movie theater. You must take good care of him. Special sorcerer. Yang. Now Yuji is no longer the vessel of Ryoma and Sukuna, so his admission did not receive much attention. The old men in the upper echelons had no reason to deliberately embarrass him. He was like an ordinary student. Just like the original story, after entering the technical high school, Yuji teamed up with Fushiguro Megumi and the others. But he had never encountered a difficult task. This time, the supernatural incident in the cinema was the most difficult incident he had ever experienced. The drizzle continued. Chu Yang and Yuji stood in front of the door of a cinema with umbrellas. It was supposed to be Senior Nanami who took you, but it was all because of that guy Gojo Satoru who suddenly got the idea. Senior Yang, you seem to be very disgusted with Teacher Gojo. The wording is not very accurate, it should be said to be disgusting, especially when he called my name randomly. This is indeed not good. The two chatted while walking into the cinema. Because of a very vicious incident, the cinema was closed and no one could be seen. When Chu Yang opened the door, he smelled a very strong odor. It was the smell of a cursed spirit. The scene was full of traces of cursed power, and the criminal did not hide it at all. This incident was caused by a special cursed spirit named Zenran. Zenran was born from the hatred and fear between humans. It looks like a young man in his 20s, with long blue hair, and stitches all over its body, like a rag doll that has been patched up. The evil of the cursed spirit is very pure, because it is born from negative emotions. The evil of the real person is a disgusting bad taste. It takes pleasure in playing with others. Its evil is closest to the bad nature of human beings, and puts the ugliest things in human nature in front of you. The real person's technique is called an action transformation. The principle is to achieve the effect of transforming the body by changing the form of the soul. When used on oneself, it can maintain the form of one's own soul unchanged, force the body to return to its original state, and achieve the effect of self-healing in disguise. If its soul cannot be destroyed, physical attacks will become meaningless. It sounds quite bluffing, but in Chu Yang's opinion, it is just that. As long as the curse power is strong enough to cover the soul all the time, the real person's in-action transformation is useless. Chu Yang and Yu Zhang followed the trajectory and came to another exit of the cinema. The breath of the cursed spirit also reached its peak at this moment. Yu Zhang turned back suddenly and saw a cursed spirit jumping towards them from the roof. He attached the curse power to his fists, ready to fight the cursed spirit in hand-to-hand combat. Chu Yang stopped his action. "Senior, why are you holding me? The cursed spirit is coming." Tiger Stick shouted anxiously. Chu Yang seemed not to hear, suppressing Tiger Stick's actions and standing silently. When the cursed spirit was almost face to face with the two of them, an ancient sword with a completely white body and a slightly green hue from the hilt to the tip of the sword suddenly appeared and floated in front of Chu Yang, just blocking the attack of the cursed spirit. After the cursed spirit's hand touched the heaven, it immediately let out a shrill scream, which made people's hearts creep. Why does it feel like a person is screaming? Tiger Stick was shocked by his own thoughts, and his expression was a little dull. Heaven bloomed with dazzling white light, covering the cursed spirit in it, and a shocking scene occurred. The cursed spirit actually slowly turned into a human form. Is it a human? Tiger Stick was horrified. The cursed spirit in front of him was created by a real person, by distorting the soul of an ordinary person. And, heaven, has the ability to correct the soul and restore it. Strictly speaking, it is not an initial release ability, but a characteristic that it possesses. Chu Yang has not yet fully mastered this Zanpakuto. The two Zanpakutos, Fengdu and Shanks, are different from all the Zanpakutos in Soul Society. As the master, Chu Yang also has only a partial understanding. The victim, who has turned back into a human, is losing his vitality rapidly. From the moment he becomes a cursed spirit, his death is almost certain. Yuji stepped forward and hugged him. The victim looked very young, only a few years older than Yuji. He seemed to know that he was about to die, and a look of relief appeared on his face. "Thank you for helping me get rid of the pain." After saying this, his breath gradually weakened until it disappeared. Why is this happening? Why did he become like this? Watching his life disappear before his eyes, the feeling of powerlessness made Yuji lose control of his emotions, and he yelled hysterically at Chu Yang. The cursed spirit we are dealing with this time has the ability to change the form of the soul. If you meet him, remember to cover every part of the soul with cursed power, so that you can defend against his curse. Chu Yang said softly. He was turned into this by the cursed spirit? Where is that cursed spirit? I want to kill it. Tiger Stick's eyes were bloodshot. Boom. In the narrow alley, the garbage can suddenly fell down and slowly rolled next to the two people. When Tiger Stick looked up, he saw another cursed spirit, and rushed up immediately. Is it you, bastard? Tiger Stick ran wildly in the rain, and all he could think about was punching it. Then, Chu Yang suddenly appeared and kicked him away. Learn to observe calmly first, and then swing your fist, otherwise you will die at the hands of a high-level cursed spirit sooner or later. While Chu Yang was teaching Tiger Stick a lesson, he performed the 10,000 Things Heaven attraction, and sucked the cursed spirit in front of him. Heaven glowed white again. The cursed spirit struggled and wailed in pain, and then slowly turned back into a human form in the white light, just like before. Tiger Stick ignored the pain, and felt a little scared. He almost killed someone. The victim was a girl. Her situation was much better than the boy just now. It should be that she didn't become a cursed spirit for a long time. There is still hope. Chu Yang bent down, stretched out his hand, and pressed on her head, infusing her with vitality. The girl muttered to herself, and although she was in a coma, the expression of fear on her face became more and more intense. Chu Yang sighed. With such a serious psychological trauma, even if she survived, she would be almost useless. Thinking of this, Chu Yang cast a magic spell to erase her memory of the incident. In the process, Chu Yang saw the relationship between the two. The boy and the girl were a couple from a nearby university. They came to this cinema for a date on the weekend, but they were unlucky and met the real person. The fragments about the boy disappeared from his mind, and in an instant, Chu Yang saw tears in the corners of her eyes. "Senior, what are you doing?" Yu Zhang, who almost did something wrong, even lowered his voice a lot. "Erase her memory," Chu Yang replied. "Then why is she crying?" Yu Zhang asked in confusion. "She forgot a very important person." Chu Yang looked at the boy's body. Yu Zhang seemed to understand something, and his fist suddenly clenched, gritting his teeth in anger. Without memories, fear will still remain deep in the girl's heart like instinct, and she needs to overcome it herself in the future. Chu Yang picked up the girl and put her in Tiger Stick's arms, contacted Chichiko, and asked him to deal with it properly. Tiger Stick nodded, and when he saw Chu Yang was about to leave, he immediately asked Senior, "Where are you going?" Chu Yang's tone was chilling. "Cleaning up the garbage." There was still the breath of a third cursed spirit at the scene, and Chu Yang thought it should be the real person, so he followed the remaining breath to find it. If the girl didn't survive, Chu Yang would take Tiger Stick with him and let him learn something. But now, he just wanted to smash the other person's head to pieces. Following the smelly breath, Chu Yang came to an abandoned sewer. The stench of the sewer itself couldn't even cover up the stench of the cursed spirit. "This is indeed where the garbage should be," Chu Yang said coldly. "How rude. I like sewers very much." With a flowing blue long hair, if it weren't for the terrifying sutures on his face, the real person's appearance could charm many girls. The real person tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang innocently. "You found me so quickly. You must be a very powerful sorcerer, right? You must be a recently born cursed spirit. Under normal circumstances, any cursed spirit with a little bit of brains will run away the first time they see me." Chu Yang snapped his fingers, and the exit of the sewer suddenly collapsed, and the only way out was completely blocked. "You seem very confident, and you actually blocked all the exits. What if you die?" The real person looked at Chu Yang and asked curiously. Chu Yang picked up a stone, attached the curse power to it, and bounced it towards the real person. There was a burst of explosion in the air. Bang! The real person didn't have time to react, and one of his arms exploded directly. "What about now? Can I be a little more confident?" Chu Yang showed a kind smile. The real person's expression became solemn. "You don't seem to be an ordinary sorcerer." As he said, he spit out a strange monster from his mouth. The monster's body quickly enlarged. The appearance was similar to the cursed spirit that appeared in the cinema before, and it was the form of an ordinary person after the soul was transformed. Chu Yang held Heavenly Palace in his hand. The sword light swept across. The monster screamed and turned back into a human again, but soon it was dead. Seeing this, the real person's pupils shrank. The sword restrained its ability. "His weapon will destroy my ability. He has to attack me directly." The real person gave up the tactic of using the cyborg and Chu Yang to fight against the human wave. Instead, he wanted to get close to Chu Yang and directly change Chu Yang's soul. Chu Yang noticed his intention and used the 10,000 Things Heaven attraction to suck the real person in. The real person was surprised at first and then ecstatic. He was ready to release the woo-woo transformation the moment he touched Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang pinched the real person's neck. The real person also pinched Chu Yang's arm and smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, you will soon feel the taste of despair." The real person laughed wildly and immediately launched the woo-woo transformation. Chu Yang was also laughing. After a moment, there was no change in Chu Yang's appearance. The real person was stunned. "Why, can you withstand my spell? Your spell power can't be that strong. What level of spellcaster are you?" The real person kept chattering, his expression gradually becoming crazy. "Special grade." Chu Yang grabbed its head and smiled. "I was promoted not long ago. Please give me more advice." The real person looked surprised. The next second, Chu Yang directly crushed its head and threw it aside. The real person stood up unsteadily, and the wound was healing quickly. Not long after, the head returned to normal. Shanks can correct the soul, but it can't interfere with the real person to maintain his soul unchanged. The real person who grew a new head had a smile on his face. It seemed to know Chu Yang and asked excitedly, "Are you Yang, the new container of Ryom and Sukuna?" Chu Yang, who originally wanted to kill the real person with a punch, suddenly put away his murderous intention and looked at the other party with interest. The real person knew him, which meant that the cursed spirit team behind it also knew him. Muso knew that Chu Yang was the new container of Sukuna. Those damned high-ranking officials really said everything. I want to kill them more and more. Chu Yang knew that it was the high-ranking officials of Jujutsu High School who leaked the information to Nozomi. There was some kind of connection or transaction between the two parties. If I kill you, will Ryoma and Sukuna be resurrected here? A hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the real person, and he pressed his hands on Chu Yang, constantly launching Wu-Wei transformation. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. The excitement faded, and reason gradually returned. The real person felt something was wrong. Chu Yang's spell power was like a solid barrier. It could not be shaken at all, let alone penetrate deep into the soul to affect it. I wanted to kill you directly, but I need your memory now. Domain expansion. Death corridor. In a trance, the surrounding scenery changed drastically, and Chu Yang and the real person stood in the middle of a corridor with no end in sight. The real person was shocked at first, and then his expression became strange. It felt that its power had surged, almost reaching 10 times. What domain would make the enemy stronger? Ha 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 ha, interesting. It's so interesting. There are such boring domains in the world. The real person slapped his thigh wildly and laughed hysterically. 10 times increase? Good luck. Chu Yang was happier than the real person. The real person got a 10-fold increase, so he could get 10 times the results after winning. The greater the cost, the higher the reward. This is the rule of the death corridor. In this case, I can't live up to your kindness. Domain expansion. Self-closing round wrap. The real person who got a 10-fold increase in confidence surged and directly expanded the domain in Chu Yang's domain. The collision between the domains was not as intense as imagined, which made the real person feel that his domain overwhelmed Chu Yang's domain. In this domain, my Wu-Wei transformation can be activated without touching the body. I wonder if you can withstand the Wu-Wei transformation with 10 times the intensity? After saying that, the real person continued to launch the spell, waiting for Chu Yang's transformation with expectant eyes. The Wu-Wei transformation with 10 times the intensity did make Chu Yang feel some pressure. This time, not only Shanks, but even Fengdu was alarmed and took the initiative to appear to protect Chu Yang. 2 sword lights, one black and one white, surrounded Chu Yang, as if the sun and the moon alternated endlessly. Suddenly, Chu Yang felt something in his heart, stretched out his hand to hold Fengdu, and uttered 12 words lightly, which fell into the ears of the real person, deafening. Under the yellow springs, above the netherworld, forever fallen to Fengdu. It was only today that Chu Yang said the words of the first release of Fengdu. Before that, he had always had a half understanding of the ability of Fengdu. As the words of liberation were spoken, Fengdu exuded a terrifying aura, and it became more connected with Chu Yang. The real person's heart beat very fast. The appearance of Fengdu made an invisible fear shroud its heart. Gate of Ghosts. Chu Yang whispered 2 words, just like the first time he used Huangquan. A simple door suddenly appeared behind the real person. On the door, there were paintings of hell, which were hideous and terrifying, similar to the gate of hell in the world of death. The real person turned around. The gate of ghosts was wide open. Countless ghost hands stretched out from the other side of the door to grab the real person's body. A huge fear arose spontaneously, making the real person lose his previous calmness. It launched a crazy in-action transformation, but it still couldn't prevent the end of being pulled into the gate of ghosts by ghost hands. In the shrill roar, the real person completely disappeared. After the real person was swallowed by the gate of ghosts, Chu Yang obtained all its abilities, as well as some scattered memories. In his memory, Chu Yang saw a golden beach, and a group of cursed spirits were lying on chairs like humans, to bask in the sun. Among them, the most eye-catching is a woman with a faint scar on her forehead. Nozo. Unable to obtain Jito Sugiru's body, Nozo is still living in the body of the previous host. In the real person's memory at this time, Nozo and the cursed spirits are talking about Jito Sugiru. Where is Jito Sugiru's body when he has been killed by Gojo Satoru? Is it possible that Gojo Satoru did not kill Jito Sugiru at all? The two of them have a close relationship, and it is possible that Gojo Satoru let Jito Suguru go. Gojo Satoru is not an indecisive guy. Things have come to that point. There is no reason for him not to kill Jito Suguru. Now it seems that there is only one possibility. Someone stole Jito Suguru's body before us. Who could it be? No one from the Jujutsu High School notified you? I just traded with them, not master and servant. They will not do things without benefits. In the original plot, Nozo started to cooperate with this group of special cursed spirits after seizing Jito Suguru's body. But now, the two sides have become partners in the same camp in advance, and the relationship seems to be closer. After chatting for a long time, Nozo and others finally mentioned the prison gate. If we don't find Jito Suguru's body, will the plan still be implemented? Let's talk about Jito Suguru's body later. We can't waste the Sukuna fingers we collected with great effort. The high school has already made a new container, and I heard it's very difficult to deal with. No matter how difficult it is, he is not Gojo Satoru. For us, the only one we need to be cautious about is Gojo Satoru. We can capture him alive and seal Gojo Satoru at the same time. The cursed spirits such as Laohu were talking to themselves, and only Nozo was silent. His final request was different from that of the cursed spirits. The cursed spirits hope that the cursed King Ryoma and Sukuna will come back to the world and guide them to create a new world. And Nozo has been doing it for himself from beginning to end. In order to achieve the goal of optimizing the cursed power, Nozo has set his sights on the technique that Tenjin can continuously evolve. To obtain this technique, you must first get Jito Suguru's cursed spirit manipulation technique. The secret of the cursed spirit manipulation technique, the ultimate whirlpool, can extract the spells of the cursed spirits and transfer them to the caster, allowing the caster to have multiple spells. However, the spells obtained in this way cannot be upgraded, and the power will be limited to the level of the original owner. In addition to cursed spirits, beings similar to cursed spirits can also be targets. Tenjin's existence is indeed more inclined to cursed spirits than humans. Before obtaining the ultimate whirlpool, Nosuke was unwilling to take risks. Even if he succeeded in trapping Gojo Satoru in the prison gate, it would only be a waste of time for him. But the embarrassing thing is that, if he raised objections at this moment, the alliance between him and the cursed spirits would immediately come to an end. Nosuke could only settle for the next best thing. Without the help of Jito Suguru, it will be difficult to seal Gojo Satoru. It is better to focus on the container first. As far as I know, that person has always acted alone, and Gojo Satoru is not with him. We can choose to revive Ryoma and Sukuna first. Muzo knew Ryoma and Sukuna's temper very well. The other party could only bring chaos, not lead the cursed spirits, to create a new world. But what does this have to do with him? It's okay if it's chaotic, he can still take the opportunity to do things. Muzo's mind is full of Jito Suguru, and he doesn't bother to care about other things. Laohu nodded first, indicating that he could do it alone. He didn't care about Gojo Satoru, let alone other sorcerers. Zenran was basking in the sun on the side, with a mocking smile on his lips, and the picture of memory stopped here. Perhaps it didn't expect that before Laohu met Chu Yang, it had entered the gate of hell. Chu Yang touched his chin. Since the group of cursed spirits targeted him, he might as well take advantage of them and give them a chance, which would just be a good opportunity to take away the Sukuna finger from the cursed spirit's hand. After watching the real person's memory, Chu Yang punched open the blocked exit and walked out. The rain stopped. The sky cleared up again. Standing in the sun, Chu Yang looked back at the dark sewer, where not only the real person was buried, but also many more innocent ordinary people. Chu Yang took out his phone and notified the assistant of the college to come and handle the follow-up. However, as soon as this call was made, Nozomi would soon learn that the real person had been killed by him. Not long after, Ichichiji Geo appeared here with Yuji. "Senior, did you get rid of the cursed spirit?" Yuji asked anxiously. Chu Yang nodded and asked, "How is the girl?" "She is still safe and sound. We have sent her home, but she seems to have no memory of what happened during this period. Tiger Stick told me that you erased her memory. According to the regulations, sorcerers cannot cast spells on ordinary people at will. Mr. Yang, you violated the regulations this time." Ichichiko's voice was very calm, like a robot that automatically answered. Tiger Stick was anxious after hearing this, and hurriedly said, "Why is this the case? Senior Yang did nothing wrong. If you don't erase the girl's memory, how will you let her live her life in the future?" Ichichiko stood in the sun, his glasses reflecting the light, which made Chu Yang a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand and said impatiently, "So?" Ichichiko smiled and said, "So, I don't plan to report this matter to the higher-ups. I think you did nothing wrong, but I hope you will pay attention next time." Chu Yang smiled and patted his shoulder. Tiger Stick also realized that he had wronged Ichichiko. His face turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. "Although this matter is not reported, you still need to tell me about the process of eliminating the cursed spirit. May I ask what level of cursed spirit is the source of this incident?" Ichichiko began to ask Chu Yang about the details according to the procedure. Special grade cursed spirit, real person. It has the appearance and thinking ability of a human, and its personality is difficult to describe. The specific skill ability is. Chu Yang said everything he could say and asked Ichichiko to record it, keep the file, and send it to the archives of the technical college. There are countless cursed spirits stored there, most of which are cursed spirits that have been eliminated by the technical college. If similar cursed spirits appear in the future generations can use this information to find ways to deal with them. Listening to Chu Yang's description of the whole process, Yuji's scalp tingled. He asked himself, if he encountered such a cursed spirit, how would he deal with it? The answer is that there is no solution. Without Sukuna, Yuji, who had just become a student of the technical college, had no way out, which made him a little disappointed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, 20 Fingers. Ryomen Sukuna with 5 times the combat power. Chu Yang took Yuzang away, and the aftermath work would be handed over to Ichichiko, who was an expert in this area. Yuzang kept his head down along the way, and the deep feeling of powerlessness made him feel suffocated. If it weren't for the girl he saved by chance who gave him a little comfort, he might have completely sunk into this emotion. Chu Yang also noticed his abnormality, with a smile on his face, and asked softly, "Why, do you think you are useless, if you can't beat the special grade cursed spirit?" Yuzang shook his head. "I don't want to beat anyone, I just feel like I can't protect anyone." Chu Yang laughed. "Boy, you are just a new student, it's not your turn to protect anyone, don't be too arrogant." Yuzang waved his hand hurriedly and explained, "That's not what I meant." Chu Yang reached out and patted the back of his head. The force was not strong, but it still made Yuzang grimace in pain. As a junior, you should accept the protection of others and wait until you become a senior one day before considering protecting others. If you want to take over the responsibilities of the seniors now, what else can you do but be arrogant? So, it's not your fault when you encounter things that are beyond your ability, and you shouldn't be responsible for them. As Chu Yang spoke, Nanami Kento's teaching to him in the workplace suddenly came to his mind. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. "Those words just now were taught to me by a certain uncle. If you think they are old-fashioned, just listen to them casually, and don't take them to heart." Yuji's mood was obviously much better than before, and there was a smile on his face again. "These words make sense. I will remember them in my heart, and when I become a senior in the future, I will also tell the juniors." Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. The young man was stunned for a moment, but this kind of sincere flattery always makes people feel happy. In my opinion, the juniors are much more sensible than the seniors. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Yang looked up and found Nanami Kento standing at the gate of the technical college. The other party looked at Chu Yang with dissatisfaction. "Who is that, uncle?" Chu Yang coughed dryly. "It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Don't mind it, senior Nanami." The 27-year-old Nanami Kento gave Chu Yang a warning look and then looked away. He said to Yuji, "I'm an adult, definitely not an uncle, don't listen to his nonsense." Yuji didn't know what to say, so he could only nod frequently. Chu Yang asked curiously, why is Senior Nanami here? Nanami Kento looked down at his watch and replied slowly, Senior Gojo asked me to come here. He asked me to take the kid next to you away. It's enough for you to take him for internship for one day. You are now special grade sorcerer. You can't always waste your time on him. These are Senior Gojo's original words. When Nanami Kento spoke, he also deliberately emphasized the word special grade sorcerer, obviously teasing Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't notice his teasing, and his mind was full of thoughts about Gojo Satoru's intention of doing so. Obviously, he could have let Nanami Kento and Yuji take action from the beginning. Why did he change to himself in the middle, and now he wants to change back? What is he testing? Chu Yang subconsciously felt that Gojo Satoru was testing someone else instead of himself. I've only studied with Senior Yang for one day. Why did he just change people so casually? Yuji's complaint interrupted Chu Yang's thoughts. This is the senior who introduced me to the world. You are lucky to be able to learn from him. Chu Yang scolded with a smile. Yuji stopped talking immediately. It seems that you are very loved by the juniors. Nanami Kento showed a gratified smile. I hope you can always be like this, and never let down the people who trust you. Don't say such things, it makes people feel burdened. Chu Yang shook his head, patted Yuji on the back, sent him to Nanami Kento, and left without looking back. By the way, Senior Gojo has something else for me to tell you. Nanami Kento shouted to Chu Yang's back, you have to be a referee at the Jujutsu High School's exchange meeting. Chu Yang paused and nodded. Referee? Bait, right? Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. After a moment, Nanami Kento left with Yuji. Senior Nanami, where are we going? To put an end to this incident. Yang is only good at dealing with cursed spirits, and is indifferent to other things. Don't learn from him. Yuji thought of the girl whose form was changed by the real person, so he said very confidently, no. In addition to being good at dealing with cursed spirits, Senior Yang is also a very good person. Nanami Kento was stunned for a moment, holding his glasses and not speaking. Then, the two found Yoshino Junpei, a high school student who appeared with the real person at the beginning of the incident. A week later, the exchange meeting between Tokyo Jujutsu High School and Kyoto Jujutsu High School was officially held. The principals of the two schools, Masamichi Yaga and Yoshinobu Rakuganji, each led their students to meet in the school. As a conservative, Yoshinobu Lianji stared at Chu Yang as soon as he appeared. He was the first person to oppose Chu Yang becoming a container. Chu Yang noticed the other party's gaze and made a neck-wiping gesture to Yoshinobu Lianji without any hesitation. The students present were stunned when they saw this. Isn't this an exchange meeting? Why is it so exciting right away? The two schools are going to go to war directly. Hahaha, you are being naughty again. Gojo Satoru laughed and hugged Chu Yang's neck and dragged him to the other side. Guillermo Zengdeo coughed awkwardly a few times to attract everyone's attention, and then began to explain the content of this competition. The first round is a team battle. The school has released cursed spirits in the nearby forest in advance. Within a limited time, both sides of the competition enter the forest to eliminate the cursed spirits. The side that eliminates more cursed spirits will be considered the winner. While Guillermo Zengdeo was explaining, Gojo Satoru whispered to Chu Yang. Originally, the referee didn't need to go in, but those senior leaders insisted on doing so and specifically asked you to go, saying that you were asked to protect the safety of the students. Why would a group of ordinary cursed spirits need you to take action? I suspect there is something wrong here. Chu Yang said disdainfully. You didn't stop me, you just want me to go in as bait, so don't be a good person here. Gojo Satoru was not embarrassed at all when Chu Yang exposed his thoughts in person. He smiled shamelessly. Anyway, there is no danger. Why don't I see what a rotten high school is now? Chu Yang sneered. Instead of wasting time, it's better to kill them all and build a new high school. Gojo Satoru didn't respond, turned his head aside, pretending not to hear. After a while, the game began. Chu Yang entered the field with the students, and the students on both sides were staring at him. If you look at me again, be careful that I will dig your eyes out. Chu Yang's arrogant attitude made the Kyoto students glare at him, but Yuji and the others looked as if they were used to it. Zenin Maki, Panda, and Inomikiji had known Chu Yang for a long time. Zen and Maki had learned fighting skills from Chu Yang for a period of time. Fushiguro Megumi and Yuji had also been with Chu Yang, but Kyujisaki Nobara had no idea who Chu Yang was. She was as angry as the students in Kyoto, staring at Chu Yang. It was not until Fushiguro Megumi and Yuji pulled her aside and whispered a few words that her face became better. Taodao Aoi clenched her fists and warned with a bad look, even if you are the referee, you will still be beaten if you talk nonsense. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Taodao Aoi is a third-year student at Kyoto Jujutsu High School. He is already a first-level sorcerer before graduation, even better than the teachers in the school. His master is the special sorcerer Yuki Kajuku. The other Kyoto students are waiting to see the show. If they beat the referee of Tokyo Jujutsu High School at the beginning of the game, it will only be the other party who will be embarrassed. Only Kasumi Miwa was nervous in the team, and she kindly advised Taodao Aoi not to be impulsive. Taodao Aoi was also angry for a moment, and after calming down, he decided not to pursue the matter. But Chu Yang added fuel to the fire, hooked his finger at Taodao Aoi, and sneered, "You almost scared me to death." Taodao Aoi's face darkened, and he took off his clothes directly, revealing his strong upper body. He covered his whole body with cursed power, and rushed straight to Chu Yang, wanting to teach him a lesson with his best hand-to-hand combat. Now, it was the turn of the students of Tokyo Jujutsu High School to watch the fun, and everyone knew who would be unlucky later. Taodao Aoi's fist was covered with cursed power, and he punched Chu Yang in the face. Chu Yang also punched him without using cursed power. The two fists collided, and Taodao Aoi didn't even hold on for a second before he was blown away by a terrifying force. The energy even blew the Kyoto students all over the place. After landing, Taodao Aoi found that his right arm had lost consciousness. Everyone was horrified. They had never seen anyone who could knock Taodao Aoi away with overwhelming power. Taodao Aoi stood up, covering his arm with his hands, with a very ugly expression. If he got injured at this critical moment, it would mean that Kyoto Jujutsu High School would be at a disadvantage in the upcoming competition. "Taodao, are you okay? What happened to your hand?" The classmates surrounded Taodao Aoi and asked about his injury. "Broken." Taodao Aoi uttered these two words, and everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Since Taodao Aoi said so, it couldn't be a simple break. It was most likely a comminuted fracture. "You are the referee. How can you hurt students?" Nishimiya Tao, a quasi-second level sorcerer from Kyoto, shouted angrily at Chu Yang. "You were the ones who wanted to fight. You are not as skilled as others, but you are barking like a stray dog." Kyujisaki Nobara retorted without showing any weakness. When it comes to quarreling, she has never lost to anyone. Nishimiya Tao was so angry that she was about to start the spell with a broom. Kyujisaki Nobara also took out her own spell tool. Seeing that their companions were about to fight, the others also made a gesture of fighting back. For a while, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. "It's none of your business." Chu Yang waved his hand to let Maki and the others back off, then said to Nishimiya Tao, "If you want to fight, you can fight together, so you won't waste time." On the other side, Yagami Samachi and the others who saw this scene through the monitor all had livid faces, and no one expected things to develop like this. He was clearly the referee, but he actually fought with the participating students. He is a top-class sorcerer, but he actually bullied the students. It's really unreasonable. Kyoto's leading teacher in Utaheim couldn't help but curse loudly, rolled up her sleeves, and was about to go down to find a place for the students. "You said he is a top class, so it's normal for him to have a temper." Gojo Satoru stopped her with a smile. "Get out of my way. Don't think that you are a top class, so I dare not do anything to you." Utaheim was furious, and she was about to take a fighting stance while speaking. "Be patient." Principal Liganji Yoshinobu stopped Utaheim's behavior with a stern look. Utaheim said with a sullen face, "Principal, with Taodao injured like this, it's obvious that we can't win. This is unfair." Gojo Satoru immediately said, "Don't worry, Yang will heal his injuries." On the screen. "Stop it." Taodao Aoi yelled, and the others stopped pointing their weapons at Chu Yang. Stopping his companion's intention to attack, Taodao Aoi walked out of the crowd and came to Chu Yang, asking, "Did you use the magic power just now?" Chu Yang replied calmly, I don't need to be so serious to deal with you. Tao Dao Aoi's expression was a little gloomy after getting the definite answer. He nodded slowly. You are very strong. I'm indeed not your opponent. There is nothing to say. He turned around and said to his companions, all the responsibility is mine. It has nothing to do with others. If we lose the game, I will take full responsibility. Sorry. Tao Dao Aoi apologized to Chu Yang. The other students in Kyoto were full of anger, but they could only suppress it. Chu Yang suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed on Tao Dao Aoi's injured arm. Everyone's face changed drastically, thinking that he was going to attack. Chu Yang performed the reversal spell and instantly healed Tao Dao Aoi's arm. The latter moved her shoulder with a magical look on her face. Reversal spell, a difficult technique that few people in the entire magic world know. Sanlo and Kasumi murmured in shock, as expected of a special grade magician. Nishimiya Tao grabbed Sanlo and Kasumi's hand and asked excitedly, what level of magician did you say he was? Sanlo and Kasumi replied subconsciously, special grade. Nishimiya Tao looked flustered and stammered, aren't there 4 special grade magicians? How come there is one more? There is indeed one more special grade recently, but I don't know why the news didn't spread. Jikenmaru's dull voice sounded, I just heard about it by chance. Tao Dao Aoi's eyes flashed with relief. No wonder the other party could easily defeat him. The gap between special grade and first grade is a world of difference. After knowing that Chu Yang was a special grade magician, the attitude of the Kyoto students became much more respectful, which was completely out of respect for strength. If you don't plan to continue to cause trouble for me, then the game can begin. Chu Yang said indifferently. The students on both sides looked stern and rushed into the depths of the forest at the same time. The strategies adopted by the 2 schools at the beginning were to eliminate the cursed spirits step by step, and everyone competed in hard power. But after a while, the big fight started again inexplicably, and this time the fuse was the 2 sisters Zenin Maki and Zenin Shinori. The fate between the 2 forced them to put down the competition and make the necessary break. Everyone fought for their companions. They didn't realize that the smell of cursed spirits in the forest was getting stronger and stronger. Among all the cursed spirits, the special cursed spirit Huayu has the most gentle personality. It will sacrifice itself for its companions and will also feel sad and angry because of the death of its companions. After learning that Zenran was killed by Chu Yang, Huayu was upset for a long time, so when it learned that it could take revenge, it seemed extremely excited. Huayu was born out of human fear and hatred of nature, so it loves nature very much. Huayu has only one reason to eliminate humans, that is, when humans do not exist, nature can repair the pain left by humans on it. This mentality is like an extreme natural conservationist. The moment Huayu appeared in the forest, the barriers that should have given warnings did not react at all, because its own aura was very close to nature, without the feeling of a cursed spirit. The barrier protecting the technical college treated Huayu as a plant. Huayu walked here naturally, just like walking into his own back garden. Its mission was simple, to plant a curse seed on Chu Yang, so that Chu Yang could not use the cursed power, and then cooperate with its companions to capture the new container of Ryom and Sukuna. Huayu bent down to communicate with the plants, and soon found out the location of Chu Yang. A large number of tree roots rose from under Huayu's body and surged in all directions. These tree roots were objects that Huayu materialized through the cursed power and could appear or disappear according to its thoughts. So, when it locked its target on Chu Yang, countless tree roots appeared in front of Chu Yang and attacked him. The entire competition venue was in chaos. Everyone's battle was forcibly terminated because of the attack of the tree roots. It is impossible for such a powerful cursed spirit to appear in the technical college. Tao Dao Aoi, who was fighting with Yuji, realized that something was wrong and stopped attacking immediately. Yuji looked at him in confusion. This is the power of a special grade cursed spirit, far beyond the scope of the competition. It is impossible that it was specially prepared by the technical college. Tao Dao Aoi explained. Yuji realized the seriousness of the matter. Looking at the direction of the huge tree roots, he shouted in surprise, that's where Senior Yang is. Tao Dao Aoi frowned and said puzzledly, specially looking for a special grade cursed master. Even if it is a special grade cursed spirit, it is an act of seeking death. It's very wrong. Let's go and take a look. Similar scenes were also playing out on other battlefields. The warring parties temporarily gave up the fight and rushed to where Chu Yang was. On the other side, the teachers sitting in the classroom watching the battle also noticed the intruder. Yemo Zengdao announced the suspension of the assessment and asked the teachers to rush to the examination room as soon as possible. Gojo Satoru took the lead, and Kyoto's principal Rakuganji Yoshinobu also followed. As soon as the few people arrived, they saw a huge tent covering the examination room. Such a huge barrier requires a lot of mana, so its strength should not be very high. Gojo Satoru stretched out his hand and pressed on the black film of the tent, but was hit by a very violent rebound, which was much stronger than he expected. Rakuganji Yoshinobu saw the clue and said with a strange look on his face, "It seems that the only limitation of this barrier is you. The enemy is well prepared." Well, it should be right. Gojo Satoru turned to Anjiki and said, "Please go in first, I will come later." Without saying a word, the two of them passed through the tent and came to the inside of the barrier. There was a bold curse master waiting in front of them for a long time and attacked the two. The 76-year-old Rakuganji Yoshinobu took off his coat, revealing a very fashionable t-shirt inside, and then took out his electric guitar and started rocking. The scene was very impactful. "You go find the students first, I will deal with this person," Rakuganji Yoshinobu said, taking the lead, plucking the strings suddenly, and a violent manner rushed towards the curse master, catching the opponent off guard. Anjiki took the opportunity to leave. Outside the tent, Gojo Satoru stood in a daze, seemingly without any intention of breaking the barrier. "Leave it to Yang to deal with it. It has come to this. I have to see who it is." Gojo Satoru turned and left without hesitation. However, he never thought that Chu Yang had been captured by Huayu at this moment. Chu Yang never thought of resisting at all. He just wanted Huayu to take him away and then be forced to be fed Sukuna's finger by this group of special grade cursed spirits. Huayu dragged Chu Yang, who was covered with cursed seeds, and disappeared into the forest. The students searched everywhere for Chu Yang's traces until the tent completely disappeared, and they had to accept an unbelievable truth. Chu Yang was taken away by the cursed spirits. After returning, Gojo Satoru was obviously shocked by this fact and remained silent for a long time. The entire technical high school was suddenly shrouded in a haze. On the other side, Chu Yang followed Huayu to a mysterious space, which was filled with the breath of cursed spirits. The light was dim and the environment was humid, which seemed to be a place similar to a basement. Chu Yang, who was full of curse seeds, chose to continue sleeping, quietly waiting for the cursed spirit to feed Sukuna's fingers. "I brought him back." Huayu's voice was high, and his excitement was beyond words. "Well done, Huayu. Now we can try to sacrifice and summon the two-faced Sukuna." Lao, who was also very excited, circling around Chu Yang and constantly looking at him. Nisako stared at Chu Yang silently and asked after a long time, "Why is it so smooth? You don't seem to be injured?" Huayu was a little unhappy when he heard this, as if Nisako meant that it shouldn't be so strong. He doesn't have any spells, but he is good at using cursed power to strengthen his body. My curse seeds drained his cursed power, and he lost his ability to resist. Hanami explained patiently, and then emphasized, "He has a lot of cursed power, more than all of us combined. I used several seeds to drain his cursed power." Lao, who nodded and said, "With so much cursed power, it is natural for him to become a special grade, but Hanami's spell just happens to restrain him, so he is unlucky." Noto also thought that this explanation was more reasonable, but he always felt vaguely wrong in his heart. "No matter what, let's feed the finger quickly. I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Lao, who was in a hurry to take Sukuna's finger, but was stopped by Nozo. "There are some necessary rituals. You can't feed it directly like this." Lao, who looked at him in confusion, not understanding what other rituals needed to be prepared. Nozo said that everything would be left to him to prepare. The next day, a little girl who called herself Rime appeared beside Nozo, claiming that she was a servant of Ryom and Sukuna 1,000 years ago. Rhyme asked Nozo to prepare a place for bathing, and then took 10 fingers from Laohu and fed them into Chu Yang's mouth in one breath. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't lose consciousness. Rhyme looked back at Nozo and others in horror. Nozo's heart suddenly sank. Then, he saw Chu Yang took out 3 more fingers and put them into his mouth without hesitation. Ryoma and Sukuna's 20 fingers were now in Chu Yang's body. The terrifying huge curse power suddenly erupted from Chu Yang. We finally meet again. Only one person can survive this time. Sukuna, sitting high on the bone throne, was filled with murderous intent in his eyes and looked extremely excited. It was a great shame for him to lose to the same person twice in a row. Now is the best time to wash away the shame. Sukuna stepped down from the throne and directly unfolded his domain. A huge shrine slowly rose behind him. Chu Yang also unfolded his domain. The two of them appeared in an endless corridor at the same time. Demon subduing shrine vs death fighting corridor. The domains of both sides began to crush each other until a strange balance was reached. Sukuna's momentum suddenly began to surge, and his combat power increased 5-fold before gradually calming down. As an enemy, I really like your domain. Sukuna was full of confidence. His 5 times combat power in his heyday was enough to crush any enemy. 5 times is fine. It's impossible to be 10 times every time. I don't have such good luck. Chu Yang sighed and did not hide his disappointment. After all, the 10-fold reward given by the real person last time really made him feel good for a long time. This attitude again. The anger in Sukuna's eyes rose. He was the invincible Curse King 1,000 years ago, but now he was repeatedly treated as a minion by Chu Yang. Sukuna launched a spell, and a large-scale indiscriminate slash poured on Chu Yang. Chu Yang also stacked up all the buffs at the first opportunity. Although he looked down on Sukuna, he was very serious about this battle from the beginning. At the moment, when the slash fell, the outermost initial form of Susanoo took most of the damage. The aftermath of the collision between the chakra and the slash turned into purple flames, wrapping Chu Yang. The initial form of Susanoo could not last long under the 5 times the strength of the demon subduing shrine. It was completely consumed in the blink of an eye, and then the tailed beast coat and the slash fought. The tailed beast coat's defense ability was not as good as Susanoo. After blocking for a moment, the slash broke through the tailed beast coat's defense and had a final confrontation with the armed color domineering. With one move, Sukuna actually broke through Chu Yang's 3rd layer of defense. Sukuna with 5 times the combat power is probably the most destructive opponent Chu Yang has encountered so far. Of course, Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, who did not use his full strength, is naturally not included. The last battle with Chu Yang in the Soul Society was also to force Chu Yang to further awaken. Sukuna, who has 10 times the combat power, cannot compare with Ryujin Jaka, not to mention the Zankatachi after Bankei. Players like Saitama, who are super physical attack models, must also be excluded. Characters who are invincible in the setting are not comparable. In the world of sorcery, sorcerers or cursed spirits below the special level cannot withstand Sukuna's slash, even just once. But Chu Yang was not panicked at all. With a strong physique and the armor of lightning escape, his body has long been harder than the armed color. However, if Sukuna attacks like this, even the strongest defense will collapse. Chu Yang did not intend to let Sukuna consume his domineering aura in vain. With a thought, Fengdu and Shanks appeared in his hands at the same time. The sky full of yellow spring water emerged from the void and instantly submerged the entire corridor. Sukuna, who had suffered a great loss once, suddenly jumped up and stood on his own shrine. He clapped his hands, and the door of the shrine opened, releasing a large amount of flames. The sea of fire and the yellow spring water devoured each other. This time I will burn these strange waters dry, and then come and kill you. Sukuna's face was ferocious, and his murderous intent surged. Chu Yang sneered, "Is the temperature of your flames as high as the temperature of the sun?" Sukuna was stunned for a moment. Even the flames of the Ryujin Jaka were extinguished by the yellow spring water. How big a wave can your flames create? Then, in just a few seconds, the flames spewing from the shrine were completely submerged by the yellow spring water, and the place where Sukuna stood was surrounded by the vast ocean. If it were someone else, they might have been killed the first time they saw you. Fortunately, I'm good at stacking armor, Chu Yang said with a smile. Sukuna's face was livid. In fact, if it weren't for Fengdu restraining all soul bodies, Chu Yang wouldn't have been so easy to gain the upper hand. The yellow spring water can dissolve special energies such as spiritual power and cursed power, but it doesn't work on chakra or magic power. It only targets the first two energies. So, Sukuna's bad luck is that he used to be a curse master, and now he still exists in the form of a soul. He has nothing but cursed power. If he had completed the possession, he could at least fight Chu Yang in close combat. You can only blame your bad luck. Chu Yang shook his head, watching the yellow spring water about to cover the shrine and reach Sukuna's feet. Sukuna's expression gradually became crazy. He could not accept failing again in the same way, so he opened the shrine and madly swallowed the yellow spring water under his feet. Chu Yang was a little surprised. The other party's approach was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, but it was effective in a short period of time. Just kill you before the curse power completely disappears. Either you die, or I die. Sukuna's eyes were red, showing madness, and he put his hands together and performed the last spell. A more violent slash than before came, turning into a storm of sharp blades that submerged Chu Yang, as if to cut and smash this endless corridor together. Chu Yang summoned a complete Susanoo and armed the tailed beast. The combination of the two suddenly increased the defense and resisted the attack. There is one disadvantage of fighting in the spiritual world, that is, the illusion of the Sharingan does not work. Drag the target that is already in the spiritual world into another spiritual space. This is a nesting doll paradox that cannot be realized at all. Otherwise, Chu Yang could directly trap Sukuna and let him be dissolved by the netherworld quietly. Under the effect of the domain bonus, Chu Yang had to resist endless slashes at all times and could not distract himself to attack Sukuna. Sukuna was also resisting the consumption of the netherworld and could not do more. In the end, the two were just racing against time. Just a few minutes seemed to have passed for several years. Sukuna's face became extremely ugly. He had sensed that there was little cursed power left, and the demon suppressing shrine was about to disappear. On the other hand, Chu Yang's tailed beast armored complete Susanoo was mostly destroyed, and only a small half was left to protect him. Chu Yang's shoulder and half of his arm were exposed to Sukuna's slash. The fire splashed, but only a layer of white marks was left. Hold on a little longer, and he will be slashed to death. Sukuna thought so, but his cursed power ran out first, and the demon suppressing shrine disappeared completely. Without the demon suppressing shrine, Sukuna's slashing attack no longer existed. Chu Yang released Susanoo, smiled and walked in front of Sukuna, spread his hands. The cursed king who was invincible 1,000 years ago will eventually fall. You should have died a long time ago. What's the point of lingering on until now? Sukuna, who knew he was going to die, was much calmer than before, and said lightly, winners and losers, it's up to you. Chu Yang sneered, hidden blast blow, what are you waiting for? Sukuna's eyes flashed, and at the cost of consuming his soul, he launched a sure hit slash, pointing directly at Chu Yang's neck. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Looking at Chu Yang's intact neck, Sukuna's eyes were dull. Chapter 124, Death of Sukuna. Changes in the Soul Palace. Why is your body still so strong without the strengthening of cursed power? Sukuna's body gradually dissipated, his eyes full of confusion. You are just a human. As Sukuna completely disappeared, the death battle corridor entered the settlement stage, and the cursed power in Chu Yang's body flooded like a flood. The demon suppressing shrine was also engraved on his soul, and became his technique. Now I can suppress Gojo Satoru with just cursed power, right? Chu Yang showed a sly smile. Respected Gojo Senior, I really want to tie you up and beat you up one day. Consciousness returned to the body. Chu Yang opened his eyes, and a group of cursed spirits surrounded him. Looking around, each cursed spirit had an expectant expression on his face. No one thought that he would be the one to survive this war of consciousness. How could Sukuna Ryomen lose? Just like the sorcerers would not waver in their trust in Gojo Satoru. Deploy the field. Chu Yang pulled the closest Rakuko into the death battle corridor. Is Sukuna's temper so bad? He wants to kill people if he disagrees with us? But we didn't even say anything. The cursed spirits were shocked and angry. Nozo frowned, and Rimui looked incredible. Because Laohu was brought into the domain by Chu Yang, Huayu was very excited. It suddenly appeared in front of Rimui, and reached out to grab Rimui's shoulder. Rimui used her cursed power to bounce its hand away, and Nozo immediately protected Rimui to prevent the conflict between the two from further intensifying. We didn't expect this situation, Nozo explained to Huayu, but suddenly a bad idea came to his mind. Could it be that Ryoma and Sukuna failed to seize the body? Nozo turned his head and looked at Rimui and found that the other party looked at a loss, and his heart sank into his stomach. He was almost certain that Ryoma and Sukuna failed to seize the body. Why not wait a little longer? Maybe they will come out later, Nozo said with a fake smile, but he had already made plans to run away. Huayu was not willing to listen to him. He launched a spell to attack Chu Yang's domain from the outside. From the outside, the death battle corridor was also a huge black sphere, but no matter how fiercely Huayu attacked, it did not move at all. Li Mei stood there blankly. The moment Chu Yang opened his eyes, she felt that Sukuna's breath had completely disappeared. But she was unwilling to accept this result. He had made all the preparations. Why would the Curse King of 1,000 years ago fail? Li Mei racked her brains, but could not get the answer. While Huayu and Tuajin were frantically attacking the domain, Nozo quietly left the basement. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would be buried with him. A sorcerer who can devour the Curse King. How can the current sorcery world breed such a monster? Hey, the next generation of the Curse King is about to be born. Before leaving, Nozo took away the prison gate border. This was the most critical thing to deal with Gojo Satoru, and it must not fall into the hands of others. After a moment, the domain disappeared, but only Chu Yang walked out, and Laohu's figure completely disappeared. Huayu and Tuojen looked at him in astonishment. The man who was supposed to lead them to create a new world actually killed Laohu. Today's domain times have been used up. It's a pity to kill you like this. Chu Yang was still hesitating whether to kill Huayu and Tuo General. After all, there were not many special grade cursed spirits, and each one could bring him a lot of benefits. As soon as the voice fell, Huayu rushed directly to Chu Yang and planted a large number of curse seeds on him, trying to drain his curse power. Don't you still understand what's going on? Chu Yang used the 10,000 things heaven attraction to suck Huayu into his hand and punched through its vitals without a trace of curse power floating in the process. A faint mocking voice came from Huayu's ears. In fact, I can easily kill you without curse power. Thank you for bringing me here. It turned out that I killed my companions. I brought this evil star back. Huayu was full of remorse and kept struggling in Chu Yang's hands, making meaningless whimpers from his mouth. Tuojen was trembling, and Li Mei was also trembling. The man in front of him was more terrifying than the cursed spirits, and was exactly the same as Sukuna from 1,000 years ago. Takujin couldn't bear the pressure, so he turned and ran away, without the thought of revenge for his companions. Chu Yang smiled slightly, and performed Sukuna's technique. With one slash, Takujin was cut in half. I was going to let you go, but your hands are already stained with too much blood of ordinary people, so you'd better die. Cursed spirits are different from monsters. The former are born from negative emotions, and most of them are destined to do bad things when they are born. Even a special cursed spirit like Rikakimoto will attack ordinary people without the control of Utarotsutsu. Chu Yang threw the dying Hanami out, and she landed right at Rimui's feet. Li Mei had already prostrated herself on the ground and said devoutly, "Welcome back, sir." Chu Yang smiled playfully and reminded her, "I'm not Sukuna." Li Mei's body trembled suddenly, and she replied, "It was Sukuna-sama's spell just now, and no one else can use it except Sukuna-sama." Chu Yang looked at her with pity for a long time. "If you are not Sukuna-sama, then please use Sukuna-sama's spell to kill me." Li Mei's heart was dead, and her voice was trembling. Chu Yang fulfilled her wish, and chopped her into pieces in the blink of an eye. He opened the door, and a gust of wind blew in his face, echoing in the room, and there was a faint whimper. He took a step out. A familiar mist came. When he came to his senses, Chu Yang found himself in the Soul Palace. Chu Yangs from other worlds appeared one after another. There are no new people this time. Magic Chu Yang looked around and counted the number of people. Then it should be like me, solving the iconic boss. Demon Slayer Chu Yang said with a big wide tooth and a smile. Okay, I know you are the first among us. Naruto Chu Yang complained helplessly. I killed Ryoma and Sukuna. Jujutsu Chu Yang showed the same smile as Demon Slayer Chu Yang, and then slowly explained the whole story to everyone. The Soul Palace became lively all of a sudden. Why is it Ryoma and Sukuna, not Gojo Satoru? God knows. But I think it may be because of the camp problem. Gojo Satoru and we are friendly forces. Don't talk about this first. Look at why the throne over there is lit up. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that 4 of the 5 thrones in the front row suddenly lit up and were about to be connected into a line. The thrones in the Soul Palace have always been dead unless there are foreign invaders to make them temporarily awake. For example, the Black Zetsu in the Naruto world at the beginning and the Ryoma and Sukuna later. Black Zetsu was directly swallowed by the palace, while Ryoma and Sukuna just stood outside and took a look and couldn't even enter the gate. At this moment, the throne in the front row suddenly became active, which caught everyone off guard. A group of people gathered around and looked carefully. Which positions are lit up? Pirate Chu Yang asked curiously. Mine is lit up. Magic Chu Yang raised his hand. And mine. Demon Slayer Chu Yang also said. Then it's mine. Curse Chu Yang said softly. They are all the people who defeated the boss. Then whose is the last one? Among the many clones, only the 3 who spoke just now clearly killed the boss. So where did the 4th one come from? After a moment of silence, Wuxia Chu Yang raised his hand with a hesitant look on his face. It seems to be mine. Everyone looked at him with a question mark on their faces. When did you kill the boss? Aren't you always bullying the kids over there? You ride in a carriage all day to travel around, and at most you have collected a little martial arts. Everyone talked about Wuxia Chu Yang, with a strong sour tone in their tone. Martial arts Chu Yang scratched his head and said, don't ask me, I'm still confused. Magic Chu Yang said faintly, could it be that you killed too many people and replaced the position of the boss and became the boss yourself? Martial arts Chu Yang's eyes lit up and nodded, it's really possible. Magic Chu Yang smacked his lips. I'm not praising you. There is no one stronger than Chu Yang in the martial arts world. Judging from his arbitrary behavior pattern, it is more in line with the personality of a big boss. Therefore, Magic Chu Yang's inference was recognized by everyone. In any case, it seems that, if another boss is killed, the Soul Palace will undergo some changes. After saying this, Death God Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said, I'm sure I can't help you in this regard. The Death God world is currently the world with the highest combat power and the highest difficulty. Whether the boss recognized by the world as Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni, Iwabachi, or Aizen, it is not something that Death God Chu Yang can deal with. The situation of One Punch Man is unclear. The boss recognized by the world may be Garou the legendary god. It may even be Saitama. In the Marvel world, it is most likely to be the Purple Potato Spirit, but it has not been long since the New York War. If Chu Yang wants to meet the other party, he will probably have to wait for several years. Fengyun is a new world, and there is no need to discuss it. After everyone discussed it, they finally set their sights on 2 worlds, Naruto and pirates. The goal is very clear. Naruto is Kaguya Otsutsuki, or the Otsutsuki clan. The pirate is him, the king of the Celestial Dragons, or the Celestial Dragons. Naruto Chu Yang is busy using Yin Yang Escape to recreate the chakra of the Ten Tails, preparing to use it to revive the sacred tree and obtain the sacred tree fruit. If he wants to kill Kaguya Otsutsuki, he must first release Kaguya Otsutsuki from the seal and follow the old path of Black Zetsu. If he is not careful, he will have to become an enemy of the ninja world. With the current combat power of Naruto Chu Yang, it is not a problem for him to deal with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama alone. But these people are now his loved ones and friends, and even adding money won't work. The Naruto world is temporarily past, and only the pirate world is left. As the first Chu Yang to awaken in the other world, the pirate Chu Yang became the turning point to promote the changes in the Soul Palace, which seemed to be destined. After chatting for a while, the fog appeared and everyone returned to their own worlds. The world of Curse. Chu Yang walked out of the base and looked for the traces of the noose around. That guy had no idea where he had gone. Even Chu Yang admired his ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune. In desperation, Chu Yang could only return to the Curse High School. During the time he disappeared, the high school was turned upside down by Gojo Satoru, and the Night Moth Zengdeo could not prevent the conflict between Gojo Satoru and the high-level executives. Deliberately using Chu Yang as bait, Gojo Satoru followed the clues and caught a high-level executive who had close contacts with the Curse Master. In full view of the public, Gojo Satoru killed him, making the high-level executives look pale. In fact, Gojo Satoru knew that there were more people involved, but if the killing continued, the world of Curse would fall into great chaos. The consequences would require a large number of ordinary people to bear the consequences with their lives. This was something Gojo Satoru did not want to see. In the end, it was still a big warning with little rain. Gojo Satoru stopped in time, but did not receive gratitude from some people. Some senior executives felt a great threat and regarded Gojo Satoru's behavior as a provocation. They decided to eliminate this man at all costs. After the conflict, the atmosphere of the high school became dull and terrible. It was not until Chu Yang reappeared that the haze surrounding the high school was broken. Long time no see. Chu Yang pulled open the door of the classroom and shocked Yuji and others who were in class. "Senior, haven't you already?" Yuji's eyes almost fell out. "I went to the lair of the curse spirits. It was so interesting there, with piles of special grade curse spirits." Chu Yang waved his hand, and several boxes suddenly appeared on the desk. "What is this? It smells like a curse." Curious, Yuji opened the box, only to find that inside was a cursed spirit chopped into mincemeat. Yuji's face suddenly turned the color of liver, and he turned around and vomited. "Is it that serious?" Kyujisaki Nobara came over, took a look, and then squatted in the corner with Yuji and vomited non-stop. Fushiguro Megumi was very smart. She didn't even look at it, and decisively closed the box again. Not long after, Zenin Maki, Inuma Kisaki, and Panda also appeared at the door of the classroom. Chu Yang took advantage of the crowd to explain why he was taken away by the cursed spirit, and did not mention the topic related to Sukuna. Senior Yang was taken away by the cursed spirit on purpose? That's too dangerous. However, how did you know that there would be a cursed spirit? From your tone, it seems that you had this plan from the beginning. Instead of asking how you knew, why not ask how the special cursed spirit appeared? This is a technical college, with the barrier of Lord Tenjin. We asked Gojo Sensei, but he didn't say anything. Is it related to the recent incident? Then, Chu Yang learned from Yuji and others that Gojo Satoru had a conflict with the top management. Just as Chu Yang was about to continue asking questions, Gojo Satoru suddenly appeared and interrupted everyone's conversation. Gojo Satoru still hugged Chu Yang's neck as usual, took him out of the classroom, and turned back with a smile and said, "Children, I'll borrow your senior Yang for a while and return it to you later." As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, Gojo Satoru's curse power was like a mountain pressing on Chu Yang. He only heard his cold question. "Should I call you Ryoman Sukuna?" As a six-eyed magician, Gojo Satoru is very sensitive to the flow of cursed energy. Chu Yang has several cursed powers belonging to the cursed spirits. Among them, the cursed power of Ryoman Sukuna is the most obvious and the most evil. If Gojo Satoru could not sense Chu Yang's own cursed power, he would have taken action the moment they met, and would not have patiently asked. In fact, Gojo Satoru had already guessed the reason why the cursed spirit took Chu Yang away, so he was very worried that Chu Yang had been possessed by Ryoman Sukuna during his disappearance. "Senior, this joke is not funny at all." Chu Yang spread his hands. "You'd better prove yourself." Gojo Satoru's strength in his hands became stronger and stronger. "If you say that, you may be in trouble." Chu Yang turned his head and his eyes turned into Samsara eyes. Gojo Satoru was caught off guard and looked at him, and he fell into the illusion space. After a moment, Gojo Satoru returned to reality, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said in a painful tone, "It's better to say it next time." Chu Yang smiled and nodded, "I think so too." Gojo Satoru, who was tortured again, confirmed that the person in front of him was still Chu Yang. The character of the two-faced Sukuna would not do such a bad thing. "I didn't expect that Sukuna was really killed by you." I was ready to collect your body from the beginning. Gojo Satoru recalled the past and couldn't help but sigh. Senior, can you not use such a calm expression and say such annoying words? Chu Yang kindly reminded Gojo Satoru, now I may be able to press you to the ground and rub you. After saying this, Gojo Satoru immediately became interested. That's right, now you have eaten Sukuna, you should be able to fight with me. Chu Yang couldn't activate the domain on Gojo Satoru, and this fight had no appeal to him, so he immediately refused. If you beat me, I can consider giving you half of my savings. Gojo Satoru was like a devil, his voice kept circling in Chu Yang's mind, smashing his rationality. Come on. Let's have a real one-on-one man battle. Chu Yang was overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Are you kidding? How rich is Gojo Satoru, the head of the Gojo family? Just a few swipes on his bank book can make Chu Yang worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Who can resist? Chu Yang asked. How do we judge the winner? We can't fight to death, right? Gojo Satoru thought for a while and said, how about comparing the strength of the domain? Whoever's domain is broken first will be the loser. Chu Yang frowned and said, once my own domain is unfolded, people will definitely die, otherwise it cannot be lifted. Gojo Satoru looked at him curiously. He had never understood what Chu Yang's domain was. Chu Yang explained the effect of the death battle corridor. Gojo Satoru showed more curiosity than ever and asked in a slightly excited tone, when you fought Sukuna, how many times did he gain an increase? Chu Yang replied, 5 times. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath and couldn't help laughing. Hearing that Chu Yang defeated Sukuna, who had 5 times the combat power, he felt happier than ever before. After waiting for so many years, he finally got an opponent of equal strength. He can exert his full strength. Then you can fight me with Sukuna's domain. Let's go. Let me see how strong you are now. After a moment, Chu Yang followed Gojo Satoru to a barrier. The protection here is enough to withstand the aftermath of the domain collision. The two of them opened their domains at the same time. On one side is the strange shrine under the blood moon. On the other side is a colorful illusion of the universe. Demon subduing shrine vs infinite space. In Chu Yang's hands, the demon subduing shrine is not just the strength of Sukuna's 5 times combat power. The huge shrine has the momentum to crush infinite space. The collision between the domains made the entire high school tremble, and everyone was looking for the source of the vibration. Yagami Samichi was the first to notice something was wrong. He locked onto the barrier, where the duel was taking place in the shortest possible time. At first, he thought it was a special curse spirit invading the high school, but when he arrived at the scene, he found that it was 2 huge domains colliding. Yang, Gojo Satoru, what the hell are you doing? This is a high school, you 2 bastards. Yagami Samichi stood outside the barrier and cursed, determined to teach them a lesson after the 2 were done. After the curse, Yagami Samichi was secretly frightened by the terrifying aftermath of the domain collision. It was as if 2 real planets were colliding. The noise was getting louder and louder. In the end, everyone in the high school came to watch the duel. Exclamations came one after another. A boy next to Itadori was so scared that his legs trembled and he sat down on the ground. Junpei, don't be so scared. There is a barrier to block the curse, so it can't hurt us. Itadori pulled up Yoshino Junpei, whose legs were weak. Well, I see. Yoshino Junpei looked at the battlefield and said with envy, is this a sorcerer? He is not as powerful as a human. Itadori scratched his head and said, not everyone is like them. Senior Yang and Teacher Gojo are special. Oh, by the way, you know Senior Yang. He is the one who killed the real person not long ago. You could have met him, but Senior doesn't like to clean up the mess. Hearing the word real person, Yoshino Junpei shuddered. After he came to the high school, he realized how dangerous the situation was at that time. If it weren't for the man in front of him who killed the curse spirit, his fate would be as miserable as other victims. Thinking of this, Yoshino Junpei looked at Chu Yang with a different look. He ignored the surprised looks of others and shouted, Senior Yang, you are the strongest. Don't lose. As soon as he finished shouting, the people around him laughed. Ha ha ha, could this kid be a Chunabayao? It's only natural at this age. If Senior Yang knew he had such a loyal fan, he would be very pleased, right? No way. With Senior Yang's personality, he would probably feel very ashamed and might beat this kid up after it's over. Hahaha, look, Senior Yang's expression has changed. The tense atmosphere was destroyed by Yoshino Junpei's shout, and the price was that Chu Yang's shame level was maximumed out at this moment. So much so that the field began to become unstable. Damn. Where did you come from? That's his mother. Could he be a black fan? Chu Yang couldn't help but curse Yoshino Junpei for thousands of bites in his heart and glared at him with a fierce look. Yoshino Junpei shrank his head back in fear. Don't be afraid. That's Senior Yang's look of affirmation. Yuji encouraged Yoshino Junpei. Are you sure? Yoshino Junpei asked suspiciously. Of course, when I was on a mission with my senior, he looked at me like that. Yuji nodded confidently. The surroundings were full of people watching the excitement. Chu Yang used his eyes to intimidate Yoshino Junpei's cheers. He also threw a murderous look at Itadori. Even if he was a thick-skinned man, he realized Chu Yang's mood at the moment. Itadori pulled Yoshino Junpei back silently. Don't be so fierce, he's your little fan. Gojo Satoru teased in a sarcasm. But Chu Yang ignored him. It was about financial freedom, and nothing could shake his determination. Chu Yang began to increase the strength of the domain and reduce the size of the demon suppressing shrine as much as possible. Gojo Satoru's expression changed, and he also reduced the domain of the infinite space. In the end, it was two black holes the size of footballs that collided. The residual power could affect the barrier. Clear cracks appeared in front of everyone. Guillermo Zengdeo shouted loudly, "Everyone leave. Don't stay near the barrier." The next moment, the barrier shattered. The violent cursed power instantly swept around. The few people closest to it were hit by this cursed power and fainted directly. Crack. Cracks appeared in the infinite space, and it was about to fall. The demon suppressing shrine was intact. Gojo Satoru was stunned for a moment. Did he lose the battle of cursed power? Gojo Satoru took the initiative to eliminate the domain. The cursed power storm disappeared in an instant, and the high school returned to peace again. Gojo Senior, don't forget to remit the money. You know the account number. Chu Yang, who was in a good mood, whistled and slowly walked towards Yuji and Yoshino Junpei. Gojo Satoru stretched and smiled. His thoughts returned to his student days. It felt good to have an opponent to chase. Feeling the murderous aura all over Chu Yang, Yuji and the other hugged each other in fear. Just when Chu Yang put his hands on their shoulders, Guillermo Zengdeo also put his hands on Chu Yang's shoulders. Before you communicate with them, talk to me first. Guillermo Zengdeo imitated Yoshino Junpei's tone and called Chu Yang Senior Yang affectionately. His murderous aura at this moment was several times that of Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Principal, what a coincidence, you are here too? Guillermo Zengdeo looked at him coldly. Chu Yang immediately pointed at Gojo Satoru, who was about to run away, and said, "It's all his fault. He was the one who forced me to duel. I'm the victim." Guillermo Zengdeo immediately turned his eyes to Gojo Satoru. The murderous aura surged again. Gojo Satoru paused, pretended to be stupid, and scratched his head, saying, "The weather is really good today." Guillermo Zengdeo showed a cruel smile, holding Chu Yang in one hand and Gojo Satoru in the other. "Both of you come here." Seeing the three people gradually walk away, Itadori and Yoshino Junpei breathed a sigh of relief. The pirate world. Wano country. After returning from the Soul Palace, Chu Yang began to prepare for the counterattack on the Holy Land of Mirajoa. During this period, he has been busy with the experiment of bloodline factors and has not participated much in the affairs of the Revolutionary Army, allowing them to grow wildly. The strategy of reverse bounty on the world government and the celestial dragons has been going well. In recent years, the world government has suffered heavy losses. The Revolutionary Army and some independent forces are now in the limelight. The world government also organized troops to forcibly attack Wano country, but they were blocked by Chu Yang at the entrance and suffered heavy losses. Seeing that the world government really couldn't do anything to the Revolutionary Army, the countries and forces that had been oppressed raised the banner of resistance. As for pirates, after the defeat of Kaido and Big Mom, they became more chaotic, and even a strong man like Whitebird could only intimidate the area under his jurisdiction. Chaos was everywhere. The lives of ordinary people became difficult for a time. Chu Yang went to the capital of Wano country, Flower City, alone, and found the revolutionary army who were discussing the next move. Long and Tiger were both in the conference room. When they saw Chu Yang, they all looked surprised. What a rare guest. No matter how we call you, you don't come. You stay in your little pavilion doing research all day long. Why do you suddenly think of coming to us? Is there any major matter that requires your personal instructions? Tiger grinned and joked. Long also smiled. The revolutionary army has a good momentum of development, which makes them see the hope of overthrowing the celestial dragons, so everyone is in a good mood. There is indeed something very important that I need to discuss with you, Chu Yang said with a serious expression. Seeing this, the two of them restrained their smiles and looked at Chu Yang in confusion. From today on, I will officially declare war on the Xianlan people. We have been hiding here for long enough. It's time to go out and take a look. As soon as Chu Yang spoke, the two of them were shocked. They never thought that Chu Yang was going to overturn the table. Aren't you too anxious? Tiger immediately persuaded Chu Yang. The revolutionary army has just been formed. If we rashly declare war on the world government, we won't have any advantage. Long didn't persuade him, but asked directly, why did you make such a decision? Chu Yang said seriously, the previous method of offering a bounty to the world government and the celestial dragons was indeed very effective, but it also brought very strong side effects. The prestige of the navy has dropped rapidly, resulting in the increasingly rampant pirates. Many places have been plundered by pirates, and civilians live in difficulty. If this continues, ordinary people will collapse before the celestial dragons. Long and Tiger looked at each other. Their eyes were solemn and their expressions became complicated. If Chu Yang hadn't mentioned it, they would not have realized this problem. In the current environment, there are very few places that can be safe. Among them, there are either the protection of the revolutionary army, the protection of the navy, or the territory under the jurisdiction of a big pirate like Whitebird. It seems that we really can't delay it any longer. Long sighed. Letting the situation develop is the best choice for the revolutionary army, but it goes against the original intention of the establishment of the revolutionary army. In that case, make preparations early. Don't worry too much. We have gathered many allies now, so we may not be the disadvantaged party. Tiger is good at influencing his companions with positive emotions. Hearing him say this, Long's worries were reduced by half. To attack the Holy Land, Pluto is indispensable. Let's go and get it out now. Chu Yang told the two of them a long time ago that Pluto was sleeping in the sea area of Wano country, but how to salvage it ashore was a huge problem. They didn't know the exact location of Pluto, nor did they know how big Pluto was, and how much manpower and material resources would be needed. This problem is very simple, just break down the walls around it. A long time ago, there was a huge Fujiyama here, and people established Wano country at the foot of Fujiyama. At that time, the height of Wano country was consistent with the sea level. During the blank 100 years, Wano country was threatened by something, and the Kazuki family led the people to build a huge wall around Wano country and block the country. As time went by, the city wall became a mountain wall, and the rain kept piling up, just like pouring water into a cup, and Wano country was flooded. With no other options, people abandoned the original city and built a new Wano country near the upper part of Fujiyama. Therefore, the inland sea of Wano country is actually all rainwater, not normal seawater. Pluto is hiding at the foot of Fujiyama, in Wano country 800 years ago. Now to make these areas see the light of day again, we must break the huge mountain walls around Wano country, which has always protected this country. Break the wall. Do you mean to destroy the terrain of Wano country? This is a barrier that protects many people. Long opposed Chu Yang's opinion at the first time. The revolutionary army can grow steadily, and it is inseparable from the natural barrier of Wano country that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is the people who are useful, not the terrain, otherwise they would not have been enslaved by Kaido for so long. If we fail, there is no point in keeping the so-called natural barrier. The navy can easily break through here. Chu Yang gave a very sufficient reason. The reason why the natural barrier of Wano country can block so many powerful enemies is because he guards the entrance. Long fell silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Chu Yang said was the truth. I agree with Yang. Now that we have decided to attack Mirajoa, don't think about leaving a way out for yourself. It might affect the morale and military spirit of the Revolutionary Army. Tiger said a very important issue. Morale and military spirit. If everyone regards Wano country as a retreat, they will only be hesitant on the battlefield. Without the courage to risk their lives, they will just be looking for death. Long thought for a long time, and finally nodded slowly, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then break the wall and let this country see the light of day again. Chapter 125 Pluto is born. Shanks and the Five Elders. An emergency meeting is underway at the Shogun's mansion in the Flower Capital. Ryu informed Hiyori Kazuki of the decision to destroy the wall. She is the heir recognized by everyone, and the current Shogun of Wano country. Only she can decide the future of Wano country. After learning about this, the retainers of the Kazuki family all advised her to stop the actions of the Revolutionary Army. In their view, this is an act of destroying Wano country. If necessary, they are even willing to go to war with the Revolutionary Army directly. The two groups of people who had been getting along very harmoniously were also deadlocked. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. If a conflict occurs, the alliance that was hard to establish may also be dissolved, and everyone will go their separate ways. The choice was handed over to Hiyori Kazuki. The girl looked very nervous, her lips were pale, and she was even trembling slightly. In this case, she nodded in agreement without hesitation. There was only one reason. Founding a country is the lifelong hope of her father Kazuki Oden. Hiyori Kazuki didn't know whether destroying the wall could achieve the so-called founding of a country, but at least it was a start in a direction. She was willing to give it a try. After Hiyori Kazuki made the final decision, the voices of opposition immediately became much smaller. The general trend is irresistible. There is no point in continuing to insist. After reaching a consensus, the wall-breaking operation was carried out in full swing. Wano country mobilized the whole country, and men, women, old and young joined the battle to wear down the mountain wall bit by bit. Chu Yang was responsible for the area near the waterfall. It was his territory, and it was more convenient to handle things there. Quinn, Judge and Caesar were responsible for moving everything in the laboratory to the land. Once the wall was destroyed, the attic would no longer exist. Chu Yang used wood release to summon a 100-meter tall tree man to start crazy destruction. The intense vibration even triggered a tsunami. A day later, the entrance of the waterfall collapsed first, revealing a huge gap. As the seawater continued to drain, the water level of the inner sea of Wano country dropped, revealing more mountain walls. The speed at which others destroyed the mountain wall was greatly increased. Wano country's high-profile founding of the country immediately attracted the attention of the Navy and reported it to the world government as quickly as possible. No one knew what Wano country was doing, and even the Five Elders were confused. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army was planning to surrender, so they took the initiative to destroy the natural barrier that was easy to defend, but difficult to attack? Just thinking about it made it seem impossible. Unless these people were out of their minds, there was no reason for them to do this. The world government held several meetings, large and small, and continued to analyze it, but could not find a reasonable explanation. In the end, they could only let the Navy monitor it closely. The news was received all over the world, and for a time, the situation in Wano country attracted the attention of many people. Redfuzz, Yang and the others seemed to be doing something very interesting. Should we go over and take a look? It's up to you. You are the captain, you decide. Red-haired Shanks was lying on the deck in the sun, and the ship's copy Beckman was standing by, smoking a cigarette. If we go over, the Navy will probably not just watch, they will definitely follow us. Lucky Lou was holding the leg of an unknown creature in his hand, and eating it happily. Those Navy are so annoying. They haven't given up, after chasing for so many days. Why don't we stop and fight them? Jesus Boo looked into the distance, and said with dissatisfaction. That's Garp's warship. It's better not to provoke him for the time being. He looks at me like an enemy now, so it's better to stay away. Shanks turned over and sat up, stretched, yawned and said, no matter what, let's go. Go to Wano country. I haven't seen Yang for a long time. I don't know what level of conqueror's he is now. Ben Beckman raised the corner of his mouth and said with relief, after all, he defeated Kado, so his conqueror's should not be worse than the captain. If that kid comes back, I guess I have to give him the position of vice captain. Everyone laughed after hearing this. No one thought that Chu Yang would no longer be a member of the Red Hair Pirates after becoming stronger. Shanks looked into the distance with an expectant expression on his face. I really want to get to Wano country as soon as possible. Time passed day by day. Chu Yang and his men basically did nothing else except digging mountains every day. Even the revolutionary army that was active outside became much more low-key. This strange calm made the world government restless, like the depression of an approaching storm. The navy was too busy suppressing the pirates rioting around the world. The world government could only rely on CP0 as its eyes to monitor Wano country. Even if it wanted to launch an attack to stop Wano country, it could not summon the corresponding combat power in a short time. Compared with the celestial dragons who were sitting on the wax, Chu Yang was very excited because he could see the legendary ancient weapon Pluto soon. When the mountain wall was half destroyed, the inland sea had been almost drained, and the Wano country 800 years ago gradually revealed its true appearance in front of everyone. A more magnificent building complex with gorgeous and diverse shapes. Each area is as luxurious as the Flower City. Rainwater is not seawater, and it is not very corrosive to buildings. Even after 800 years, the buildings here do not feel too shabby. Chu Yang took the lead in walking on the wet street, looking at everything around with admiration, looking for the traces of Pluto. Considering the size of Pluto, if he is really here, it should be easy to find. After a while, Chu Yang found the general's mansion 800 years ago and walked in with a try mentality. This place is big, but it can't accommodate heirs. Looking at the empty general's mansion, Chu Yang suddenly thought of the later general's mansion, which had a secret passage leading directly underground, hiding the historical text. Would the general's mansion here also have a secret passage? So, in the next few minutes, Chu Yang smashed the magnificent floor to pieces. God will not disappoint those who work hard. He really found a passage. Following the passage down, Chu Yang entered a dark and damp underground cave, and the further he went, the wider it became. A huge and ferocious warship quietly anchored on the underground river. The size of Hades was even bigger than Chu Yang imagined, more than 100 times that of the rivers. It was much larger than the Golden Emperor's giant ship Gil and Tesoro. Rather than a warship, it was better to say that it was a fortress that could sail freely on the sea. You don't even need to fire a gun. Just by ramming, you can sink a naval fleet, right? Chu Yang looked down at the Hades below and sighed sincerely. The muzzle is almost as big as a ship. Wouldn't it be easy to destroy an island with this shot? No wonder there is a legend that Pluto can destroy the Red Earth continent. There is a reason why the 5 elders are so afraid of it. I wonder how many shots I can withstand. Chu Yang flew directly to the deck of Pluto, looking at the bottomless barrel, and kept saying. After turning around on the deck, Chu Yang heard footsteps coming from afar. Looking up, he saw that Long and Tiger had also brought people here. The reaction of the crowd to Pluto was even more exaggerated than Chu Yang's. They were like statues, and they were directly petrified on the spot. Don't stand there. Come down quickly and figure out how to drive. Chu Yang shouted to the petrified people above. Long and Tiger came back to their senses from the shock, and then went down the stone steps in the cave, and came to Pluto. Looking at Pluto from the front was more shocking than looking down from above. Pluto was completely black, like a complete piece of steel, with a seamless appearance, and no traces of cutting. Chu Yang walked to the side, and lowered the rope ladder, so that they could climb up from below. It took nearly half a minute, just to climb the rope ladder. There should be another entrance. We need to go to the control room, to look at the distribution map. Otherwise, we will be exhausted from climbing up and down every day. It would be great if there was a shipwright who was familiar with the design of Pluto. Tiger, who climbed onto the deck, couldn't help but complain to Chu Yang, which reminded Chu Yang of something. He could go to Shanks to ask for the legendary shipwright Tom. I believe that, as long as Chu Yang asked, Shanks and Tom would not refuse. Everyone boarded the ship one after another. In addition to the members of the Revolutionary Army and the crew of the Fishman Pirates, the samurai of Wano country also appeared on the deck. Of course, there was also their current general Kazuki Hiyori. Chu Yang took Long and Tiger into the control room located in the rear half of the ship. Unlike most pirate ships, The layout of Pluto is closer to modern ships, and things like the radar in the control room. Chu Yang did not rashly start Pluto. After observing for a while, he took the others into the cabin. The lounge, storage room and the like are not important. There will be plenty of time to take a look at them later. What Chu Yang wants to see most now is Pluto's power energy room. Sunny is the pirate ship built by Frankie based on Pluto. At critical moments, it can use Coca's energy to attack, defend, and escape. Chu Yang thinks Pluto should also have a similar design. Moreover, the cannon outside is so big that ordinary shells can't match it at all. There should be something else as ammunition. Long went to the weapons room. Tiger led the fish people around. Only Chu Yang came to the power room. Pluto's power source is like a huge heart, standing quietly at the innermost part of the room. Chu Yang even had the illusion that the power source was beating. He walked closer and looked carefully, and found that the surface of the power source was an unknown metal. He reached out and touched it again. It didn't feel hard. He pinched it with his fingers, and it was even a little soft. The texture is similar to cartilage. Could it really be the heart of some giant creature? Chu Yang was shocked by his own thoughts. After observing for a while, Chu Yang left the power room and returned to the rest area. At this time, Long and Tiger had also finished their exploration. Everyone focused their attention on Chu Yang, waiting for his further instructions. I just looked, and there is no exit at the end of the river. We have to get this ship to the ground. The wall breaking operation must also be carried out simultaneously. We should try to get Pluto up, so that we can enter the sea as soon as possible. There are still the world government and various forces guarding outside. The moment Pluto is born is the beginning of the war. Be prepared for the battle, and don't take it lightly. After Chu Yang finished speaking, Long, as the leader of the revolutionary army, continued to speak a few words, followed by Tiger and Kazuki Hiyori. Basically, they were some encouraging words. After returning to the ground, everyone worked harder and harder. The appearance of Pluto greatly boosted morale. Chu Yang was considering looking for Tom, who was the only one who was most familiar with Pluto. Otherwise, letting a group of laymen drive the ship would be a waste of resources. The sea is vast, and it is not an easy task to find the red hair pirates. When Chu Yang left, he did not leave behind the Flying Thunder God spell as a coordinate. Now that he thinks about it, it was a bit hasty. Now that Wano country has no natural barriers to protect it, the main body must not leave easily. We can only send out shadow clones to look for it. Shadow clones are too fragile and there are many uncertainties. Chu Yang can only send out a large number of shadow clones at one time to increase the fault tolerance rate. The next day, the CP0 members responsible for monitoring Wano country were stunned when they saw countless Chu Yang flying out of the sky over Wano country. He tremblingly took out the Den Mushi to report to the 5 elders, but was scolded by the other side and asked if he was drunk. He put down the Den Mushi and his eyes were dull. What should we do now? After sending out the shadow clones, Chu Yang took Quinn and others to move the laboratory to Pluto, occupying most of the rest area. The remaining space is more than enough to accommodate other people. Anyway, they will not live on Pluto for a long time. After defeating the celestial dragons, the whole world will be liberated. In the absence of war, who will care about this battleship? Time continued to pass, and another week passed. The mountain walls around Wano country have been almost cleared, and the buildings from 800 years ago have reappeared in front of the world. Because of the previous strange behavior, a lot of forces have gathered around Wano country. Newsbird boss Morgans is hovering over Wano country, preparing for first-hand exclusive news. People didn't have time to admire the magnificence of the building, and their sight was attracted by a huge warship. It was not until this time that the world government understood what Chu Yang and his team were doing. Although no one has ever seen the appearance of Pluto, when it appeared, everyone who saw it knew that huge warship was Pluto. Morgans was shocked. He stopped in midair for a long time, then a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he flew into the sky and disappeared. This is the big news that can really subvert the world. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter echoed over Wano country. The news of Pluto's birth was transmitted to every corner of the world by the newsbird, and even the world government could not cover up the news. East China Sea, Windmill Village Tavern. The village chief holding the newspaper trembled slightly after seeing the news on the homepage. Village chief, you are not old enough to have Alzheimer's disease, are you? Why are you shaking? The villagers teased the village chief while drinking until the village chief hit them on the head with his cane one by one, and then they shut up. Village chief, are you feeling uncomfortable? The tavern owner Makino asked worriedly. It's not that I feel uncomfortable, it's that the world is going to feel uncomfortable. The village chief sighed, and a haze appeared on his face. Since the Revolutionary Army offered a bounty for the celestial dragons, the whole world has been swept into the torrent, and now the torrent has turned into a tsunami. I don't know how many people will die in this disaster. Makino smiled slightly. I think you think too much. There are heroes like Mr. Garp in the Navy, so there won't be any big problems. The village chief drank the rum on the bar and smiled bitterly. I don't know whether I hope Garp will be useful or not. Makino was confused. Why did he feel that the village chief was a little different today? He couldn't understand what he said. The village chief muttered to himself, the world has longed for a new order for too long. Shimotsuki Village, Martial Arts Field. Shimotsuki Kishiro was also reading today's news. The headline said the big country of Wano, which made him look complicated. That was his hometown he had never seen. Teacher, what are you looking at? A green algae head suddenly appeared in Kishiro's field of vision. Kishiro smiled and said, it's Zoro. Why did you come here instead of practicing sword? Zoro covered the big bump on his head and never mentioned that he had provoked Kina just now and was beaten instead. Kishiro knew what happened at a glance and shook his head helplessly. Zoro would not give up, and his persuasion was useless. Teacher, what is Pluto? Zoro asked curiously, pointing at the newspaper. It is a very scary thing, and its power is enough to destroy the world. Kishiro said with a serious expression. Ah, is it going to destroy the world now? But I haven't defeated Kina yet, what should I do? Zoro asked panicked. Kishiro touched his head and whispered, Pluto can not only destroy the world, but also change it. West Sea, Ohara Ruins. Ohara, once regarded as a holy place of knowledge by countless scholars, was turned into ruins by a demon-killing order. A young man rode a bicycle, used ice to clear the way, crossed the sea and stopped here. He had a complicated look. Does anyone still care about the truth of history? In this battle, no matter whether we win or lose, everything will turn into the dust of history. Twin Gorge. The lighthouse keeper Kuricus was lying on a sun lounger reading a newspaper, and not far away, Lab was still hitting the red Earth continent. Seeing the news of Pluto's birth, Kuricus was stunned for a moment and sighed. Roger, the era you are talking about seems to be coming early. Alabaster. King Cobra was sitting on the throne, listening to his men reporting the latest intelligence from Wano country. Under the palace, there was still a historical text recording the location of Pluto. Seeing that Pluto was really born, Cobra felt very complicated. Your Majesty, the world government has sent a call for us to take our soldiers to Merijoa to protect the safety of the celestial dragons. Other allied countries have also received similar orders. The captain of the guard, Ikaram, reported the news respectfully. I heard that the Revolutionary Army's power is expanding rapidly. I didn't expect that the situation is so critical that Merijoa actually needs external forces to deal with it. This has not happened in hundreds of years. Cobra stood up and paced in front of the throne, as if making a very difficult decision. It's time for the Celestial Dragon's rule to end. Seven Water City. Iceberg and Frankie are fighting for the latest newspaper because it records the news of Pluto. Pluto is a very special name for shipbuilders. It represents the ultimate shipbuilding technology. It is the endpoint that shipbuilders pursue throughout their lives. No shipbuilder dares to pat his chest and say that he is not interested in Pluto at all. I got it first. Bullshit. I paid for it. The two fought until their noses and faces were swollen, their heads were bleeding, and their clothes were torn, but no one let go. In the end, Frankie, who often fought, was more skilled and grabbed the newspaper. Looking at the huge monster on the newspaper, Frankie felt that his soul was about to fly away. Pluto. So this is what it looks like. If only I could see it with my own eyes. If possible, let me touch it again. Frankie showed a perverted smile, drooling everywhere. While Frankie was distracted, Iceberg grabbed the newspaper and saw the true face of Pluto. He looked excited and stroked the photo with his fingers. Should we go and see it? The final destination of that big guy seems to be Mirajoa. Hearing Frank's suggestion, Iceberg was moved. For the first time, he had the idea that they had a tacit understanding with Frankie. At the same time, many people around the world choose Mirajoa, the Holy Land, as their destination. Some of them wanted to be witnesses of history, while others wanted to be participants in history. Chu Yang was lucky. Just when all the shadow clones sent out were annihilated, the Red Buzz actually appeared in Wano country. Goodbye Shanks. He still had that familiar smile on his face. Sincere and warm. The crew members were the same. Vice Captain Ben Beckman was the first to come out to welcome Chu Yang. Welcome Chu Yang back to the team. Then came Lachi Lu, Jesus Boo, Ship Dr. Hango, Navigator Snake, etc. It was as if Chu Yang had never been too far away and had always been by their side. Everyone was very happy and clamored to have a party. The forces of the Navy were gathering, but no one cared, as if they didn't take them seriously at all. The venue of the party was set in the old Wano country. At night, the party began. Music and barbecue sounded at the same time. Kazuki Hiyori also brought samurai and civilians to participate. Everyone sang and danced. Under the light of the fire, Shanks and Tiger had a great conversation and hit it off at first sight. One was a person who advocated freedom, and the other was a person who brought freedom to others. But Shanks and Long didn't say a word. The two only had a simple eye contact. Everyone knows that they are not the same kind of people, and they value completely different things. When the banquet was at its most lively, countless Navy officers were staring outside, and no one dared to move. Shanks sat next to Chu Yang, and there was no one around them. Others were either drunk or dancing. Shanks smiled. From the first day you boarded the ship, I felt your hatred for the celestial dragons. At that time, I had a hunch that you would come to this point today. In this battle, if you need, I will be your companion. Shanks has a close relationship with the celestial dragons. The king of the celestial dragons, has a mysterious guard called the Knights of God. The members of the Knights of God have a status far above that of ordinary celestial dragons, and even have the power to judge celestial dragons. Because they represent him. The Figaran family in the Knights is the family that Shanks came from. The contemporary supreme commander of the Knights of God, named Figaran Gallinger Saint, looked almost exactly like Shanks when he was young. The two have a close relationship. This also explains why the Five Elders' attitude towards Shanks is obviously different from that of other pirates. However, the Five Elders are not simple. The 5 most important departments of the world government are called the God of War because of their strength. The God of Finance Aizen Baron V Nasajiro, who is in charge of the finance department, has the V in his name and Nasu added together, which is Venus, representing Venus. The God of Agriculture Sheffield Tenpit, who is in charge of the agriculture department, has the 10 in his name and Pit added together, which is Jupiter, that is, Jupiter. The God of Law Topman Voculi, who is in charge of the law department, has the Voculi in his name referring to Mercury. The God of Environment Marcus Mars, who is in charge of the environment department, has the Mars in his name referring to Mars. The God of Science Defense Gigalusha Satan, who is in charge of the Science Defense department, has the Satan in his name referring to Saturn. The so-called 5 elders refer to the 5 ancient planets orbiting the sun, namely, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. By linking the word martial god with the job, we can see that him himself has the idea of ruling the world with powerful force. Everyone in the 5 elders is a user of the mythical beast fruit, and they have all reached the level of awakening. Among the 5 elders, the form of the transformed Gigalusha Satan Saint, who is in charge of the science department, is similar to a demon with a bull's head and a human body. The forms of the others are different. The image of the transformed Marcus Mars Saint is similar to Marco's Phoenix. The image of the transformed Sheffield Tenpit Saint is similar to the soul incarnation of Big Mom. Although the specific name of the fruit is not yet known, several people standing together are like demons from hell. Him is also a user of the mythical beast fruit, and his image after transformation is like a giant salamander. In connection with the super-regenerative ability of the salamander itself, perhaps after this devil fruit awakens, the host can obtain a nearly immortal physique. In this case, if Im undergoes the immortality surgery of the surgery fruit, he can easily achieve eternal life. Not to mention living for 800 years, living for 8,000 years is no problem. In fact, up to now, Chu Yang is still not sure what level the combat power of the king of the world, Im, is at. The original 20 kings, in addition to Queen Lily and Im of Alabasta, there are 18 other kings. These 18 people are not fools. If there is no powerful force to deter, how could they be willing to be inferior to others? After 800 years, even if the opponent is a pig, he should become Marshal Xianpeng. Im's combat power is higher than that of the 4 emperors, that's for sure. The question is how high it is. Higher than Ryuman Sukuna, who has 5 times the combat power. Im's combat power is a mystery. There are also powerful weapons comparable to Pluto in Pangu City, which can destroy a country in an instant. After the destruction of the island, the hole left behind cannot be filled, and the overflowing seawater can cause the sea level to rise. If the weapon is used continuously, it can even flood the world. This is why Merijoa was built on the Red Earth continent. One day in the future, if the situation gets completely out of control, Im will launch weapons, flood the world, and destroy the enemy. The Knights of God are also a mystery, and they may have the combat power of several generals. There are many uncertain factors. This is why Chu Yang insisted on finding Pluto. With Pluto, he can share a large part of the pressure for him. In the final analysis, it is still because there is not enough information. Chu Yang has been busy studying bloodline factors and has not paid attention to these things. If there is enough information, he would have killed his way to the Holy Land alone. As for Shanks' promise, Chu Yang did not respond. If Shanks has a close relationship with the Knights of God, he would not have to drag them into the water. Just like Garp's dilemma in the war at the top, on one side is the Justice of the Navy, and on the other side is Ace, whom he regards as his own son. Facing Shanks' sincerity, Chu Yang could only shake his head and refuse. This is my own business. Shanks looked at him with a stunned face, obviously not expecting Chu Yang to answer him like this. What about them? Shanks looked at Long and Tiger. The original intention of the establishment of the Revolutionary Army was to overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. You know the situation of the fishmen without me telling you. Their goal has been the same as mine since the beginning. Chu Yang did not look at Shanks' face, fearing that he would see a disappointed expression on his face. Every member of the Red Hair Pirates is like a family. They treat each other's affairs as their own. Chu Yang's attitude will definitely make them disappointed and sad. As expected, Shanks hesitated to speak, with a lost expression. As a captain, when the crew says they don't need your help, your mood is often the most complicated. But as Chu Yang said, this is his business, and Shanks cannot make a decision for him. It's fine if you want to challenge the Celestial Dragons, but before that, you have to beat me first. Shanks said firmly. The only thing he can do now is to make sure Chu Yang has the ability to challenge the Knights of God. Chu Yang showed a relaxed smile and winked at Shanks. You have been holding back until now, right? You want to see what level my haki is, and that I can actually defeat Kado. But let me tell you first, I didn't rely entirely on haki to defeat Kado. You have to be mentally prepared. Shanks said confidently, I know your swordsmanship is very strong, but my swordsmanship is not bad now. Don't be scared. Chu Yang stood up, dusted off his body, and walked towards the coast. Shanks followed him. Seeing this, the crew members of the Red Hair Pirates whispered to each other. What are they doing? I don't know. I saw them whispering next to each other just now. What did they say? Do you dare to come up and listen? Aren't you afraid that the captain will beat you? Anyway, I don't dare. This posture looks familiar. No way. The banquet hasn't even ended, and the two of them started again. Tiger suddenly leaned his face in and asked the others, what started again? A huge fishman face scared the pirates around. Jesus Boo almost stabbed the barrel of the gun into his mouth. Ben Beckman said helplessly, wait and see, you will know soon. Curious Tiger watched the backs of Chu Yang and Shanks. At this time, the CP0 members responsible for monitoring Wano country have begun to doze off. There is nothing to see singing and dancing on the opposite side. He looked at it for a while, and his jealousy almost overwhelmed him. He was left here with nothing to eat or drink, but they were still having fun. Not to mention that he was severely scolded by the 5 elders not long ago. What kind of work is this? There are no signs of personal activities on the nearby naval warships. Those who should sleep are sleeping, and he is the only one left to guard from day to night. He was about to open his mouth to curse, and 2 terrifying domineering auras suddenly broke out, and the sky instantly gathered large dark clouds and thunder. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.